Chapter 1051 Main Body's Arrival. Chapter 1051 Main Body's Arrival. The Federation wants to capture a hostage to force Black Star to unseal the 10,000 Deity Scepter. As expected, upon hearing this, the expressions on Sagman and the others' faces changed. They looked at the Federation's men with more hostility and caution. They did not doubt Kasui's judgments at all, not only because he was the leader of this mission but also because his speculation made sense. The Arcane Church's people always had problems with the Federation of Light. If not because the Federation jumped back and forth on the side they were on during the Planet Lighthouse battle, the Church would not have lost Ninja and the 10,000 Deity Scepter. Now that Kasui said the Federation wanted to take a captive, Sagman and the others were reminded of how the Federation did things and agreed with Kasui's speculation. They felt that this was totally something the Federation would do. On the issue of the 10,000 Deity Scepter, the Church and the Federation had been arguing about it for a very long time. The Church could only endure it all this time because they knew that the 10,000 Deity Scepter was sealed and the Federation could not use or study it as well. Thus, they could put up with the Federation possessing the 10,000 Deity Scepter for the time being. However, if the 10,000 Deity Scepter was unsealed, the Church would definitely not take it any longer. Compared to Hila, the 10,000 Deity Scepter was clearly more important. They could not let the Federation have their way. Of course, Kasui did not guess this. The Mechanic Emperor had told him about it. Although the Federation was the Mechanic Emperor's longtime boss in terms of his plan, he naturally would not want something that was especially powerful against beyond grade, as such as the 10,000 Deity Scepter, to be used by any civilization. In his eyes, being sealed was where it belonged. Since that's the case, let's talk with our fists. Sierran's expression turned cold, and powerful pugilist flames blasted out as his voice echoed like thunder. You guys go deal with Hila first. I'll deal with Kasui. This is just a doppelganger. When I'm done with it, I'll help you guys. Then he released a thick and blinding shockwave blast from his fist like a mini-sun. Like his nickname, Star Shatterer, his pugilist style was known for overpowering his enemies head-on. Kasui also fired powerful psychic energy to take on the attack. Boom! As the two attacks clashed, it was like the sky shattered. In a blinding light, the world seemed to have turned white entirely. Boom! Sierran and Kasui fought head-on for the first attack, then turned into two phantoms entangled together. Pugilist flames and void psychic energy clashed hundreds of times every second, emitting waves of aftershock as they fought at higher and higher altitudes, creating another battlefield in outer space. At the same time, the 5 Federation beyond grade as quickly descended and stood opposite Sagman and the others, while Han Zhao's Lord's Avatar and Hila stood on the side. The 3 sides stood in a triangle shape. This could turn into a battle between 3 sides at any time. So, these are the 5 sent by the Federation. Han Zhao sized the Federation's people up and nodded in his mind. He had a rather clear understanding of the strength of these people. Not only did he remember what they had done in the previous life, but he also had the detailed data of them collected during the meeting of the gods. The 5 people from the Federation there were all mid-level combatants. Among them, the strongest should be Crystal Soul, who had a universal treasure named Star Crown and had a similar position as the Church's Sagman. The weakest among them should be Hades, who had only joined the Federation recently. He had similar strength to Tolian. What was worth paying attention to was Morniza. Han Zhao remembered that she was once the Mechanic Emperor's student and followed alongside the Mechanic Emperor to study machinery before she became known. She had only become a beyond grade later. Han Zhao was wondering if she was an actor as well. While Han Zhao was secretly analyzing the situation, Sagman and the others were in a dilemma as well. They did not know if they should fight Hila or the people of the Federation first. If they fought Hila first, the Federation's people would disturb them, and the Federation might achieve their goal if they were not careful. However, if they fought the Federation first, they would feel stupid for leaving Hila on the side after fighting her halfway, only to help her fight others. At this time, the Federation's Hades suddenly spoke in the public channel. People of the Arcane Church, although we have different goals, we can't waste our trips here. If you turn to fight us, we will all become a joke. So, we might as well first get rid of Black Star's Lord's Avatar. Then beat Hila till she can't fight back, control the situation, and then discuss what to do with her. In Hades' eyes, Sieran would definitely be able to handle Kasui's doppelganger. If they got rid of Black Star's Lord's avatar, they would still have Sieran while the church would not have Kasui. With the two sides no longer balanced, they would be able to control the situation and take Hila away. Hearing this, Sagman was a little hesitant. He then looked up at Kasui, turned to look at Black Star's avatar and Hila, and made up his mind, nodding with clenched teeth. Okay. Take down Hila first. At this moment, he made the decision not to listen to Kasui's order from earlier. Just as Hades said, if they suddenly turned to help Hila right after they were beating her up, he would indeed feel stupid, and they would become a joke throughout the universe. Another reason was, unlike Kasui, Sagman was not willing to waste all this effort. Therefore, he wanted to take a gamble. If they could kill Hila while working together with the Federation, they would also shatter the Federation's plans. If they killed the hostage, they would never have to worry about the enemies taking her hostage. Perfect. This was also partially personal. Being locked inside the spacetime amber did not feel good. He could still remember it vividly even now, and he was ashamed of it. He had always hoped to hurt Black Star deeply, so from the bottom of his heart, he was not willing to give up this opportunity to kill Hila and hurt Black Star. Earlier, Hila had shown her powerful regenerative ability, so dragging the fight out was not optimal. If 10 Beyond Grade as worked together, their explosive damage would counter Hila's regenerative ability to a certain extent. This was also why Sagman thought about killing Hila while working together with the Federation. He knew that both sides had ulterior motives. Even if they worked together, they would still secretly hold each other back. However, he was confident that he could create an opportunity to kill Hila right under the Federation's nose. He had a few powerful forbidden spell scrolls that were yet to be used. With a little bit of discussion, the two sides barely came to an agreement. The next second, the 10 Beyond Grade as of the Federation and the Church turned around, their hostile sights focused on Hila. A horrifying pressure arrived like a tsunami. Hila's face turned slightly pale, but her expression remained cold. At this time, the broad back of a machine stepped before her and blocked away all the eyes filled with hostility, as well as all the pressure. Don't worry. I'm here beside you. Han Zhao's calm voice appeared. Hila almost dazed. It was this familiar scene once again, this back that protected her every time. Her emotions were difficult to soothe. Black Star. What? When will your main body arrive? Han Zhao turned and gave her a glance. He then said with a meaningful tone, no hurry, let me fly for a while. Inside the palace of the beast ancestor's stronghold, Garutan drank while chattering with Sorokin's manifestation, waiting for good news. After waiting for quite some time, Sorokin placed the glass down and asked, Your Excellency Beast Ancestor, how far have the troops you sent gone? What's the hurry? Do you not trust my subordinates? Garutan replied impatiently. After experiencing Sorokin's confident words, he was persuaded. As long as he was not in danger, Garutan was more than happy to make the situation worse for Hila. Not long ago, he had given the order for some of his officers to take a fleet and destroy the Stargate stations nearby, attempting to cut off the route that the dynasty's reinforcements would arrive in so that they would not reach in time and Hila would not have reinforcements. It's an important issue. If the dynasty's reinforcements arrive, the situation will become more complicated. Killing a Beyond Grade A that's in the Black Star Army but not an ally of the dynasty isn't a problem as long as it's done quickly. But the Church and the Federation might not be willing to commit to it if they had to face the dynasty's forces head-on, Sorokin said. TSK, you have a lot of interesting ideas as always. With an impatient expression, Garutan placed the glass down, took out the communicator to contact his officer, and asked, Where are you? Have you arrived at the Stargate station? Father, the officer on screen was shivering. We were intercepted by someone. Garutan's expression suddenly changed as he yelled. Who dared intercept my men? It's the Mechanic Emperor's mechanical army, and he brought his apostle weapons along. We weren't able to win him. Garutan suddenly stood up, accidentally toppling the glass and spilling the alcohol. Why did he suddenly intercept my men? As a peak Beyond Grade A as well, Garutan was not afraid of Manison. There was just a difference in class styles. He was not willing to mess with someone with such an enormous army like the Mechanic Emperor. They had intercepted his men, which did not look friendly at all. Sorokin was surprised as well. He softly tapped the table and had an idea. I have a rough guess. From the Mechanic Emperor's attitude during the meeting of the gods, he definitely does not support this mission targeting Hila, so he probably guarded against it earlier. As you're the first one to let this message spread, it can be said that you started this. Hence, the Mechanic Emperor must have targeted you long ago, and by fighting you now, it should be to stop you from destroying stargates. Having thought of that, Sorokin frowned as he felt a slight headache. The Mechanic Emperor had also interfered in this event, which meant that a lot of things might be different. Initially, he felt that the Federation or the Church would most likely succeed, but now he was uncertain. Sorokin had known the Mechanic Emperor for a very long time. He knew that this guy was also very cunning. Once Manison decided to interfere, it would definitely be more than just dealing with Garutin's troops. If he guessed correctly, Manison would have made other arrangements. I thought he would be just watching and not doing anything, but he actually secretly restricted the movements of the Federation. He's got guts. I'm afraid the chances of this mission succeeding. Sorokin started pondering. Among the 100 or so beyond grade as in the entire universe, very few were strong enough for him to take seriously, but the Mechanic Emperor was one of them. While he was pondering, Garutin directly contacted the Mechanic Emperor and questioned him. Manison, why did you hold up my men? Manison's face appeared on the screen. Did you forget the agreement we made in the meeting of the gods? Hila reduced my lifespan and killed quite many of my subordinates. Are you telling me to just let it go? Garutin said coldly. The agreement is all you talk about. Am I a peak beyond grade A less valuable than Hila? You don't want the others to totally offend Black Star. But are you not afraid of offending me? She's already facing a dire situation because of you. I hope you can stop here. If she really dies, it won't be beneficial for you. Manison shook his head. Garutin snorted. Humph! Are you saying that Black Star will take revenge? You think I'm afraid of him? He's the one who messed with me first. If he wants to play, I'll play with him till the end. I'll get rid of one of his most important comrades and teach him a lesson. Every time he thought of how big a loss he had taken and how he had been threatened by Black Star, he became more furious. I hope you can think of the bigger picture, Manison said with a deep voice. I'm not the one that's making the move right now. Plus, that's your big picture, not mine, Garutin sneered coldly. I'm giving you face by playing along with that shared battlefront thing. This is between Black Star and me. It has nothing to do with you. Yet, you're here to interfere. What, you really think you're the leader of the Beyond Grade as and have the right to control what I do? Let me tell you, don't get ahead of yourself. Manison narrowed his eyes, giving him a deep look before hanging up. Garutin snorted, shattered the communicator, and threw it aside as he walked to the door. Sorokin regained focus and hastily asked, Where are you going? Humph, the Mechanic Emperor is holding up my men. I'm not going to wait here for him to let them go. I'm going to bring my men back, and if I have time, I'll destroy a few Stargate stations on the way. Garutin walked out directly. At the Black Star Army's stronghold, the battle had lasted quite a while and become a fight between three sides. After the Federation of Light's fleet and Morniza's mechanical army joined the battle, the defensive fleet of the stronghold was once again restrained. The two sides fought intensely around the planet. The scale of the battle could already be considered a galactic battle. Sieran and Kasui's doppelganger were still fighting. Kasui was strong. Relying on his enormous mana pool, he temporarily stalled Sieran with just a doppelganger while dividing the battlefield at the same time. This award-winning actor was the most important part in helping Han Shao to stall the Federation. He was of great use. Han Shao was secretly glad about this. If both parties had focused on Hila, the situation would have been close to impossible to get out of alive. In that case, he would have had no choice but to execute the final plan. However, even though there was an actor on the enemy's side, Hila's situation was still extremely tough. The attacks from a total of 10 beyond grade as filled her vision. It was horrifying. Despite having successfully linked with Aurora, Hila still could not fight back. It had nothing to do with her regeneration ability. She was just completely overpowered. If not because she was absorbing Aurora's vital energy, her one-time reviving ability would have been used long ago. And this was with Han Xiao forcefully taking on part of the pressure that she was facing without considering his losses. With so many beyond grade as working together, the power of their attacks would not just be additive. Han Xiao's mechanical soldiers were destroyed countless times and reaching the limits of waste modification. He would not be able to rebuild them if this kept going. Mechanical Catastrophe Francisco had set up a space stabilization anchor and wormhole disruptor, and the Federation of Light Fleet had set up another layer after they arrived. The space-time of this area was way too stable, so Han Xiao could not open his secondary dimensional army box and dimension factory. All he could use was the troops stationed in the stronghold. Hence, he had no choice but to deal with the space-time stabilization device through virtual intrusion. However, both the Federation and the Church had measures against this. That was especially so for the Federation. Not only did they have Morniza, they also had another beyond grade of virtual mechanic who was providing ranged assistance and protection for their artificial intelligence. If the mechanical army was destroyed, just one Lord's avatar would not be able to fight 10 beyond grade as. Fortunately, they're not so united. The Church and the Federation are cautious of each other, which somewhat decreases the power of their attacks, Han Xiao thought. He turned around and glanced at Hila. Currently, he was separated from her, and not far away, countless attacks were being thrown at Hila. The situation she was in was extremely dire. She was receiving tons of damage every second. The glow of vital energy never disappeared and kept regenerating her health. Aurora won't be able to hold on for long even though she's at the calamity grade now. It won't be long before she gets completely exhausted. At the same time, Sagman and the others surrounded Hila to attack her while he reminded his teammates. Later, when the next round of the Federation's focus fire heavily injures Hila, Taylor, use all those scrolls, some to stop the Federation's people and some to aid our following full power attacks. We will eliminate Hila before she can regenerate and shatter her soul. Got it. Taylor nodded and prepared to use the scrolls. While everyone was highly focused, suddenly, an enormous energy source rocketed into the senses of everyone present and quickly approached at an astonishing speed. Someone else is here. Everyone was shocked. Their movements paused as they looked up. A mass of light streams were approaching at an extremely high speed from afar, dragging trails of flames behind. It was a mechanical army that was extremely huge, dozens of times larger than all the mechanical troops that were present there. At the front of it was a silhouette shrouded in deep blue flames, heading right toward Hila's location like a meteor. Who is that? They're so fast. Are they here to help Hila? Sagman was confused. He looked around and realized that the Federation's people had the same confused looks. At this time, they suddenly saw that Sieran had left his opponent behind and headed right toward that quickly approaching dark blue meteor, attempting to stop it and not let whoever had arrived reach Hila. The two silhouettes clashed into each other, but the next moment, everyone present watched on with disbelief. Boom! A blood fog exploded. It was Sieran who was blown away like a baseball. He flew out while spraying blood, together with a shattered arm covered in blood. Sieran had a total of 4 arms, and one of them had been blown off. What? Everyone had a look of disbelief on their face, heavily injuring Sieran with one hit. Who is this guy? This time, the silhouette was also forced to stop in midair after clashing into Sieran. The flames around them disappeared, exposing the man inside, whom everyone there was familiar with. He was looking down at the 10 beyond grade as who were surrounding and attacking Hila. At this moment, other than Kasui, all the beyond grade as of the Federation and the Church were completely astounded. Black Star. How can he be here? Isn't his main body in his base? How did he arrive here? Many beyond grade as there did not notice that the moment they saw Han Zhao's main body arrive, more than half of their confidence in this mission instantly vanished. They would happily bully Han Zhao's Lord's avatar, but many were instantly afraid to face Han Zhao's main body. Han Xiao had an extraordinary combat history. He had proved his strength as a peak beyond grade long ago through battles. Seeing Han Zhao's arrival, Everyone felt a strong sense of pressure and became hesitant. Hila made use of this opportunity to flee from the encirclement and gasped for air. This is not good. Sagman was reminded of how it felt to be sealed by the spacetime amber, and he shivered. At this time, facing everyone, Han Shao slowly spoke. I'm here. He coldly looked around at the beyond grade as who had extremely uncomfortable expressions on their faces and said with a calm but pressurizing tone, Now, it's your turn to run. Chapter 1052 Explosion. Chapter 1052 Explosion. The expressions on the beyond grade as faces changed. They remained silent and did not respond while quickly analyzing the situation in their minds. They all felt that the situation had become truly difficult. The reason they had surprise attacked the stronghold was because they wanted to eliminate Hila when Black Star's main body was not present. They did not want to fight Black Star's main body face to face. Black Star had peak beyond grade strength, and his indestructible body was extremely tough to deal with. Plus, his position was very special. He had the evolution cube, so he was very important to the dynasty. At the same time, since his main body was there, he had definitely brought along the spacetime amber. It would be drastically more difficult to kill Hila with Black Star's main body present. There's probably no chance now. To think that his main body actually came. Sagman stared at Han Shao with fear. If it was any other beyond grade A mechanic, the main body arriving would have been a risk. However, Black Star had proved long ago that he was a breath of fresh air among the paper mechanics. For the time being, everyone was hesitant and did not know what to do. Sieran finally stopped his body from being blown away. His face was filled with rage, as well as a tint of shock. He pressed on the cut on his arm and glared at Han Shao. As a peak beyond grade A, I could not even block the charge of a mechanic and was heavily wounded in one hit. Thinking of the power of that attack, Sieran was filled with shock. Such a powerful single-target attack was rare even for him. At this point of time, Sieran only had one thought in his mind. What kind of martial art did Black Star use? He's been hiding this trump card all this time. Han Zhao's threat in Sieran's heart increased several levels. He turned to look at his missing arm, controlled his muscles and veins to instantly stop the bleeding, and used his pugilist energy to speed up cell generation. A new arm grew out in no time. Compared to the rest of his body, though its skin tone was visibly lighter. Sieran casually blasted his broken arm that was floating in the cosmic space into atoms before slowly flying back to the battlefield. He suppressed his shock and rage and did not act immediately. Instead, he observed everyone's expression and pondered. Kasui was floating quietly on the side while looking at Han Shao. He did not look like he wanted to speak either. The battlefield became strangely silent. Han Shao, Sieran, and Kasui, these three peak beyond grade as, formed a triangle while the rest of the beyond grade as fixed their attention on the three of them. Everyone knew that what happened next depended on the discussion between the three of them. Black Star's main body had made a threatening comment right after his arrival, but he did not do anything after. The various beyond grade as were not surprised by this. After all, they had the complete advantage in numbers. Even if Black Star had finally arrived, he would not dare act recklessly. He was alone and had no help, so he was probably not willing to face the 10 or so beyond grade as on the two sides at the same time. Thus, he probably had no choice but to endure his rage and solve the problem through negotiations. Having understood this, the beyond grade as present all looked much more relieved. Now that the Black Star's main body had arrived, they did indeed have to retreat. However, that was not because they were afraid of Black Star, but because there was no need to stay there anymore as the success rate of the mission had decreased drastically. Although they feared Black Star's main body and his universal treasure, there was no need to be afraid of him given how many beyond grade as were present. In the eyes of Sagman and the others, Black Star alone would be sufficient to protect himself but not enough to cause much trouble. While everyone was secretly speculating, Han Shao waited for the mechanical army behind to catch up with him while looking at the interface. When Hila was attacked, an urgent mission had been triggered on the interface. It was similar to the mission for the Planet Lighthouse battle. Urgent mission. Rescue Hila. Mission introduction. Hila's Esper ability is seen as a threat by multiple beyond grade as With powerful talent comes disaster. The Church and the Federation have decided to eliminate this threat. Mission requirements. Hila surviving in the attack. Reward: 75 to 92 billion EXP, plus 1 legendary point, 4 random rewards, 4 unknown character summon cards, 1 blank character summon card. Bonus mission requirements. Working together with the Dynasty's reinforcements, capture the enemy beyond grade as bonus reward. For every beyond grade captured, draw 1 ability from the target. This is the most difficult mission I've ever seen. Han Xiao was amused. The number of beyond grade as present was similar to the Planet Lighthouse battle, but Han Xiao now only had Hila on his side, and they had to face more than 10 beyond grade as. The last guy to face this kind of situation was ES God, and he ended up receiving a free 500 years lease for a luxurious single-person cell inside the Dynasty's prison. Nonetheless, the mission rewards were the best he had ever seen. For every person he captured, he would be able to draw an ability from that person. The more he captured, the more abilities he would be able to draw. Now that my main body is here, there's not a high chance the Church and the Federation will try to forcefully kill Hila in front of me. They'll probably retreat very soon, and it's still unknown when the Dynasty's reinforcements will arrive. Therefore, in order to complete the bonus requirements, I'll have to rely on myself. Han Xiao had already made plans when he was on the way, and he did not change his mind now. He focused his thoughts and was reminded of something else. On the way there, he had received a report from Black Star Palace. There was a Beyond Grade A who arrived on his doorstep to challenge him, and Ames had accepted the challenge. This incident was strange in every way. The great mechanic Han always maintained connection with the base and knew the situation of the battle over there. That traveler guy was showcasing his true powers and maintaining the upper hand, but there could only be one Lord's avatar at a time. If Han Xiao diverted his attention to what was happening at his base, his main body would have a tough time. Interesting, deliberately diverting my attention so that the Church and the Federation will have an easier time. Traveler. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Traveler was a neutral Beyond Grade A on the surface but actually had a very close relationship with superstar cluster civilizations, which only very few people knew. However, to him, Traveler's identity was no secret. It had been exposed long ago in the previous life. Did the Church and the Federation work together with the superstar cluster civilizations on this matter? No, it can't be. Han Xiao overthrew the speculation. Traveler's identity was a secret to the outside world. Even if the Federation and the Church worked with the superstar cluster civilization, they would not have sent Traveler or his identity would have been exposed. Looks like there's more to this. Han Xiao slightly frowned. He was not concerned about the truth for the time being. What he knew for sure was that the superstar cluster behind Traveler definitely had something to do with this. The others did not know Traveler's background, but he knew it clearly. There was no need to even investigate it. It would never be wrong to blame the civilization behind Traveler for this, and it would be simpler and easier. Causing trouble at my house, they've got guts. The throne is still on the way. When it arrives at the base, I'll deal with you. Hila flew to Han Zhao's side. The other Beyond Grade as did not stop her but only followed her over and waited beside their captains. You shouldn't have come. Hila had a complicated look in her eyes. From the way she looked at it, in order to save her, Han Zhao's main body had deliberately rushed here into this trap, gotten surrounded by more than 10 Beyond Grade as, and taken so many risks. Hila knew that compared to her, the Church and the Federation wanted to get rid of Black Star even more. Plus, he had the Evolution Cube and the Spacetime Amber with him. If these enemies changed their plan to make Black Star the target, she would be the reason. Originally, Hila thought that she would definitely die and really wanted to see Han Xiao one last time. But when he really came, Hila could not help but worry about Han Zhao's safety. All this time, Hila always lived by being straightforward and direct. Very rarely was she ever caught between such conflicted thoughts. If I didn't come, who'd save you? Han Xiao turned to give her a gentle smile. You're safe now. Why? Because I'm here. Hila softly bit her lips and suddenly held Han Zhao's hand. Han Xiao raised his brows and was about to say something when he suddenly felt waves of vital energy being sent into his body through Hila's hand. He received a ton of enhanced statuses on the interface. After holding his hand for a few seconds, Hila let it go, adjusted her hair, and coolly said, Aurora's ability can now enhance the strength of living beings. I can't do much, only share the vital energy with you. Thanks. At this time, Sieran said with a deep voice, Black Star, since you're here, I'll give you face. I have come up with a deal. Are you interested? He felt that Han Shao was stalling time to wait for reinforcements, so he did not plan to continue waiting and started the conversation. Hearing this, Han Shao turned to look at Sieran, wiped the smile of his face, and said coldly, Go on. If you agree to unseal the 10,000 Deity Scepter for the Federation, not only will we retreat, but we can even fight these people from the church with you. Sieran's hostile sights moved around Kasui. Han Zhao's hit earlier had combined Charge, Endless Potential, and Silver Shadow's character summon card, Comet Rush. In fact, he had arrived around the battlefield long ago but had been farming distance traveled to make this initial hit stronger. Originally, he wanted to first eliminate a more ordinary Beyond Grade A, but Sieran unexpectedly came to stop him, so he had no choice but to vent all this power on that thick-skinned pugilist. Although the power of this attack was far from being enough to make a peak Beyond Grade A pugilist lose his combat capability, it still made Sieran feel threatened. Seeing that the plan would be very difficult to pull off, he had given up on capturing Hila as a hostage and attempted to reach his goal through a deal. Sieran did not know that Kasui was an actor yet. He felt that Black Star needed help. Kasui did not mind at all. Then our church will definitely retreat instantly, so you won't achieve your goal. In the end, Black Star will still be the one benefiting from it. Then Kasui suddenly said, Since the Federation has an idea, I shall suggest a deal on behalf of the church as well. Go on. Han Shao gave him a calm look. Black Star, I know your spacetime amber is very magical and can even imprison Beyond Grade as. How about this? We work together and capture these Federation of Light Beyond Grade as. Then you sell them to us and we will have chips to exchange for the 10,000 Deity Scepter. What do you say? Sieran's expression became grave as he glared at Kasui. While the two of them faced off with each other, Han Shao took a deep breath and said, No need to make things so troublesome. I'm rejecting all of your deals. You came to beat up my men, yet now you want to make a deal with me? Don't even think about it. All of you, come at me together. Sieran's eyes widened with disbelief as he looked at Han Shao. Kasui was surprised too. This was not in the script. Not just the two of them, all the Beyond Grade as of the Federation and the Church were shocked and stared at Han Shao in disbelief. Has this guy lost his mind? He wants to fight more than 10 Beyond Grade as alone, including 2 peak Beyond Grade as? Is he looking to be killed? After extreme shock, wrath followed. You think us Beyond Grade as are all made of glass? Don't underestimate us. Are you not clear of the situation? Sure, your main body has arrived. But do you really think you can fight us all alone and that we took a step back because we're afraid of you? Are you serious? Sieran's expression sank completely. You destroyed my stronghold, tried to kill my deputy army commander, but want to retreat right in front of me. Do you think that's possible? Boom! Han Zhao's tone was firm as his energy increased gradually. Hearing this, the look in everyone's eyes became even more hostile. Sieran was completely furious. Think about this clearly. Given the current situation, we won't hesitate to make you the target. Hila tensed up and quickly stepped in front of Han Shao. Death energy spread out once again as she was on full alert. No matter what decision Han Shao made, no matter what strong enemies they had to face, she would always fight alongside Han Shao without any hesitation. This time, Han Shao held onto her shoulder and pulled her behind him. Don't have to be so nervous. I alone am enough. Before anyone could vent their rage, a sky-trembling energy impact exploded from Han Zhao's body. Buzz! Violent golden mechanical force flickered and danced like lightning whips. Han Zhao's energy seemed to be increasing infinitely. Facing so many Beyond Grade as even Han Shao did not dare hold back. He instantly used the trump character summon cards in his inventory. Mechanic Emperor character summon card, the Ancient Ones, Tyrant character summon card, Polar Channel Flow, Cellular Overdrive, Dragon Emperor character summon card, Force Field, Dragon Body. Nero character summon card. Perfect mechanical sense. With the stacked effects of multiple character summon cards, the energy Han Xiao was giving off looked horrifying even for peak beyond grade as it even stinged everyone's senses. Sagman and the others' expressions changed drastically from rage to shock. The strength Han Xiao was displaying at this moment far exceeded what they knew about him. Even Kasui, who had always remained calm, was moved at this moment. Han Xiao's eyes glowed brightly like two mini blue suns. Let me see how many of you can escape. Before the beyond grade as could regain their focus, mechanical force lightning shot out from Han Xiao's body, instantly connecting to the mechanical army like an endless web of lightning. The next moment, the metal tsunami formed by the mechanical army came crashing down. Chapter 1053, Black Star, AM Not Cheating. Chapter 1053, Black Star, AM Not Cheating. 1053 Black Star, AM Not Cheating. Sagman and the others were stunned by Han Xiao's extraordinary energy levels. They did not expect Black Star to really strike. Shocked, they quickly took defensive measures. Boom! The next moment, the opposing beyond grade as were submerged under the sea of mechanical army. As the battle started, they became even more astonished. They felt an incomparable level of pressure even from the mechanical army. If it was the army of a normal beyond grade A, they would have been able to easily move in and out of it while destroying everything in their way. However, Han Zhao's mechanical army made them feel like they were trapped in a swamp and could hardly move, not to mention breaking out of it. Only Kasui and Sieran were able to move freely. This was not only because the mechanical army Han Zhao's main body brought was dozens of times larger than the two other mechanics armies present, but also because the mechanical army's strength far exceeded what they could imagine. The mechanical force gave the mechanical soldiers incredible levels of enhancements. Han Xiao already had the perfect mechanical sense talent, and now he activated Nero's character summon card as well, stacking the two perfect mechanical sense talents, increasing his machinery affinity to a completely new territory. Facing such crushing pressure, the beyond grade as of the Federation and the Church had no time to think about anything else other than to subconsciously work together to fight the mechanical army. Boom! As soon as the battle erupted, it entered the climax and became a huge war. Inside the endless mechanical army, there were over 10 spheres of light moving within. Countless beams and attacks were gathering toward these light spheres, and these light spheres were the battlefields where each of the beyond grade as was under intense fire. How can he be this strong? Sagman said with a shocked tone. The last time Black Star went all out was during the Planet Lighthouse battle. After more than 2 decades, this is the second time he's used his full strength. It's shocking to think that he's become this much stronger. Taylor was both panicking and jealous. More than 2 decades ago, the few of them who had taken part in the Planet Lighthouse warfare still had a vivid impression of Han Zhao's performance back then. Now that more than 2 decades had passed, they knew that Black Star had definitely become stronger, but they never expected him to become so much stronger. This level of pressure is starting to feel similar to the Mechanic Emperor. Kasui's expression was grave. He was within Han Zhao's attack range as well, and he was mainly dodging attacks and slacking while thinking about the rest of the script. He could understand the reason behind Black Star's sudden attack. Being the party that was being attacked, Black Star could not just let them retreat easily and had to, at the very least, display his intention to counterattack. However, the strength Black Star was displaying now exceeded Kasui's expectations. At this time, Sieran said with a dumbfounded tone, "This is Polar Channel Flow, Cellular Overdrive." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Isn't this one of the explosive abilities of the pugilist class? Why can Black Star use it too? Isn't he a mechanic? I'm definitely not mistaken. The aura Black Star is giving off feels exactly like this ability. By squeezing out his own future potential, he's exchanging it for higher power, Sieran said with a firm tone. Not thinking about how Black Star can use this ability, its concept remains the same. This was quickly accepted. Everyone's expression became complicated. Their sights passed through the mechanical army and looked at Han Xiao with shock and astonishment. This means that, in order to keep us here, Black Star is willing to burn his own potential? He could have totally made us retreat. Did he really have to do this much? If that was the case, they were not surprised as to why Black Star became this much stronger. After all, it was only temporary. Nonetheless, such explosive power was still quite horrifying. Seeing how firm Han Shao was, many people intended to retreat. Kasui sighed in his mind. Initially, when he saw Han Shao suddenly taking the spotlight and going off script, he was a little unhappy and wanted to stop him. However, when he saw Black Star's firm attitude, he decided not to go all out. Since Black Star had given his all, he planned to give him face and cut him some slack. After all, he believed that Black Star knew where to draw the line. On the side, when Hila saw Han Shao displaying his incredible power, she was excited and shocked. But when she heard this explanation, she was stupefied. The next second, Hila's eyes turned red, with burning rage and murderous intent. She did not think that Black Star would burn his own potential. Looking at the reason behind all of this, was Black Star not doing this just to save her? A stinging pain suddenly struck her heart and flooded her entire body. Hila turned around stiffly. The way she looked at Han Shao was different now. There was only remorse and apology deeply embedded in her bones. Hila was just about to say something, but Han Shao waved and interrupted her. You don't have to say anything. I'm fine. I'm so sorry. Hila bit her lips, clenched her fists, and charged into battle without saying anything else. Death energy rushed toward the churches beyond grade as together with her like a tornado. Her burning rage was all vented on the enemies. Looking at Hila's uncontrollably murderous intent, Han Shao did not know what to say. The side effect of using polar channel flow, cellular overdrive, was a 7% permanent increase in the cost of leveling up his character and abilities, which was equivalent to burning his potential. However, what these people did not know was that Han Shao was using the Tyrant's character summon card. Although it only had one usage, the character summon cards had 0 side effects. Sierran's misjudgment made everyone misunderstand the situation. Let it be. Not like it's a bad thing. In fact, it's actually beneficial for me. Han Shao shook his head. Of course, he was not going to explain this to anyone. Some of these character summon cards could only be used once to grant him extraordinary strength, and using them in exchange for permanent abilities was definitely worth it. He was filled with a sense of power he had never felt before. The Tyrant's character summon card made his basic attributes and energy strength far beyond the normal, reaching the standard of the next promotion. While the double mechanical sense talents made the power of his mechanical army skyrocket. With these two together, he became terrifyingly strong. Those that received the most enhancements were elite combatants such as the apostle weapons. Swoosh! Red Devil Tolians leaned back and barely dodged Psionic Prime's ordinary spear strike, which slashed his thick magic shield in half and opened a deep wound on his bone spike-covered chest, exposing his dark brown chest bone. Tolian hastily swung the bones on his tail toward Psionic Prime's mechanical body, which Psionic Prime calmly blocked with his spear. Bang! As the bones and the spear clashed, a shockwave exploded. Tolian was a powerful melee combat mage with tons of spells that enhanced his various combat capabilities. Yet Psionic Prime, who was covered in gold mechanical force, fought him head-on without even taking a single step back. Help! Quickly! His apostle weapons are too strong, Tolian yelled. With the enhancements of 2 perfect mechanical senses, just Psionic Prime alone gave him enough pressure. Plus, Psionic Prime was not the only one fighting him. Heaven-suppressing Banner, Purple Sky Spirit, Silver Flash, Scarlet Flame, and many other apostle weapons were all focusing their fire on Tolian. The strategy Han Shao used was to restrain others with his mechanical army while focusing his elite troops on one target to defeat them one by one. Useless! Sagman was heavily surrounded as well. He was frustrated to hear Tolian's cry for help. However, he could not possibly ignore his ally. He had no choice but to squeeze out some energy to provide assistance, launching some powerful light shockwaves toward the apostle weapons who were attacking Tolian. Buzz! At this time, countless nanoparticles swarmed out in the middle and suddenly turned into an enormous fortress, splitting Tolian's battlefield away from the others. This enormous mechanical fortress was surrounded by streams of light that quickly merged into a light gold translucent curtain that stood in the path of Sagman's attacks. Boom! Sagman's attacks were all stopped by this light gold curtain, and countless blinding light arcs erupted. Very soon, the blinding light dissipated, showing the absolutely unaffected flickering light curtain, leaving the mechanical fortress completed undamaged. Such strong defenses! Sagman was shocked. This mechanical fortress was one of Han Zhao's apostle weapons. His name was Heaven's Wall. This light curtain was somewhat similar to the psionic prime spear. It was also a weapon that was created together with the birth of the apostle weapon. This light curtain's name was Wall of Defense, and as its name suggested, it focused on blocking attacks. Heaven's Wall had more than one weapon. He also had Ion Green Flame, which was used to attack. Suddenly, a large number of barrels extended from this fortress, shooting out beams of green light at Sagman and the others. This was a special type of ion energy attack. It was not only destructive but also had many other attributes. *T. I'm isolated. Tolian was frustrated by this situation. Just as he was about to attempt to escape, he felt a chilling sense of danger. In the blink of an eye, a tiny beam of light crept through the gaps between the mechanical troops around and easily penetrated his magical shield. Tolian hastily tried to dodge it, but it still ended up landing on his shoulder. Boom! The next moment, an enormous wound suddenly appeared on Tolian's shoulder. This attack had dealt true damage to him. He quickly pressed on his wound and dodged around the other attacks. In moments of panic and horror, he looked in the direction that the beam of light came from, where he saw a human-shaped apostle weapon aiming a special firearm at him. The moment Tolian looked over, this apostle weapon suddenly disappeared without a trace. Dark Shadow was a sniper-type assassin apostle weapon. His weapon was Godly Camouflage, which gave him extremely powerful stealth and infiltration abilities. The firearm in his hands was also a highly condensed sniper that could deal a ton of damage to single targets. Damn it, what weapon is that? My regeneration ability is suppressed. Before Tolian could catch a breath, Mysterious Energy Host arrived. He launched a huge beam of light at Tolian from far away, and Tolian could only barely activate his magical shield to block it. However, Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy had psychic attributes as well. Although Tolian blocked the physical attack, his mind was shocked, and his channeling was interrupted. With this golden opportunity, Hila did not hold back at all. She bombarded death energy beams on Tolian like a thunderstorm. Tolian was soon covered in wounds and bathed in blood. Why are they all attacking me? Tolian was frustrated. Looking around at the entire battlefield, the one in the worst situation was none other than him. I'm just a young new beyond grade A. This is bullying. As Tolian was in grave danger, Sagman and the others were also troubled and discussing what they could do. Black Star's mechanical army is way too large and powerful. We can't be restrained by him here. We have to make moves on Black Star himself. Taylor, use the forbidden spell scroll on him. He has an indestructible body. Will that be able to damage him? It's not like we have any better choices. Let's focus our fire together with the forbidden spell, Sagman said furiously. Taylor then tore open an attack-type forbidden spell scroll without any further hesitation. Whoosh! Magical meteors dashed out from within the scroll one after another, penetrating the multiple layers of psionic shields in their path, heading directly toward Han Xiao. This spell had an excellent penetrative ability. It was originally planned to be one of the trump cards to heavily wound Hila. At the same time, Sagman and the others focused their fire at Han Xiao together with the forbidden spell. Light energy shockwaves, pugilist impacts, spells, psionic cannon beams, and other forms of attacks formed a tide of attacks thrown right toward Han Xiao. The enormous energy here attracted the attention of the people of the Federation not far away. They all looked over at this wave of attacks and were shocked. When facing attacks like this, most of the beyond grade as would have no choice but to try to escape. With the ferocious attack dashing right toward him, Han Xiao, however, was not affected at all. All he did was raise his hand, and many sphere-shaped mechanical discs quickly gathered and formed two layers of shields that stacked on top of each other in front of Han Xiao. There was a piece of the space-time amber on each and every one of those discs. Swoosh! Like a river stream hitting a reef, all the energy attacks slid away on the surface of the space-time amber, not dealing any damage to Han Shao at all, making the others feel both grave and jealous. The existence of the space-time amber was no secret. The fact that Han Zhao's main body was there meant that this universal treasure was there too. Could even block the attack of the 10,000 Deity Scepter, so the threat of this wave of attacks was negligible to Han Shao. Furthermore, even without the space-time amber, he was tanky enough to take on all these attacks. It was way too difficult to hurt Black Star's main body. We can use psychic attacks on his main body, Hades said hastily. Both Crystal Soul and Hades were psychics. They quickly summoned their maximum psychic energy output and attacked Han Shao. Kasui thought about it for a moment. He then decided to do his job on paper as well and used psychic energy attacks on Han Shao while holding back. Psychics were professionals in terms of psychic attacks. They could attack the target's soul from afar, which was very difficult to guard against. I fixed my weakness long ago. Unaffected, Han Shao immediately activated Psyker's character summon card, Wall of Mind. The result of that was, he was completely unaffected, while Crystal Soul and Hades were both suddenly heavily wounded mentally. Their body shivered, and they became much weaker. Psyker's character summon card could reduce the attack damage dealt by psychic attacks while reflecting some of its damage. Hades and Crystal Soul did not hold back at all, so they ate their own attacks. On the other hand, Kasui, who deliberately held back, was not so unlucky. It was not too horrible for Crystal Soul, as he was stronger and even had the psychic-type universal treasure, Star Crown, so he was only a little wounded. He can even reflect psychic attacks? Hades' face was pale. He was horrified. Does this guy not have any weaknesses? Unconvinced, the two of them continued to attack. However, the more they attacked, the more damage they took from Han Zhao's damage reflection. Han Shao remained at ease while the two psychics kept receiving damage. With the great mechanic Han's psychological resistance, he could actually block a lot of those psychic attacks. However, reflecting the damage was clearly much better than him just enduring the attacks. In the face of more than 10 enemies, he was not going to give up any opportunity to weaken them. As the fight lasted for a while, the many members of the Federation and the Church still had yet to get out of their difficult situations. Moving inside the mechanical army was extremely difficult. The impact of such an enormous mechanical army, which continuously procced Han Zhao's true damage talent, was much larger than being able to merely restrain beyond grade as. If they did not deal with it cautiously and got focused on, they would die right on the spot. Therefore, everyone was on edge. If they were facing an ordinary mechanic, they would have rushed to him long ago. However, there was absolutely no point in doing that when facing Black Star. He was too tanky, so much so that they did not even think about closing the distance on him. However, Sieran was the exception. As a peak beyond grade a pugilist, he could easily be unstoppable in the midst of the mechanical army. Just like the Tyrant, he also had a true damage immunity talent, so he could ignore the focus fire of the mechanical army. However, the damage he could deal to the mechanical army was nothing given the sheer scale of the mechanical army. The muscles on Sieran's arms expanded as he sent a pugilist shockwave strong enough to obliterate an entire planet right toward Han Shao, but it was still reflected by the space-time amber. Seeing this, he clenched his teeth, suppressed his anger, and spoke with Kasui. Let's work together. You restrain the mechanical army to help me get close to Black Star. I'll try to restrain him instead of killing him. I'm out of energy, Kasui replied. Sieran was speechless. You were so energetic earlier when you fought me as if you had infinite energy, but now you're saying that you're out of energy? Who the hell are you trying to fool? Sieran was furious, so he left Kasui alone and charged toward Han Shao alone, destroying the mechanical soldiers in his path. All four of his arms were covered in highly condensed pugilist flames like they were coated with black paint. Humph! I knew you were going to do this. Han Shao was prepared. He activated his ability instantly. Some of the mechanical soldiers flew toward him and quickly assembled. In the next moment, the mechanical deity descended. As soon as it appeared, the mechanical deity swung its arm and launched its fist toward Sieran. It was shrouded in a white light energy field that was created by psionic energy and force fields. For black fists clashed with the mechanical fist that was millions of times larger. Boom! A gigantic shockwave exploded and expanded in the cosmic space. The mechanical deity's arm quickly shattered, and tons of mechanical parts exploded. Sieran, on the other hand, due to his size disadvantage, was sent flying at a speed even faster than before. Shockingly, the two sides' strength was on par. This punch of mine would have even destroyed the core of a planet, yet Sieran took it head-on. That's the power of a peak beyond grade A pugilist, I suppose. At this time, mechanical catastrophe, Francisco saw the mechanical deity and quickly contacted the Federation's mechanic Empress Morniza. He has used the mechanical deity. This is our chance. You, me, and Romo, the three of us shall use virtual mechanic on the mechanical deity right now. Even though Han Shao is a virtual mechanic, he still has to deal with that carefully. Okay. Morniza nodded. At this crucial point, the Beyond Grade as of the Federation and the Church had no choice but to work together temporarily to fight Black Star, who was burning up his future potential. The three mechanics quickly formed an alliance and attacked Han Zhao's virtual firewall. Han Shao noticed this instantly and smiled with mockery. Oh, they're trying to hack me? With all the bonuses plus the fact that he was a virtual mechanic, Han Zhao's ability in the virtual technology field was extremely high. Among the three enemies, only Romo was a virtual mechanic, and he did not even send a Lord's avatar. In the virtual world, Han Shao confronted the three of them. The three of them kept trying to break through Han Zhao's defenses, while Han Zhao's firewall stood strong. Instead of being attacked, Han Shao even followed the connection to use virtual intrusion on the three of them. The two members of the Federation could barely stop Han Zhao's hacking with the help of their main artificial intelligence. But the same could not be said for Francisco. Francisco was alone, and he was not even a virtual technology professional. His defenses were weak and were shattering by the second. His machinery became traitors one after another and turned on their former teammates. I'm going to lose. Even the movements of Francisco's Lord's avatar started to stagger. At this moment, an enormous mechanical hand appeared and grabbed Francisco's Lord's avatar before he could dodge. Kacha! Francisco's Lord's avatar turned into a pile of trash instantly. Han Shao curled his lips. Hee paper. Mechanics who were using Lord's Descent could deactivate their ability any time they wanted, so there was no way to catch them. In order to get rid of them, one just had to destroy their Lord's avatar. After all, not every mechanic's Lord's avatar was as tanky as his. Seeing this, Morniza reluctantly gave up on the idea of trying to hack into Han Zhao's army and focused on strengthening their defenses to not let Han Shao break through. Suddenly, the situation of the battle took a turn. Under the focused fire of many apostle weapons and Hila, Tolian could not hold on. The damage output of the mechanical army around him was the main source of damage he received. After all, he was not immune to true damage. His health plummeted under the focus fire of the mechanical army, and his teammates had no way of helping him. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Tolian was flooded by bullets and cannons once again. This time he was at his limit. Not one area on his body was unharmed. His demon horns were broken, and his mind was fuzzy from the attacks of Hila and mysterious energy host. He had lost the ability to fight. Just as Hila was about to end him, Han Zhao's mechanical deity stopped her. Don't. Why? They made you. Hila clenched her teeth and dared not complete the sentence. He's more valuable alive. Han Shao shook his head and grabbed Tolian, who had almost lost all his senses. He absorbed him into the mechanical deity and brought him to where his main body was. Han Shao took out the space-time amber and sealed Tolian right away. Looking at the agony on this guy's face that was now fixed, Han Shao smiled with satisfaction like a farmer counting the harvest of an entire year. That's one. Tolian's been captured. Sagman was enraged. He looked at the mechanical deity, which had captured his teammate, and a sense of panic appeared in his mind. He did not even have to think to know that Tolian was definitely going to get a taste of the space-time amber, and he felt bad for him. Due to how uniquely tanky Black Star's main body was, they could not deal with Black Star the same way one would deal with other mechanics. There was only one path in front of them, which would take the most effort, to eliminate Black Star's mechanical army. However, Black Star was fighting on his own grounds. He had even burned his future potential. Given the unique combat style of mechanics, he was extremely powerful at this point, which was due to three key components: his mechanical deity, his elite apostle weapons, and his enormous mechanical army. The strength of mechanics in the later stages depended on their ability to fight multiple battles at once, creating a numerical advantage in one or more battles through the suitable distribution of their troops. In this battle, the mechanical deity had fought Sieran on even ground, restraining a peak beyond grade A. The mechanical army had restrained the many beyond grade As, and the apostle weapons had focused their fire on one target at a time to defeat them one by one. If this lasted any longer, he could not even estimate how many of them would be left there. In the past, Black Star's only strength was his regenerative ability. Now that his attack had become this strong, Sagman's impression of him became someone who was on a completely different level that gave him nothing but despair. "Your Excellency Kasui, what should we do now?" Sagman looked at his captain. In times like this, the person he trusted most was the leader of his team. But he did not know how much Kasui was holding back. Black Star only obtained this strength through burning his potential. It won't last long. The operation has failed. There's no point to continue fighting. We're retreating, Kasui said slowly. What about Tolian? Even you might not even be able to walk away. Why are you thinking about others? Kasui shook his head. Although he was the leader, he did not mind Black Star capturing some of them to vent his anger. The way he looked at it, since Black Star had burned his potential, the universal civilizations should give him some compensation. He was not the one paying for it anyway. All these beyond grade as coming to kill Hila had already insulted Black Star. If he could not vent his emotions, it would not align with Kasui and the Mechanic Emperor's plans. Chapter 1054, Retria. Chapter 1054, Retria. While the Arcane Church was tempted to retreat, Sieran, who was fighting intensely with the mechanical deity, received the same suggestion from his side. "Your Excellency Sieran, we should retreat now. The situation will only become worse for us. There's no point in fighting Black Star here while he burns his potential." Hades' tone was hasty. "That's right. Although more than 10 of us being forced to retreat by Black Star alone will damage our reputation, by analyzing the current situation, this is the best plan for now. Since he's paid such a huge price, it'd be best if we don't continue to fight with him." Morniza agreed as well. Sieran and the mechanical deity's attacks clashed a few more times before he backed away with a long face. Although he was not willing to admit it, the explosive power Black Star was displaying now was more than enough to match up to him. They would not be able to do much to each other anytime soon. The mechanical deity's energy consumption was terrifying, so normal mechanics would not be able to make it last this long, but Black Star could keep it running for a very long time. This meant that even if the battle between the two of them came to an end, it would take a very long time. The Church's side seemingly intended to retreat as well, so if they remained there to fight Black Star, they would receive all the pressure. Sieran was not afraid, but he could not fight in multiple areas like a mechanic could, so he could not help his teammates. The Federation never planned to fight Black Star head-on. Since the plan to capture Hila alive had failed, continuing to fight would only be a waste of effort. Sieran made the decision instantly and said with a deep voice, "Retreat. Preheat the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device." After he said that, he no longer continued fighting the mechanical deity and headed into the mechanical army. Using continuous pugilist shockwaves, he created an empty area within the countless mechanical soldiers. On the other side, Kasui stopped his act as well while helping his teammates to escape. His psychic energy swept all the mechanical army in his way to the side. The escape routes of the two sides were different. The Federation had brought their fleet along, so the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device was their way out. The Church had a small team, so only the beyond grade as had to escape themselves. As soon as they left the area affected by the space-time stabilization device, they would be able to escape with teleportation scrolls. Han Shao instantly noticed the shift in the target's goals. Both sides were heading out of the mechanical army in two different directions. The Federation and the Church both hoped that the other side would hold Black Star back, so of course, they would not be helping each other. There was also no way the church would take the Federation's Uber, or they would basically be leaving the wolf's den just to enter the tiger's cave. Their alliance is broken. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He controlled the mechanical deity and chased after the Federation's people. The mechanical army split in two, while the apostle weapons and mysterious energy host left the churches beyond grade as behind and focused on the Federation. Gathering all the combatants to focus on one side would have a better effect. One reason he chose to chase after the Federation was due to Kasui's favor, and another was because it would be too difficult to chase after the church. If Kasui stopped acting, his ability to restrain him would be incomparable. If he headed to chase after the church's people, he would most likely not be able to capture anyone at all. Kasui was just a doppelganger, so he could totally secure his teammates' escape without having to worry about his own safety, and his psychic energy would be more than enough to stop his entire army for some time. Comparatively, Sieran was just a pugilist who was powerful as an individual but had very limited AoE skills. He was not good at protecting his teammates and was there as his main body, so he could not miss his ride. With these factors all adding up, the Federation was clearly easier to deal with. Once the target was decided, Han Zhao locked onto a Federation beyond grade A and threw out an ability without hesitation. Virtual Paramount. Lone Ranger Jackernitz was using all kinds of mechanical weapons to fight the apostle weapons when his body suddenly became stiff, and his soul was trapped in the virtual world by Han Zhao. He had lost control of his body. In such dire situations, even the slightest carelessness would be fatal, not to mention being defenseless for more than 10 seconds. As a mechanical pugilist, the defense of his physical body could not match a true pugilist, nor did he have any true damage immunity talents. When the mechanical army and the apostle weapons swarmed toward him, his health plummeted. Han Zhao had chosen him because he was paper according to his data from the meeting of the gods. Swoosh! The mechanical deity extended its arm and grabbed Jackernitz. It then absorbed him into its body. When Jackernitz escaped from the control effect of virtual paramount and returned to his body, he instantly felt a strong sense of weakness. What he came back to was a body that was heavily wounded and completely controlled by the traps inside the mechanical deity, unable to move. Impossible! Jackernitz could not believe how quickly he had been defeated. He would be able to last longer even against the Mechanic Emperor's army. He knew that Black Star was extremely tanky, but why was his damage output so high too? Han Zhao was not surprised. The damage output of his mechanical army was definitely not low. Being a molding talent, legendary battle technique, could tear through any beyond grade as without a true damage immunity talent once his mechanical army could penetrate the shield and focus fire on the target. Even with how much health beyond grade as had, they would still not be able to handle this much damage. Jackernitz was sent beside Han Zhao's main body inside the mechanical deity. Han Zhao turned and glanced at him. You won't be able to run now that you're inside here. If you don't want to suffer more, don't resist. As soon as his sentence ended, countless barrels extended from the interior walls of the mechanical deity and aimed at Jackernitz. Under the mechanical helmet, Jackernitz could not help but smile bitterly. All right then, I couldn't beat Black Star to begin with, and now he's even sacrificing his potential for all this. I'd better accept my fate. At the same time, the Federation's beyond grade as outside witnessed the entire process, seeing Black Star easily capture Jackernitz like catching a newborn chick. Your Excellency Sieran, this Wumra could not help but say. Leave him. We can't save him. Sieran's expression was gloomy. He was seething with anger. Unlike Kasui, his main body was right there, so he could not afford to ignore his own safety. If he tried to save his teammate, he would not make it in time for the Federation's teleportation. And when the dynasty's reinforcements arrived, he would probably be done for. Therefore, no matter how furious he was, Sieran could only put up with it. At the same time, the church's members who were fleeing from the mechanical army in another direction also saw this. Initially, when Tolian was captured, Sagman and the others were all quite unhappy. So, when they saw that the Federation was suffering just as much, they felt much better. Like a great man once said, when something unlucky happens to someone, the best way to comfort him is not to pity him, but to make him see others just as unlucky as him. This was exactly how the church was feeling. This time, Kasui's eyes flickered slightly. He contemplated for a while but suddenly stopped and said, "You guys go first. I'm staying to do something." "What are you going to do?" Sagman was curious. Kasui turned to look in the Federation's direction, smiled faintly, and said, "The Federation has yet to return the 10,000 Deity Scepter. This is a good chance to teach them a lesson and take some interest from them." The others understood immediately. This was something only Kasui's doppelganger could do. What Kasui wanted to do was restrain the Federation's people and help Black Star capture even more beyond grade as of the Federation. He hoped that Black Star would capture more captives to vent his anger and get more compensation from the universal civilizations. Plus, it would be best for him not to sell out his teammates. Hence, the Federation was the best target. Furthermore, this was a very justifiable reason. He had been acting the whole time, but the Church would still compliment him for doing a great job, while at the same time, it would cancel out the loss they suffered through failing the mission and having one of them be captured. It was killing multiple birds with one stone. This was clearly the move of an experienced actor. Having thought of that, Kasui left Sagman and the others and headed right toward the Federation's people. At the same time, he privately communicated with Han Xiao. "Still remember the deal I suggested earlier? How about we work together?" Han Xiao was chasing after the Federation's people when he saw Kasui charging toward this battlefield. He was initially planning on trying to stop him, but when he heard this, even he was stunned and almost speechless. He had tons of things he could say, but he did not know what to say, so it all fused into one single sentence. "On behalf of the Federation, I thank you." With Kasui joining the battle, the situation changed instantly. Kasui's psychic energy swept past the members of the Federation one after another. Having been hit by such powerful mind attacks, many of them trembled all over, allowing the mechanical army to create an even tighter encirclement around them. The speed of them pushing through the mechanical army suddenly slowed down. Seeing this, Sieran was furious. "Kasui, when I invited you to work together with me to fight Black Star, didn't you say you were out of energy, you piece of sh*t? You goddamn actor." He did not expect the Arcane Church to play this dirty and help Black Star. "Don't look at me like that." Kasui's tone was calm. "During the Planet Lighthouse battle, you also stabbed us in the back. The situation back then was so similar to now. I'm simply doing the same thing you lot did. During the Planet Lighthouse battle, due to the Federation, the Church had been left in a passive situation. The Federation had even killed one of their beyond grade as and taken the 10,000 Deity Scepter. Hence, Kasui felt no guilt doing something like this. Sieran's expression was raging. With a furious roar, he headed back. Highly condensed pugilist flames appeared all around his body as he forced open a path. No mechanical soldier could stop him. He blew away countless mechanical soldiers and made his way to Crystal Soul. He then grabbed him and turned around to leave instantly, not caring about his other teammates. Sieran clearly knew that with Kasui helping Black Star, the Federation would undoubtedly suffer a huge loss, so he could only take damage control measures. Crystal Soul was a crystal life, so he was tiny. Plus, he had a universal treasure, so he was prioritized. Sieran brought Crystal Soul along and escaped right away. As for the others, there was nothing he could do. Morniza saw this and stopped fleeing. She controlled her mechanical army to secure the retreat instead. Although she could not match Han Zhao's army at all, it still more or less slowed down Han Zhao's mechanical army's speed. This way, those facing the most pressure became Hades and Wumra, who were left behind. Damn it! Hades was bleeding from his every orifice. He was also a psychic, but he was completely powerless in front of Kasui. He could no longer maintain his cool, and his face was filled with resentment. At this time, the mechanical deity's palm suddenly slammed down. Hades looked up. His vision was covered by this metal sky. It had not been long since Hades became a Beyond Grade A, so he was not very clear about the strength levels of the Beyond Grade as. When he saw this, he only had one thought in his mind. This is what true power looks like. The next moment, he blacked out and lost all his senses as the mechanical palm landed on him. Third, Han Xiao absorbed the unconscious Hades into the mechanical deity, then looked at Wumra. At this point, all the apostle weapons were attacking just Wumra. This pugilist style was different from Sieran and Garutan. It did not look rough and powerful but very smooth and natural, like a martial arts master. Instead of melee combat, he seemed to be better at mid-ranged shockwave attacks. His pugilist flames never stopped burning, as if they had no end. The light blue flames circled around him like a shield, continuously repelling the apostle weapon's attacks. His movements were neither fast nor slow. Every move he made launched a shockwave. Even in such a dire situation, Wumra did not look like he was being overpowered. However, with no chance of turning the tables, his defeat was just a matter of time. Seeing that Sieran and Crystal Soul were escaping further while he had no way out, he decided not to escape and stay there to secure their way out with Morniza. The mechanical deity waved its hands, shattering tons of enemy mechanical soldiers and the unmanned fleet of the Federation, quickly destroying Morniza's fragile lord's avatar. Wumra was left alone, and not long after, he was also captured alive due to the attacks of the Apostle Weapons, Mysterious Energy Host, and Hila. Nonetheless, them staying there was not meaningless. Sieran and Crystal Soul had already escaped into the Federation of Light's fleet, and the multidimensional sky opening transportation device's preheating was complete. Two enormous mechanical rings span at an extremely quick speed, faster and faster, till the afterimages formed a sphere that shrouded the area around the fleet. Sieran turned back one last time, glared at Kasui, and then looked at Han Shao. Black Star, you captured our people. The Federation won't let this go easily. Just you wait. Buzz. The speed of the two rings suddenly stopped, and the fleet inside the sphere area disappeared, leaving only the unmanned fleet and the mechanical army behind. The next moment, the multidimensional sky opening transportation device activated the self-destruction sequence and exploded. As the Federation's people left, the atmosphere became much quieter. Only two escaped on the Federation's side. Han Shao stopped. His eyes sparkled as he looked in another direction, where the few beyond grade as of the church had already fled. This time, Kasui's voice sounded in his mind. What, after capturing 3 Federation beyond grade as and 1 church beyond grade, are you still not satisfied? Han Shao looked at Kasui and saw his calm expression. Thanks. Han Shao deactivated the mechanical deity and nodded at Kasui. Without Kasui's help, he would have captured 3 beyond grade as at most. He had managed to capture 4 and destroy 2 mechanic avatars, meaning he basically defeated half of all the enemies. The main reason he had achieved this was the character summon cards he used, but other than that, Hila's help and the Spacetime Amber were also crucial factors. That was especially so for the Spacetime Amber, which blocked a ton of long-range attacks so he could put more effort into attacking, at the same time discouraging everyone from rushing his main body. Furthermore, he also had to rely on it to seal beyond grade as, basically, at least 20 to 30% of the battle merit belonged to the Spacetime Amber. He had to say Ravenlaud's should-be treasure was really very useful. Although 2 of the 4 beyond grade as captures were newborn noobs and the other 2 were not particularly strong, they were still beyond grade as they all had molding talents, so it all depended on Fiden this time. Freewabove.com. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. As Han Shao saw that Kasui had been staring at him, he retrieved the mechanical army that was chasing after the church's people. The spacetime stabilization device was already gone by this point, so he directly activated the secondary dimensional army box and stuffed his remaining mechanical army in. He then used Dimension Factory to collect the parts all over the place to do repairs. While doing this, Han Shao casually asked, "What are you going to do next? Continue to escort the church's people out?" When they arrive at a safe place with teleportation scrolls, I'll release this doppelganger. You won't chase after them anymore, will you? Kasui smiled faintly while sighing in his mind. When was the last time anyone achieved something this incredible in this entire universe? When the results of this battle spread, God knows how much of a sensation it will cause. I've promised you, so I won't go back on my word. By the way, let me show you something. Han Shao waved and called Hila over. Are you okay? Hila stared at Han Zhao's face and did not bother looking at Kasui at all. Although Kasui had come to help earlier, from the way she looked at it, the people of the church were still enemies. She did not know this was an Oscar-winning Best Actor. I'm fine. Han Shao shook his head and said with a serious tone, Ames is being attacked in Black Star Palace. Go back to help her and then send Silver Shadow over. Hila was confused. What do you mean? How am I going to go back to help her? I have some new technology that can teleport you back. Han Zhao's entire body started to glow. The king left his body with loud clanks and attached itself automatically onto Hila, while still being connected to Han Zhao's mechanical force. After many private tests, Han Zhao knew the mechanics of the king like the back of his hand. The king itself was a mechanic-only equipment, and the teleportation function of the throne was targeted at the user who was wearing the mechanical suit. However, if he maintained his mechanical force linked to the king through the quantum infinite distance transmission channel, even if someone else was in the mechanical suit, Han Zhao would still be able to activate this function and teleport the wearer of the mechanical suit to a fixed location. The throne was about to arrive at the Black Star Palace, so Hila would be teleported right back to his base. Han Zhao turned around and realized that Kasui was looking at this with interest. Hence, he purposely activated a space-time stabilization device to cover the area. Then, Han Zhao snapped his fingers, and the king disappeared without a trace right under Kasui's nose. Kasui's expression suddenly changed into shock. This is multidimensional sky opening transportation? When did you learn the Federation's technology? It's not multidimensional sky opening transportation. It's another technology, but the results are similar. It can also penetrate the restrictions of space-time stabilization devices and disruptors, Han Zhao said calmly. Why didn't you use this earlier? Kasui said with resignation. If we knew you had this technology before, why would we even come to attack Hila? I only recently obtained this technology. Han Zhao nodded. Looking at Kasui's expression, he knew that he had achieved his goal. He deliberately showcased the teleportation ability of the king to let others know that he had this technology. Otherwise, if the Federation and the Church did not give up, they might attack Hila again in the future, and he could not possibly always keep Hila hidden. Showing this trump card at this time would let the outside world know that Hila could escape any time when attacked by enemies she could not win against. This way, the Federation and the Church would give up on this plan, and this incident would not repeat itself. In that case, Hila would be in a much safer situation, and no one would want to target her. Swoosh! At this time, the king appeared once again. The mechanical suit opened, showing Silver Shadow, who was still lost. Black Star? What is this place? Silver Shadow was still confused as to what was happening. Stop talking. I don't have much time and I need to borrow your body. When I'm done, I'll let you use the evolution cube. Han Zhao patted Silver Shadow's shoulders, dragged him away, and was about to leave. Kasui was a little surprised. It's all over. Where are you going now? It's not over for me yet. While my explosive powers are still here, I have another target I need to deal with. Who? Kasui was curious. Han Zhao turned his head sideways and said with a deep voice, Beast Ancestor. Garuten, Chapter 1055 Silver Shadow Uber. Chapter 1055 Silver Shadow Uber. A few minutes prior, evil convergence had appeared outside Black Star Palace, gradually changing the properties of the space around while continuously expanding. Within the affected area, the defense fleet continuously fired at the countless tentacles around, destroying one after another, only for more to appear again like they were endless. According to some studies that supported the energy conservation theory of all energy in the universe, the conservation of energy operated between multiple dimensions. In many tests in galactic civilizations, there would be examples of energy suddenly disappearing or appearing out of nowhere, and most of those were caused by the energy shift between the main universe and other dimensions. Freebnovel.com. There were many ways a secondary dimension could be projected into the main universe. The method that Traveler used treated the secondary dimension like a bucket of water, and he opened a hole at the bottom of it to let the water inside flow into the main universe, causing corrosion. Traveler did not put much effort into it. He only opened a hole. The rest came naturally from the secondary dimension itself and exceeded the capabilities of individual power. Therefore, this was extremely difficult to stop, and the fleet at Black Star Palace would not be able to solve this problem very soon. In the middle of the battlefield, Ames was fighting intensely with Traveler. Powerful force fields clashed with the energy of evil convergence time after time, creating enormous aftershocks. The force field Esper ability was good with defense and controlling. Together with her void talents, despite Traveler having the upper hand, he could not penetrate Ames' defenses. However, Ames was not happy about it at all. The evil convergence is his territory. He has infinite energy here and can make me use my energy without fear. Dragging the battle out isn't beneficial for me, Ames analyzed. She had to admit that Traveler was quite strong. He would be among the upper middle tier even in the 3 universal civilizations. Although she had also become stronger in the past 20 years, she was still not strong enough to fight someone this powerful alone. Your resistance is futile. Your defeat is just a matter of time. With increased corrosion of the evil convergence, Traveler's aura became more and more evil. Ames ignored him and focused on controlling the force field to deal with the purple-green energy tentacles everywhere. In Black Star Palace's watchtower, the various officers had serious looks on their faces. With the defense measures of Black Star Palace, they were not worried about the damage the Traveler might cause. What they were worried about was how Ames did not look like she was in a good situation. They kept commanding more fleets to join the battle to provide support. Silver Shadow had a poker face but was very tempted deep down. Although the Black Star Army's officers did not ask him for help, seeing that Ames was at a disadvantage, he felt that it was time for him to put on a show. At this moment, a few spaceships with the Black Star Army's symbol appeared from afar and approached. Have these transport ships steer away from the battlefield and return from another direction, Herluz said. These returning spaceships had been marked as transport ships long ago. Everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield at the moment and did not bother with the transport ships. They only glanced at them and went back to watching the battle between Ames and Traveler. However, the next moment an alarm rang on the radar. Alert! Alert! Beyond Grade A energy source detected. What? The various officers present were shocked. They quickly looked at the radar and realized that the energy source was in the transport ships. Another enum. They were instantly nervous. However, before they could respond, what happened next stunned all the officers. Buzz! The familiar death energy gushed out from the transport ship like a tsunami. Hila stepped on the tide and quickly approached Black Star Palace. Deputy Army Commander Hila. Sis. They were stunned, and Aurora was even stupefied. Aren't you at the front lines? How did you suddenly appear here? If not because of the mind link, Aurora might have thought that this Hila was a fake. However, the most stunned person was Traveler. When he saw this, the maddened laugh he had on his face stiffened instantly. What the hell? Why is Hila here? His mission was to divert Black Star's attention and help those who were attacking Hila to restrain Black Star. But since Hila was there, what were those people attacking? Air? What am I even trying to restrain here? He could not figure out what was going on at all, so in the end, he blamed it all on Sorokin. What a scam. Giving me false information. Since Hila had appeared there was no point continuing the mission. He did not want to continue fighting the Black Star Army. Traveler decisively gave up on attacking Ames and instantly fled. Of course, Ames was not going to let him leave easily. Her focus shifted from defense to attack instantly. Hila glared at Traveler but did not instantly join the battle. She remembered Han Zhao's words and quickly entered the watchtower. She had no time to talk to the confused officers and headed right to Silver Shadow. Wear this mechanical suit. Black Star wants to see you. Ha! Silver Shadow was at a loss. No time to explain. Get in. Hila deactivated the king, and it automatically attached itself onto Silver Shadow. The next moment, Silver Shadow disappeared without a trace. After this was completed, Hila finally had the time to take a deep breath. The officers around approached her immediately. Why are you here? Where's His Excellency Black Star? Hadavi asked. When this matter was brought up, Hila felt a pain in her heart, and her expression sank. The impression she gave to the army officers had always been cold, proud, and powerful. Therefore, when she looked this hurt, the officers were all shocked and started guessing with a pessimistic mindset. Did something horrible happen to their commander? Sis. Aurora noticed Hila's sorrowful emotions and held her hand with a worried look on her face. I owe him too much. Hila closed her eyes and clenched her teeth as if she was talking to herself. How can I ever pay you back for what you've done for me? At this time, Han Shao led Silver Shadow away from the wrecked frontline stronghold. The players and the other warriors would take care of cleaning up the battlefield. He wanted to make some trouble for Garutan while the effects of the character summon cards still lasted. Hila was attacked, and the information had come from Garutan. Although, given how unique Hila's ability was, she would have experienced this sooner or later. This did not mean that Han Shao would let Garutan off easy. On the way to Garutan's territory, Han Shao gave Silver Shadow his request. You want to use my body? Silver Shadow's face was filled with dismay. He could not understand the king's effects, nor did he dare ask. He was originally confused as to why he had been summoned there by Black Star. Now, when he heard what Han Shao said, he panicked completely. So, this is the kind of person you really are, Black Star. My body is what you wanted. That's what I meant, but I feel like you've misunderstood something, Han Shao said with resignation. I just want you to help me. Treat it as a deal to use the evolution cube. You startled me. I thought you wanted to capture me and make me a special weapon like the Mechanic Emperor does. Silver Shadow was relieved. Oh, that's not entirely wrong. Han Shao coughed, changed the topic, and said seriously, your body has a hidden characteristic. When you awaken it, you can turn yourself into a special universal treasure. This is exactly what I need you to do, to transform and help me. How do you know that? Silver Shadow was curious. Even he did not know about that himself, so how did someone else know more about his own body than him? Remember the first time we met? When we sparred, I controlled your body and did a detailed scan. Back then, I noticed that there's a secret hidden in your body. You might have undergone some kind of mutation when turning into a beyond grade A. Han Shao started to use his talent for deception without breaking a sweat. The truth was, he had poked Silver Shadow long ago and seen his attributes, which already had the ability to become a universal treasure inside. However, normal people did not have the interface, so they could not know all their own abilities like the players, and Silver Shadow was one such example. He did not know that he had such an ability. In a situation like this, as long as he guided him to make him notice this hidden ability, he might be able to use it straight away. All right then, what should I do? Silver Shadow barely accepted this explanation. Try to sense while thinking about it? Han Shao did not have an exact method. In the past, Silver Shadow did not think about anything related to this at all, but now that he made him realize that, he might be able to awaken this ability instantly. Doubtful, Silver Shadow held on to the thought of transforming into a universal treasure and controlled his body to slowly change shape. His silver body quickly turned into a pile of liquid metal that constantly changed shape as he looked for the right feeling. After some time, the pile of liquid metal suddenly gave off a strange energy. Silver Shadow actively crawled up Han Zhao's body. The silver liquid metal shrouded Han Zhao's entire body and turned him into a silver man. I really do have this ability. Silver Shadow was shocked by himself. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He looked at the notification on the interface and smiled with satisfaction. Didn't I tell you? You did have hidden potential. The interface was showing that Silver Shadow had already turned into universal treasure-grade equipment and he was wearing it, which allowed him to share Silver Shadow's incredible defense and speed, while at the same time giving him quite a few new abilities. Furthermore, wearing Silver Shadow felt very comfortable, like sitting inside a luxurious car. On the other side, experiencing this new feeling, Silver Shadow made a decision. He had to become closer to Black Star. This guy easily saw his potential, which he did not even see himself. If he could get Black Star to help him explore the mysteries of his body, his growth would definitely be much quicker. Having found his hidden potential, Silver Shadow was very content. He did not mind lending his body to Han Shao and letting him control it as he wanted. The two of them practiced for a while. Han Shao gradually familiarized himself with the controls of this luxurious car, and he loved it. Let's go. Then he dashed right forward. Bang! Silver Shadow's speed-up ability erupted. Han Shao's speed increased as if it had no limits as he turned into a silver meteor and disappeared into cosmic space. Somewhere in the star cluster, A teleportation gate formed in the cosmic space and spat out 3 people. We've finally escaped. Sagman's tense body finally relaxed. He looked toward the battlefield with a complicated expression. Black Star's explosive strength was really scary. If I ran only a little slower, I would have been captured. They could not help but be glad that Black Star had chased after the Federation instead of them. He turned around and exchanged looks with Taylor and Mercer. The 3 of them had the same thought. That was close to being captured a second time. His Excellency Kasui is so wise. He turned around to help Black Star deal with the Federation, which not only restrained Black Star but also caused more damage to the Federation. Although the mission failed, His Excellency Kasui definitely made a huge contribution, Taylor said. Every time they thought of how tragic the result was for the Federation, the 3 of them felt joy in their hearts and more respect for Kasui's wise decision. But Tolian has been captured by Black Star too, which is a problem. Sagman shook his head. That's nothing. He'll just suffer a little. When he's released, we'll have something else to talk about. Haha, you're right. Although they had lost a teammate, the 3 of them did not mind it too much. The atmosphere was lively and uplifting. However, on the Federation side, it was the complete opposite. After the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device brought the Federation's fleet back to their territory, the upper echelon who was waiting at the location to receive Hila was stunned to see the state of the returning team. 6 beyond grade as left, but only 2 of you returned. Hearing the outraged question from the upper echelon, Sieran was extremely ashamed. If he had fought Black Star head-on without considering the consequences, he was certain that he could have matched up to Black Star even in that state. Sadly, pugilists were like sharp blades. All their strength was condensed in their bodies, so protecting his teammates was something he really was not good at. Thinking of the fact that so many beyond grade teammates had been lost under his lead, Sieran was trembling with rage. This is beyond embarrassing. Manison will surely laugh about this. The upper echelons will definitely feel that my ability to lead a team is much weaker than Manison's, so they will have to rely more on him. And that asterisk Shoal Kasui. If not for him, the Federation would not have suffered this much of a loss. Sieran clenched his teeth. Kasui, just you wait. Manison will certainly come for you. Near a certain Stargate station in the Emerald Star Cluster, a fleet was fighting a mechanical army. The most conspicuous thing on the battlefield was a silhouette that was covered in dark brown pugilist flames. It was Beast Ancestor Garutan. His opponents were more than a dozen apostle weapons of the Mechanic Emperor that had various appearances and were quite powerful. When working together, they were able to stall Garutan. Ever since Garutan came to rescue his fleet, the 2 sides had been embroiled in a bitter fight. Mechanic Emperor, there's no point trying to stop me, Garutan said while fighting with the apostle weapons. Black Star's frontline stronghold was attacked. Hila might already be dead. Even if you don't let me destroy the target stations, the dynasty's reinforcements won't make it in time. Hila's death is certain. At this point, he still did not know what had happened, and his impression of the situation there remained at when Sorokin told him Hila was in a dire situation. Destroying the surrounding Stargate stations felt unnecessary to him. He still did not think Hila would have any chance of getting through this disaster. Manison did not respond at all. The apostle weapons simply did their job and fought Garutan. Seeing that Manison did not respond, Garutan was even more irritated. Are you going to let my men go or not? Again, Manison did not respond. You really don't know when to give up, do you? Just wait, the news of Hila being killed will get here very quickly. By then, you'll know that everything you're doing now is meaningless. Garutan was extremely annoyed. Manison still did not respond, but he quietly blocked all information sent to Garutan from the outside world using his virtual technology. It was not that no one had told Garutan what happened, but he could not receive any messages from the outside world. The abilities of a virtual mechanic were extremely difficult to notice, so Garutan had no idea at all. He was still submerged in the joy of having successfully gotten revenge. Manison ignoring Garutan made him clench his teeth. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly had a feeling. He looked into the distance with a confused expression. A silver meteor entered his sights at an unbelievable speed and quickly approached. A strange sense of danger appeared in Garutan's mind. Chapter 1056 The Rue. Chapter 1056 The Rue. Such powerful energy, what is that? It seems to be coming for me. Garutan was shocked. This silver meteor clearly did not come with friendly intentions. Garutan's expression changed slightly. He did not want to allow this strange object to get close to him. While dealing with the Mechanic Emperor's mechanical army, he was able to send a dark brown shockwave blast toward the silver meteor. However, this silver meteor dodged the shockwave easily using its speed advantage like a race car with a professional driver. Seeing that ranged attacks did nothing to the silver meteor and that it was still locked onto him, Garutan suddenly released energy around him, blowing the apostle weapons around him away. He then compressed his pugilist flames to increase his strength and charged toward that silver meteor. Two meteors with different colors got closer at an extremely high speed, colliding. In that instant, the radars on all the Beast Ancestor spaceships reacted to it, showing that the energy impact had exceeded the peak. At the location where these two clashed, a blinding light appeared like a flickering sun. The thick, dark brown pugilist flames suddenly exploded like a rock that was shattered by a hammer. Garutan's body then flew out, spinning like a gyroscope. The blood he spat out was evaporated by the energy aftershock created from the clash. The moment of the clash, Garutan's mind seemed to have stopped working for an instant. All he could feel was a blinding light, and when he regained focus, he realized that his body was being pushed out uncontrollably. Ever since he became a peak beyond grade A, he had rarely come across anything that he could not stop. However, the terrifying kinetic in this silver meteor made him feel as if he was an ordinary man trying to stop a train. Pugilists were used to enduring direct hits, but the power of this clash still exceeded Garutan's expectations. He could feel every nerve in his body trembling and sending the signal of pain to his brain. He was appalled. Such terrifying strength. Who is this guy? Garutan had no idea. After flying quite far, he finally stabilized himself and quickly checked his condition. He realized that this clash had dealt him some damage, which made him very serious and cautious. As he looked over and finally saw the appearance of the silver meteor after it stopped, his expression changed drastically. Black Star. After ramming Garutan away, Han Shao had stepped on the brakes and told Silver Shadow to open the car windows to show his handsome face. He was coldly looking at Garutan's astounded expression. We meet again, Beast Ancestor. How can you be here? Aren't you in Black Star Palace? All kinds of possibilities flashed through Garutan's mind. Could it be that something happened to the mission targeting Hila? Seeing Han Zhao's strange silver shell, Garutan was filled with questions. The progress of the matter seemed to have deviated from his expectations. He was dying to know what had actually happened. What's Sorokin doing? Why has he still not notified me of what happened? I know what you've done, Han Shao said slowly. Hila is safe now, and your plan has failed. Stop fantasizing about it. Garutan frowned. Although he had no idea how Hila had managed to survive, Black Star had no need to lie to him about something like this. Plus, seeing how calm Black Star was, he knew that this was most likely true. Garutan instantly became unhappy. Knowing that Hila was not dead, he was disappointed. So, you came just for me? Han Shao narrowed his eyes. Back then, you provoked us to start a fight. Then, after you realized your lifespan was reduced, you leaked this information to the Federation and the Church, hoping to borrow their power to aid in your goal. Now that this is exposed, you know what's going to happen, don't you? Garutan frowned. His secret plan did not succeed, and now he had been completely exposed. Even though he saw Han Shao as an enemy, he still felt embarrassed. Garutan was not one to explain. Since the enemy had found out, he did not plan to hide it any longer. He suppressed his emotions and snorted. What? Have you come to make me pay? Like I said, if you want to play, I'll play with you all you like. You don't look like someone who doesn't have the balls to play. So there's only one way to solve this problem, and I'm sure you know what it is. Han Zhao's tone was calm. Humph, so it still ends up being a conversation with fists. Garutan knew that a fight was unavoidable, and flames appeared once again on his body. In the end, conspiracies and plots just aren't my thing as I expected. Fighting enemies head-on is still the best. Although he had taken some damage earlier, Garutan was not afraid at all. They were both peak beyond grade as they all hand trump cards, so there was no reason for him to be scared. He took a deep breath and used his energy to enhance the production of cells, quickly healing his wounds. Pugilists had extreme control over their bodies, and when they reached the peak beyond grade A level, their regenerative ability could not possibly be horrible. I did not fight you last time. Today I can make up for it. What you've done has spread throughout the universe. Now show me what you're really capable of. Garutan's eyes were glowing as he spoke in a tone that was overflowing with his will to battle. He still did not know about how Hila was rescued and had no idea of what Han Xiao had just been able to achieve, so his impression of Han Xiao remained as Han Xiao's strength in the past. This time, Garutan suddenly recalled Manison, who was at the side, and his heart sank a little. Garutan was not afraid if the enemy was just Black Star, but if the Mechanic Emperor participated too, it would not be good for him at all. He uncontrollably looked over and was glad to see that Manison's troops were retreating, clearly expressing he had no intention to interfere with this battle. Han Xiao also looked at the Mechanic Emperor's army that was gradually leaving and murmured in his mind, "This Manison sent me Garutan's coordinates but didn't pick up my call. Is he trying to show a friendly gesture while at the same time letting me deal with Garutan for him so that he can remain uninvolved in all this?" Han Xiao shook his head. It did not matter what Director Manison planned to do. He had to fight this battle. There was no way he would let the root cause of all this off easy. The effects of the character summon cards could still last for quite some time, so he should be able to deal with Garutan in his current state. Swoosh! As the secondary dimensional army box opened, the sea-like mechanical army swarmed out. Garutan was fearless as he charged into the endless mechanical army. As soon as the battle started and the overwhelming pressure came, Garutan immediately felt that something was wrong. "Wait! Why is your army?" Garutan's eyes opened wide with surprise. He had once felt Black Star's energy level personally and had a rough estimate of Han Xiao's strength. Now, however, the actual strength Han Xiao was displaying far exceeded his estimate and shocked him. How can this be? How has Black Star become this much stronger in just 1 or 2 months? At this time, Han Xiao's main body advanced instead of backing off and went into melee combat range. Fists clashed with each other, and a powerful force was transmitted through Garutan's arm. Feeling the energy that was almost as strong as his, Garutan was even more shocked. "Why is your strength also? You have too many questions." Han Xiao's movements were so fast, as if he had become a phantom. While Garutan was shocked, he whipped his leg and kicked Garutan, sending him flying. Just as riders could become stronger using their horses, Han Xiao also received attribute bonuses while riding Silver Shadow. Silver Shadow was a pugilist, so both his strength and dexterity were high. He also had a special defensive advantage. Boundless power came from Silver Shadow's body. Han Xiao's main body temporarily received attribute bonuses that were comparable to a pugilist. In addition to his own attributes, his melee combat capabilities were dramatically enhanced. Although still not as strong as a peak beyond grade A pugilist, it was more than enough. In his previous life, pugilists like Carlet became much stronger when using Silver Shadow, while he used Silver Shadow to enhance his speed and defenses. Melee range combat was not the main damage method of his main body. At the same time, the Dynasty's reinforcement fleet flew out from a Stargate station at another location. "We've finally arrived near Black Star's stronghold. We have to hurry. Every second we waste puts Hila's life in more danger." Raven Loudy hurried the others. This time, Kant closed his eyes as if he had received a message. He then opened his eyes with a strange expression and said, "We don't have to hurry there anymore. Black Star has solved the problem." Hearing this, Raven Loudy was stunned. Impossible! How did he solve such a dangerous situation? There. This is the intelligence the Black Star army sent. Kant displayed the information he had received, which recorded the battle process. After finishing looking at the intelligence, Bayoni was filled with shock. To think that Black Star actually had such a powerful trump card that allowed him to fight more than 10 beyond grade as at once. It's unbelievable. It's mainly because the Federation and the Church had no choice but to escape while dragging each other back, which gave Black Star an opportunity to defeat them one by one. Nonetheless, this achievement is indeed way too horrifying, Kant sighed. But burning his potential is not worth it for someone like him with such a bright future. This will definitely affect his growth. Alas, the dynasty will compensate Black Star for the loss he has suffered this time. This time, Baoni was reminded of the joke Kant made earlier. On the way, Kant had said that he would be able to fight all the enemies alone. That was supposedly a joke, but Black Star had done just that. Incredible. Baoni respected Black Star from the bottom of his heart. On the other side, when Ravenlouty saw this news, his entire body stiffened. He initially wanted to turn the tables when he arrived and make Black Star owe him a favor, but to his absolute shock, Black Star solved an almost certainly lethal situation like this all by himself. Doesn't this mean I've wasted another trip and got nothing for it? Ravenlouty lost all motivation instantly. All he wanted to do was turn into a slime and cower in the corner till the end of the world. Since the matter is already solved, what should we do now? Shall we go take a look at Black Star's stronghold or return right away? Kohler asked. Kant shook his head. Neither. Black Star seems to be fighting Garuten now. Since we're here, let's go and see if we can be of any use. Inside Beast Ancestor's stronghold palace, Sorokin's manifestation held a communicator in his hands and walked back and forth while mumbling. Weird. Why hasn't Garuten replied to my messages? Did something happen? Sorokin suddenly had a bad feeling about Garuten's situation. Chapter 1057A VIP. Chapter 1057A VIP. Boom! As silver and dark brown fists clashed, shockwaves exploded. Garuten was once again blown away by Han Zhao's charge, endless potential. Han Zhao did not use his mechanical deity but his main body to fight in melee range instead. Once his charge, endless potential was off cooldown, he would back away and farm the distance traveled for the next powerful attack. Despite trying to stop him, Garuten was still held back by the formidable mechanical army. Without the restriction of the space-time stabilization anchors, Han Zhao's soldiers continuously swarmed out from his secondary dimensional army box and dimension factory. Currently, the mechanical army's main task was to restrain and damage the enemies. The combat capability of a peak beyond grade A pugilist was exceptional, so Garuten did not have too hard a time being surrounded. Nonetheless, he was quite troubled by the mechanical army. Not to mention the fact that there was someone on the side who came charging at him every once in a while. In the chaotic encirclement, everywhere Garuten went, tons and tons of mechanical soldiers were destroyed. Feeling the pain of his muscles healing from the wounds suffered earlier, Garuten was irritated. Originally, closing the distance was the best strategy for a pugilist when fighting a mechanic, but in this situation, he did not even want Han Zhao to get close to him. The charge, endless potential, was way too annoying for him. It caused him to be unable to control the tempo of the battle. Every time he saw Han Zhao lurking around on the side, Garuten would uncontrollably yell in his mind, "Don't come any closer." On the other side, despite having a slight advantage, Han Zhao's situation was not too optimistic. A pugilist's way of fighting was not flashy. It was pure and direct. However, when they reached the peak beyond grade A level, this pureness would transform and make their body indestructible. My tankiness is at the top among mechanics, which is mainly thanks to my strong regenerative ability. Nonetheless, I can't underestimate the regenerative ability of a peak beyond grade A pugilist. Plus, his health is even higher than mine. Pugilists had a ton of talents that gave them endurance. Their own class gave them more bonuses as well. At the peak beyond grade A level, no class could compete with pugilists in terms of sheer health. Even Han Zhao and Milizhao's were no exception. Furthermore, peak beyond grade A pugilists might also have overpowered regenerative abilities like his. They were the true official tank warriors. Before this, Sieran had to fight while running, and he was burdened by his teammates. This was Han Zhao's first time fighting a peak beyond grade A pugilist toe-to-toe. Even though he was at his peak, defeating Garuten as easily as defeating normal beyond grade A pugilists was absolutely impossible. The two of them fought intensely, while far away, Beast Ancestor's fleet was hesitating. Father is fighting. Should we help? Inside the bridge of the command ship, the crew's eyes all focused on one of the Calamity Grade officers. This person was one of the direct offspring of Garutan, the captain of this fleet. His name was Byram. That's a battle of beyond grade as, "It's not suitable for us to interfere, I think," Byram said hesitantly. "Black Star is here for revenge. It's not a one-on-one spar. The battle is looking tough for Father. We shouldn't just watch him get beaten up," another Calamity Grade officer said. "But we won't be of much use in battles like this. Just the aftershocks of their battle will cost us huge losses." Byram frowned. "We would at least be of some help. Every little helps. Father might need us." Byram turned to look at him. As he expected, he saw burning passion in this person's eyes. Naturally, not all of Garutan's children agreed with his way of raising his offspring, and their faction was not completely united. Although Garutan was their father, they had many different mothers, which led to the internal structure of the faction being unstable. The stand Garutan's children had could be classified into 3 types. Byram was neutral. All he did was follow the rules and orders. He called Garutan father, but he did not have much, if any, sense of belonging to the faction. The officer who kept persuading him to interfere with the battle was one of the loyal ones. freewebnovel.com. While Byram thought about what to do, a huge fleet arrived from afar. Their exterior armor had the symbol of Beast Ancestor. This was the fleet that had come from the stronghold to back up Beast Ancestor after realizing that something was wrong. Finally, Byram was relieved. The 2 sides quickly gathered, and the various officers met. Since the reinforcements had already arrived, Byram could no longer just watch on the side. He shook his head and said, "Now we have enough strength to interfere with this battle. Our goal won't be to destroy the mechanical troops, just hold back some of them to reduce the pressure on Father. Let's go." The fleet split up and gradually approached the battlefield. Han Shao noticed this as well. He glanced at the fleet and frowned. During the exploration era, beyond grade as getting killed by fleets was nothing new. Even though beyond grade as were extremely strong, they could not completely ignore large fleets. If Beast Ancestor's troops stepped into this battle, it would indeed cause some trouble for him. Although he was a virtual mechanic, he still had to gradually hack the enemies, which meant that his focus would be diverted. At the same time, he would also have to send some of his mechanical armies to fight the fleet, so Garutan would immediately face much less pressure. It would not be a problem if it was just an ordinary enemy, but Garutan was the same grade as him, so any tiny change in the situation would be enlarged and made use of. Most of the fleet from Black Star's stronghold was still cleaning the battlefield, and Han Shao had given an order for them to send part of the fleet there to back him up when he left to go to Garutan. However, Silver Shadow was too fast. The others were left behind and were still on their way. Suddenly, magic energy appeared out of nowhere. Buzz! As Beast Ancestor's fleet was about to interfere, an enormous teleportation gate suddenly appeared, followed by a stream of battleships with the Dynasty's symbol, stopping Beast Ancestor's fleet in its path. The Dynasty's people are finally here. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Although the Dynasty could not make it to rescue Hila, they ended up being useful now. Better late than never. Very soon, the reinforcements of the Dynasty had all arrived. Ravenloudy was the last to fly out of the teleportation gate. He swung his staff and deactivated this huge teleportation spell. Having seen the situation, Kant smiled. "Looks like we've arrived just in time." This accident was a surprise for Han Shao but a shock to the Beast Ancestor's subordinates. "Stop immediately!" Numerous beyond grade A energy sources appeared on the radar of the spaceships. Byram was horrified and quickly told his fleet to stop, not daring to continue advancing. The fleet stopped against the Dynasty's fleet. He became hesitant again. Kant and the others did not care about Beast Ancestor's fleet. They all turned to look at the battlefield. Seeing the strength Han Shao was displaying, they were all appalled. Black Star during his explosive state is on a much higher level compared to his usual state, Kohler said with a sigh. Sadly, the price of such power is too huge. Kant contacted Han Shao, smiled, and asked, "How is it? Do you need help?" "Not letting him escape will do," Han Shao replied very soon. This was a private matter, as well as a rare opportunity for him to build a reputation. So Han Shao planned to fight Garuten alone. Since the dynasty's allies had arrived, they could prevent others from interfering and create an undisturbed one-on-one battle, as well as prevent Garuten from escaping. Since you don't need us to interfere, we will respect your wishes. Kant had no problem with this decision. Following Han Zhao's request, he ordered the fleet to split up and form an encirclement. Seeing that he was surrounded by enemies, Garuten's expression turned grave. He knew there was no backing away now. Did he regret it? A little bit. However, he did not dwell on it. What was done was done. He was not going to think about the what-ifs. There was no point in overthinking anything. Garuten just continued to launch even more powerful attacks, using all his strength without holding back. Let me see all you've got, Black Star. At the same time, Byram's fleet on the side did not dare attack the dynasty's fleet. They could only watch while the dynasty set up the encirclement right under their noses and do nothing as their boss got beaten up and surrounded. Seeing the dynasty's stand on this matter, the various officers, including Byram, all felt uneasy. They had a feeling that the person they depended on might collapse. Father has nowhere to run. The dynasty has made up their mind on capturing him. We can't watch Father get captured by the dynasty. But how can we help? There are many dynasty beyond grade as here. Us going in is just suicide. Is there even a way to solve this situation? Who can help us? Can the protectors of the galactic black market help? Impossible. They're definitely not looking to interfere in something this big. As a protector of the galactic black market, Garuten had to rely on himself, and now he was alone. In situations like this, there was not going to be anyone like the beyond grade A allies of the three universal civilizations appearing to help him. The same thought hit all of them, including Byram, simultaneously. We're done for. Having realized this possibility, some of the officers and the crew started to have other thoughts. Other than the loyal ones and the neutral ones, the rest were the rebels. Some of the offspring of Beast Ancestor hated their identity and their father, Garuten. They felt that they were offspring on paper but actually just slaves. They had always been following the Beast Ancestor's orders on the surface but would be more than glad to see Beast Ancestor killed in their hearts. Seeing that Garuten was now facing the revenge of such a powerful enemy, these people were overjoyed. The ambition in their hearts kept expanding. A teleportation gate suddenly appeared in a rural area of the flickering world, and Traveler stepped out from it. I finally got out. Traveler heaved a sigh of relief. He was quite wounded. He had flown for a very long time till he finally got out of the range of the Black Star's fleet stabilization anchor. On the way, he had been chased by Ames and Hila and was heavily wounded. Luckily, in the end, he escaped Black Star's territory through teleportation. Traveler took out his communicator and contacted the person in charge of the Superstar Cluster Alliance. The developments of the situation have deviated from the plan. Hila somehow returned to the Black Star Palace. Our plan has failed. We expected that. Black Star burned his potential in exchange for astonishing strength. Not only did he force the troops of the Federation and the Church to retreat, he even captured many beyond grade as. This message has yet to spread to the outside world. Only high-level organizations know about it now. Your Excellency Traveler, it's fine as long as you're okay. I see. Traveler shook his head. As he retrieved the evil convergence, the evil vibe he gave disappeared, and he became easy to look past again. I've already offended the Black Star Army, so I'm going to make a trip to the secondary dimension and won't be appearing in the main universe for a very long time. Don't call me to do things for now. Understood. Since we could not start another conflict between the three universal civilizations, we won't step foot in things like this for the time being and will slowly gather our strength for the next big move. Humph. Black Star doesn't know my identity yet. He'll just be unhappy about me at most. You guys won't be affected. As long as I disappear, he'll stop caring. By the way, Sorokin thought I was hired, so he might notice something. That guy is suspicious. Pay more attention to him. Understood. Traveler said a few words before hanging up and sighed. I wonder how many years I'll have to spend hiding in the secondary dimension this time. He silently looked at this universe one last time before casting a spell and stepping into the secondary dimension, disappearing without a trace. Time passed quickly. The two people fought for a very long time, and before a large audience, the situation finally came to an end. Tons of mechanical troops were damaged and became many grades lower. 3 apostle weapons were completely scrapped, and 4 apostle weapons were unable to fight for the time being. The mechanical deity got shattered once, and Silver Shadow's health fell below the danger line. After paying a huge price, Han Shao was finally able to push Garutan to his limits. Although peak beyond grade A pugilists recovered energy very quickly, they did not have close to infinite energy like Kasui. Looking over the battlefield, it was filled with machinery debris. The Dimension Factory was still tirelessly recycling it all. In the middle of the battlefield, Garutan was covered in wounds that were healing much slower than before and still spraying blood. His face was filled with exhaustion. "You've lost. Anything you want to say?" Han Shao faced him, opened the helmet of the mechanical suit, and stared at him. Although part of this was thanks to the fact that he was in an explosive state, this was still the first time he had defeated a peak beyond grade A alone. Ahem. A loss is a loss. There's nothing to say. Garutan grinned, showing his teeth that were dyed red with blood. "What, you thought I would beg for mercy? There's always a price to pay when messing with someone. Since you decided to do that, you should have thought of the possibility of this happening." "Humph, no need to say such nonsense to me. I knew what I was in for. At least I forced you to burn your potential. Your growth limit is now forever reduced, and you will never recover from it." Han Shao shook his head but was laughing in his mind. Even if he explained it, Garutan would not believe it. Plus, he was not planning to explain it to anyone. He paused, changed the topic, and slowly said, "You provoked me back then. If you'd taken a step back, today would not have happened. Compared to the lifespan you lost, you're going to lose much more now." "If I did, that wouldn't be me," Garutan said with a deep voice. "If I can't do whatever I want, what's the point of becoming so strong?" Some chased after strength itself, while some chased after what came with it. Every beyond grade A was the former. They only became the latter afterward. Not only beyond grade, as this was also the same for all supers. "No matter what, I shall have your body with a smile." Han Shao raised his hand and pressed on Garutan's chest. "Humph, take it then. Don't ever let me find the chance to turn the tables." Garutan stood with a straight back, unafraid. Begging for mercy was the act of a loser, but he was mentally prepared long ago. Even with this loss, he still remained graceful. The next moment, this expression was fixed, and the spraying blood stopped moving. Beast Ancestor, Garutan was sealed in space-time amber. Chapter 1058, Dust Settled. Chapter 1058, Dust Settled. 1058, Dust Settled. Who? Finally caught this guy. Garutan, who was covered in wounds and sealed in the space-time amber, looked like he was made into a specimen. Looking at the fixed expression on his face, Han Shao finally relaxed. A peak beyond grade A fighting for his life had almost endless trump cards. If not because of his space-time amber, the king, Silver Shadow, and his double mechanical senses, he might not have been able to beat him. After all, this time, he did not have a perfect trump card like the Esper Silence he had when facing ES God, so the only choice was to fight head-on. Therefore, his mechanical army suffering huge losses was unavoidable. A huge number of mechanical soldiers had to be sent to the factory to be remade. Both sides were peak tanks. There was no situation where one attack would decide the results. The battle was basically countless repetitions of the same process, and whoever lasted longest would win. If not because the dynasty's allies were on the side, this would have definitely turned into a chase, which would have lasted much longer, and Garutan might even have escaped. Nonetheless, the result of capturing Garutan was ideal. The goals have been achieved. Hila is protected, and the king's functions have been showcased, which is more than enough to discourage others from thinking about attacking Hila. Even Garutan is captured. The results of this event are going to be very beneficial for me. Venting his anger was just one reason he had gone to fight Garutan head-on. The main reason was to express his firm stance and instill fear in others. due to how strong an impression he made as a very sociable and friendly person, plus the fact that he had kept a low profile for more than 2 decades. There were always people trying to test him, thinking that he was easy to mess with. This time, he did not depend too much on the dynasty. It was basically his own achievement. Since he had done this, it was certain that the other organizations would have to think twice before trying to mess with him in the future, weighing up whether it would even be worth it. The only problem was, this achievement was too terrifying, almost unbelievable. Although the Church and the Federation's people were not fighting for their lives and could not go all out due to many reasons, which gave him the opportunity to make full use of this flaw, the outside world would not care about all that. All they would see would be his achievement of fighting against 12 enemies all by himself. In front of this achievement, even capturing another peak beyond grade A was not as shocking. This was more than enough to be listed as one of the most shocking achievements of any beyond grade A in history. However, too much of something would never be good. He had achieved something that he was not supposed to achieve with the strength he had now, which was not without drawbacks. What Han Shao was glad about was, Sieran had made it that all this way because he had burned his potential. This way, it would be much more acceptable for the various organizations, including the 3 universal civilizations and the other beyond grade as. With that reasoning, as well as the beyond grade A united front, Manison would most likely not test him after seeing this astonishing achievement, which would eliminate a huge problem for him. At the same time, people saying that he was burning his potential would also not reduce the effects of his achievements. Although this explosive state was made possible with many character summon cards, some of which could only be used once. Others would not know that this was the case. Han Shao knew clearly what those high-level organizations would be thinking. They would have a false assumption that as long as he was willing to pay the price of burning his potential again, he would be able to draw up this strength again. And even if he explained the truth to others, no one would believe him. Therefore, following this thought, the various organizations would all come to one conclusion. Don't push Black Star too much. This way, the influence of this event could be understood without saying. As Han Shao thought, a smile appeared on his face. Since I've now planted fear in them, I can continue to develop myself slowly. It's going to give me a big fortune. At this time, he only had one thought. Sieran really is such a good friend. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Han Shao quickly told Philip to clean up the battlefield and take away the Garutan amber specimen. Having seen that the battle had ended, the dynasty allies finally came forward. You've really outdone yourself this time. When this gets out, it's definitely going to make a huge impact, Kant said. Sharp and brave as one would expect from youngsters. When I was making a name for myself in the universe, I was young too. But now, I have to think of the pros and cons before making every single move. I've lost that courage. You're being humble. Han Shao smiled. Well, defeating Garutan is just a small matter. The problem is, what do you plan to do with him? Kant was not surprised by this result. Black Star was in an explosive state, and the battlefield favored him. Plus, he was also a peak beyond grade A. Therefore, defeating another peak beyond grade A seemed very normal, nothing compared to the absolutely shocking fact that he had forced 12 beyond grade as of the Federation and the Church to retreat. Garutan has no one to rely on, and no one will come to bail him, so I'm going to keep him as part of my collection. Beast Ancestor was one of the protectors of the galactic black market. He did not have any background like the 3 universal civilizations. Therefore, there was, of course, no need for him to give Garutan up. This was also one of the ways the 3 universal civilizations appealed to the beyond grade as, after all, no one could guarantee that they would never lose, and having one of the 3 universal civilizations backing them would make them feel much more assured. Kant nodded and said, this incident was too sudden, so we couldn't help much. Luckily, the results did not turn out too bad. The dynasty will help you to deal with the aftermath of this, and the dynasty's upper echelons will probably come to negotiate with you very soon. I know. At this time, Silver Shadow turned back to his normal appearance, which attracted the attention of everyone. Han Shao nodded at him. You were of great help this time, thanks. Follow me back later and be a guest at my place. I'll keep my promise. I should be the one thanking you. If not for you, God only knows when I would have discovered this new ability I have. Although Silver Shadow was quite heavily injured, Having discovered a new ability made him quite happy. Kohler could not help but ask curiously, Silver Shadow, what ability is that? Can you show it again? It's one of the special forms I have, which Black Star had helped to discover. Silver Shadow chatted passionately with the others, and Han Shao nodded in his mind. With my influence, this guy is probably going to start his Uber life much earlier. However, with the help I gave him, it will probably be quite much easier for me to make him my private Uber. This time, Han Shao turned to look at Raven Loudy, who was staying silent and looking like he wanted to say something but did not. So Han Shao started the conversation. How you doing? Have your wounds healed? Pretty much. Raven Loudy thought of his experience of getting beaten into a pulp not long ago. Resignation appeared in his eyes. Haha. Thank you for letting the past be the past and coming to help this time. Han Shao smiled. I didn't help much. Don't say that. If not because you relayed the message, the dynasty's reinforcements would not have arrived here so soon. I owe you one for this. A hint of a smile finally appeared on his face. He felt much better. Although Black Star is irritating sometimes, he's quite a good guy overall. Sorry Tai Tai, I probably won't be able to join your anti-Black Star alliance. Hang in there. Suddenly, they all felt something and turned to look at the source of it. Beast Ancestor's fleet, which had been watching from the side, was now quickly retreating. Kohler shook his head and said sarcastically, they watched on as their leader was attacked. Such wise subordinates. With Garutan gone, his organization will split up very soon. Baoni snorted. But that's a good thing. I've always disliked the things this guy did. If he did not buy tons of females from the galactic black market, he would not have been able to make so many offspring. With his organization gone, the slavery business of the black market will take a hit. You're probably the last person here who has the right to say that. Han Shao remembered that Baoni also had a huge harem. That's completely different. I chose mine from my people and never forced anyone. I'm not spreading my seed all over the universe. Baoni was quite proud, and he felt that he had the moral high ground. Among the beyond grade, as there were actually quite a number of people who did not like Garutan's way of doing things, but no one messed with him because of how strong he was. Now that the dynasty's allies present had seen Garutan get defeated by Han Shao, they were all glad. Han Shao did not bother entertaining him and silently opened the interface. Including Garutan, he had captured a total of 5 beyond grade which far exceeded the requirements of the mission. The mission was now shown as completed. 5 chances to draw abilities. I'll have to make full use of them. Han Shao was very excited. He decided that he had to pray and touch Fiden before drawing the mission reward, or it would be a huge waste if he received some useless abilities. Beep beep. The communicator suddenly rang. He glanced at it. It was a call from Urinrel. He picked it up and said, Your Excellency Urinrel, I've understood the situation. The dynasty will negotiate with the Federation and the Church. Now tell me the details of what happened. Okay, so it started. Han Shao explained the situation and skipped some details in between. To think that Hila has such an ability. After Han Shao finished, Urinrel kept silent for a while. She then suddenly changed the topic and asked, What about you? What price did you pay? Did you really burn your potential? Yes, Han Shao said without any change of expression. How big is the impact of that exactly? I don't know. Sigh. You were too headstrong this time. You could have shrouded Hila in spacetime amber, and we could have bailed her afterward. This was avoidable. You have the highest potential in history. It's not worth doing something so unwise just to vent your anger. No, if I did that, I would have helped the enemies to take away Hila's ability to fight back. Plus, there are too many uncertainties to bailing someone out. The Church might not be willing to make the deal and might keep Hila forever, and the Federation would demand that I unseal the 10,000 Deity Scepter. Furthermore, Hila isn't the dynasty's ally, so the dynasty is in no position to bail her. Urinrel frowned slightly. What you're saying is, despite this incident, you still aren't willing to let Hila join the dynasty. Hila has her own will. You're saying it like I can force her, Han Shao joked. Joining the alliance will help to avoid something like this from happening again. Do try to convince her. I'm sure she won't want to see you burn your potential for her again, Ernrel said. Got it. If the dynasty used this to persuade Hila, given her personality, she might really agree to it. Ernrel indirectly gave him a reminder. Han Shao shook his head. Just as he hung up the call, another communication request came. He looked at it. This time it was from his headquarters. The scene of the Black Star Palace command room appeared. Hila stood at the front, and beside her were Ames and Aurora. Around them were the many officers of the army. They were all looking at Han Shao on the screen with concern. Black Star, are you okay? I'm fine. It's been dealt with. I've captured Garutan. Hila, he's the person who leaked the information to get revenge on you. You don't have to worry about him anymore. Han Shao smiled. Hila bit her lips. Black Star did everything to protect her. He even got rid of the root of this incident. Looking at Han Shao trying to look like it was no big deal and thinking of how tough of a battle Han Shao had gone through for her. All the words of appreciation were stuck in Hila's throat. Words were too light, not enough to express how touched and thankful she was. Seeing this, Han Shao joked and said, "Say something if you want to. Being this hesitant doesn't fit the impression I have of you." Hila took a deep breath, stared into Han Shao's eyes, and said, "You will forever be my army commander." There was no thank you. It was more like a promise, a declaration. Hearing this, Han Shao wiped the smile off his face. He looked into Hila's eyes with a serious expression and slowly nodded. "Okay, I heard from Hila that you burned your potential?" Ames softly said from the side. "Don't worry, that's all fake. I actually did not suffer any losses at all." Ames nodded lightly. To her, this was clearly a white lie that Han Shao said to comfort them. She did not deny Han Shao of his kindness and only remembered it. Han Shao suddenly thought of something. "By the way, where did Traveler go?" "He ran away, but we injured him," Hila said. "Before he left, he said that the Black Star Army disobeyed the rules and fought someone who came to challenge as a group. Is he really related to this incident?" "Humph. This guy is such a drama queen. Leave him alone. He's a sh*t stirrer at most. There's no time to deal with him now. That's for later." Han Shao exhaled and said, "I'll be going back first. We'll probably be quite busy for some time." The entire universe was paying attention to the flickering world, and this huge news erupted all of a sudden, spreading like wildfire through all channels, ignoring the restrictions of distance. Every single person who saw the news was shocked. The Federation and the Church had gathered 12 beyond grade as to kill the Black Star Army's second-in-command, but they were forced to retreat by Black Star's main body, who even captured a few of the attackers. Not only that, even the galactic black market's Garutan was held responsible for this by Black Star because he was involved and was captured alive. This means that Black Star had fought 12 beyond grade as alone and won. Are you kidding me? All the news after the flickering world opened combined would probably not be as shocking as this. The entire universe was driven into a frenzy. Chapter 1059 Impact. Chapter 1059 Impact. In the Federation of Light's central galaxy territory, a small spaceship with the Army symbol was slowly moving in the cosmic space. The people of the Black Star Army's Abyss of Stars division were on board. This was the Federation of Light's territory. The Black Star Army had been invited to build a subdivision there long ago. However, the market was already split up by the various organizations, and given the sensitive relationship the Federation and the Dynasty had, this subdivision had experienced very limited growth in the region. The Black Star Army was not popular everywhere, at least not here. The subdivision members there could not enjoy the reputation of the army, so they could not feel the benefits that came with the influence of the Black Star Army. Instead, they were even bullied by some local beyond grade A organizations, so their time there was not the best. That day, however, everything changed. At this time, inside the hull of this small spaceship, all the crews gathered and watched the virtual screen in the hall, which was playing the news. According to reliable sources, an incident erupted in the flickering world yesterday. A total of 12 beyond grade as of the Arcane Church and the Federation of Light attacked the Black Star Army's frontline stronghold in the free competition zone, attempting to kill the Black Star Army's deputy captain, Goddess of Death Hila. After the event occurred, Black Star quickly arrived at the scene and fought the 12 beyond grade A enemies alone. In the end, all enemies were exiled and 5 were captured, 1 from the Arcane Church and 3 from the Federation of Light: Red Devil, Tolian, Energy Soul, Woomra, Lone Ranger, Jackernitz, and Hades. After that, Black Star traveled far to capture another beyond grade A who was suspected to be involved in this incident, Beast Ancestor Garutan. What Black Star has done has shocked the entire world. The reason behind this incident is still being investigated. As soon as this ended, the cabin was filled with cheers of triumph. Woo! All the crew members present raised their hands and cheered. They were visibly overjoyed. Ha ha ha! The Federation's people have finally been taught a lesson. Our army commander is invincible. Many of them had come because of Black Star's name to begin with. Now that they saw what a shocking feat their leader had achieved, they were filled with burning passion and respect. This news was a gigantic morale boost and had become the hottest topic within the army, even more so for the subdivision crew present. They were stationed in the Abyss of Stars and had faced a lot of difficulties. Now that their boss had captured 3 beyond grade as of the Federation, one of whom was the leader of an organization that had been causing a lot of trouble for them, they felt that their army commander had given them justice. The joy lasted quite a while before dissipating. In this festive atmosphere, this spaceship arrived at its destination. This was a transfer planet. The spaceship had gone there many times before. Following the instructions, it safely parked at the port. As soon as the various subdivision members disembarked from the spaceship, they felt the difference. They looked around and saw that the passers-by had all stopped to greet them with nods and looks, and their eyes were filled with complicated emotions such as surprise, fear, and curiosity. This time, the port's registration point approached. Compared to the formal manners they had always displayed, the attendant's face was filled with passion and a fawning smile. This was something these subdivision members rarely saw. Haha, look at these guys. They never knew to respect us, but now they're afraid. Seeing the change in attitude of the people around, a sense of pride appeared in their hearts. They felt honored and glad that they had joined the Black Star Army. The reason for these changes, of course, was the world-shaking achievement the army commander had made recently. The reputation of his faction had rocketed to the peak in the entire universe. With a leader like him, the future of the organization was as bright as ever. This was not an isolated event. Scenes just like this could be seen everywhere across the universe. Currently, almost all the players were in the world server. When the players at the frontline stronghold uploaded the battle recording, everyone's attention was immediately absorbed by the news. On the forums, this incident had filled up the entire Flickering World panel, and countless people were discussing it. The players did not know the details. All they paid attention to was Black Star's terrifying achievement. With his exceptional performance, Hila was completely ignored. It was assumed that Han Shao had fought 12 enemies alone. Although they knew that Black Star was among the strongest in the entire universe, this absolutely exceeded the imagination of the players. They were not too familiar with the difference in strength between beyond grade As and were full of disbelief. This is absolutely bonkers. I remember that he was also surrounded during the Planet Lighthouse battle, but back then, the army commander had the help of the Dynasty allies. This time, he needed no help, yet he still defeated 12 beyond grade As alone, capturing 4. Paging Bunhit Dog, wake up and make your video. Quickly, I heard that the army commander sacrificed a lot in exchange for such strength. All to protect Hila. This is probably what love is. I'm getting on that ship. Our captain is the best. Other than expressing shock, the various players were also speculating about the influence this incident would have. Currently, the competition was intense in the Flickering World, and the Black Star Army had been affected as well. For something like this to happen, its impact would be incomprehensible. Furthermore, the army commander also expressed his stand to hold all the people involved responsible no matter how difficult it would be by capturing Garutan, who provided assistance. This way, Black Star Army's faction advantage would climb to the peak. Who would dare mess with Black Star during the Flickering World competition period? To the Chinese players, one saying explained the impact of this achievement Black Star had made perfectly. When you make one amazing punch, you'll avoid 100 punches. Comparatively, this had made a more obvious contrast to the organizations that the Black Star Army had warned during the faction war incident earlier. Due to the no fighting back policy these organizations took, the innocent casual players in these organizations had a much stronger opinion about how important factions were. They were already unsatisfied with their factions to start with, and when they saw this news, many people were convinced to switch factions. Of course, their top choice was the Black Star Army. The players of the various countries who had only recently joined the army had another perspective about this incident. In the previous versions, the players of the various countries could only watch the Black Star Army from afar. Now that they had joined the star field and could finally be a part of it, they had a brand new experience when discussing it as members of the faction. In the past, they could only watch others praise Black Star, but now they could join in and do it together, which felt completely different. Some new army players immediately experienced how amazing it was to have a powerful faction leader. They were sending out even more "Captain is the best" messages than the senior members. The forums were almost completely occupied by the army players. The atmosphere was festive. On the other hand, the senior members were also enjoying the sense of superiority, thinking, "You guys are too young. This is no big deal." In the Arcane Church, the various Beyond Grade As and the upper echelons remote projections had gathered to discuss how to deal with this incident. Although their mission had failed and they had lost Tolian, the people present did not look too unhappy. They were even somewhat secretly glad. This mission's failed. We could not kill Hila, but we're not disappointed with the results. An upper echelon of the church spoke. "Your Excellency Kasui, you've done a great job, shattering the Federation's plans and causing them to lose 3 Beyond Grade As. We are very satisfied with the decisions you've made." "I've only made a few contributions," Kasui replied calmly. Don't be so humble. Compared to Hila, it's more important to prevent the Federation from obtaining a chip to unseal the 10,000 Deity Scepter." The upper echelons were smiling. Thinking that they had made the Federation of Light suffer such a big loss, they were all in quite a good mood. Nonetheless, the 10,000 Deity Scepter is still in the Federation's hands, so it's best to negotiate with Black Star or the Dynasty to see if we can get one of the Federation's captives from them, so we can exchange for the 10,000 Deity Scepter. Kasui nodded. "Although the operation has failed, we still offended the Black Star Army. Odds of the negotiation succeeding are not high, but it's worth a try. By the way, you said Black Star showcased an ability similar to multidimensional sky opening transportation and sent Hila back to his headquarters despite the spacetime being sealed. Is that true?" "Of course, I'm certainly not mistaken." Hearing this, the man pondered and said, "Since that's the case, we'll have no choice but to cancel all plans directed at Hila. Since Black Star had the ability to ignore spacetime stabilization, there was no point in targeting Hila since she would be able to leave any time. The ability of the King mechanical suit that Han Shao had displayed had completely shattered all plans the church had for Hila. She was now finally in a safe spot. Seeing the responses of the upper echelons, Sagman and the other former prison mates exchanged looks and saw complicated emotions in each other's eyes. It was the resignation of knowing that they would not be able to take revenge and the delight that they had escaped this time. This time, another church upper echelon spoke. This was a member of the bishops. "Putting Black Star's technology aside, the Federation is going to be the one with the biggest headache. I just want to ask, what do you guys think of Black Star's strength?" The various Beyond Grade As exchanged looks before all looking at Kasui. Kasui pondered for a while and said, "What Black Star has achieved in this battle is very shocking. But since we're involved in it and know the details, we know that although Black Star is not as strong as the outside world says he is, he's still very strong. His raw strength is not the main issue. It's the fact that his combat strategy almost has no weaknesses. His indestructible body made up for the biggest weakness of a mechanic, and with the help of the spacetime amber, his actual combat capabilities far exceed the level he's at. It's tough to judge. From this incident onward, we'll have to look at Black Star in a new light. He has 2 states, normal and explosive, the latter being on an entirely different level to the former. Although Black Star burned his potential this time, since he can burn it the first time, he will be able to burn it again. Among all Beyond Grade As, not many can guarantee a win against Black Star during his explosive state. Therefore, it's best not to push him into that situation. After hearing this, the church superiors exchanged looks. Well, you're basically telling us not to mess with Black Star, aren't you? On the other side, the Federation of Light also hosted a similar conference. The atmosphere was completely different from the Arcane Church. It was extremely serious and grave. President Bader looked around and said with a serious tone, "A total of 3 beyond grade as are in the dynasty's hands. Who can tell me how it ended up like this? Which one of you can give me an explanation?" The remote projections of the various beyond grade as present had no words. They all uncontrollably glanced at the 3 empty seats. Bader's mood was as if he had stepped in dog sh*t on the sidewalk. Before the mission, he felt that this mission would almost certainly be a success. Even if they would not be able to capture Hila, with the multidimensional sky opening transportation device and 6 beyond grade as, retreating safely would not be a problem at all. However, he had never expected to suffer such a huge loss. This result made him suspect that something had gone wrong along the way. Bader turned to look at Sieran and said with a deep voice, "You were the leader of this operation. I had high hopes for you. What do you have to say now?" Noticing the blame in the president's tone, Sieran said furiously, "It's all because of Kasui." Hearing this, none of the various Federation upper echelons had good looks on their faces. Back during the Planet Lighthouse battle, the Federation had plotted against the Church, and now it became the other way round. Many people felt that they could finally understand how the Church felt back then. This time, Manison calmly said, "The Church's interference is an important factor, but the main reason is that Black Star expected this and deliberately used false information of his whereabouts to misguide the outside world, while his main body hid nearby and surprised Sieran and the others. Plus, there's the fact that they could not linger around in enemy territory and could not maximize their strength, which led to them being defeated by Black Star one by one. Don't underestimate a peak beyond grade A mechanic." Bader narrowed his eyes and looked over. "I heard you were involved in this too, and you fought with Garutan." "That's right." Manison nodded and did not deny it. Bader gave him a meaningful look, but he did not continue asking more questions. He changed the topic and said coldly, "The most imminent issue is to negotiate with the dynasty to bail the 3 beyond grade A allies out. Don't mess with Black Star for the time being." Then, he left the conference immediately. He did not want to see these troubling allies of his, at least for today. In Turunamir Palace's conference room, Urnrel supported her chin with her crossed hands and looked around at those present. "The incident has come to an end. You all know the details. Tell me your thoughts." They stayed silent for a while before one upper echelon spoke. "Black Star has dealt with this very beautifully. He exceeded our expectations completely. Currently, we have beyond grade A captives as chips, so we have the upper hand in the negotiation. Black Star has displayed his trump card, so we have to judge his strength at a higher level. In my opinion, although we did not start this incident, we should still give Black Star some compensation for him burning his potential, to show him how important he is to us." Not bad." While responding, Urnrel secretly glanced at the Hawk faction's Bekaroti, only to realize Bekaroti's eyes were half closed. It looked like he did not plan to speak. Originally, Bekaroti thought that Black Star would have to rely on the dynasty's help to get through this, so he insisted on demanding that Hila join the dynasty. Now, however, Black Star had basically handled the problem all by himself, and the dynasty barely helped at all, so this proposal would no longer make sense. Furthermore, Han Zhao's achievement had shocked Bekaroti too. All the dynasty's upper echelons valued him much more. In this environment, Bekaroti had nothing to say, so he stayed silent. Seeing that no one opposed the idea, Urnrel continued. "About compensating Black Star, I plan to carry out a plan. To temporarily open up the selling rights of the evolutionary totems." Many upper echelons' eyes widened in surprise when they heard this. Very few had expected this and had knowing looks on their faces. Due to the evolution cube, the dynasty was not on good terms with Black Star. There were some cracks in their relationship. However, through this incident, the dynasty saw Black Star's abilities and decided to take a step back to fix this. Chapter 1060, The Godlike Battle. Chapter 1060, The Godlike Battle. Bright starlight reflected in Sorokin's pupils through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top floor. He stood before the window and looked up at the starry night. Garuten is done for. To think that just a few days ago, he had been chattering and laughing with Garuten in his palace. Sorokin mourned for 3 seconds. Although he was mostly just the messenger in this incident, he had still secretly intended to shift the direction of how things played out. However, all plots were shattered by Black Star with pure power. Even he felt a sense of resignation. Wasn't able to use Hila to start a conflict. What a shame. Sorokin shook his head. However, considering that Garuten is no more, it's not too bad. Garuten was a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group, and Sorokin had used his own identity as a shareholder to gain protection while strengthening his connection with the galactic black market through Garuten's routes. After so many years, Sorokin had already infiltrated the galactic black market using Garuten's connections. Even if these connections were broken, his business would not be affected much. However, he could not possibly kick Garuten away after using him. Due to this incident, he would have one less shareholder to share the dividends with, which would actually save Sorokin some money. Some of his businesses that he had given to Garuten in the past could now be retrieved and developed as usual. At the same time, he would also be able to slowly chip away Beast Ancestors organization's main business and their market share. Garuten being gone isn't a bad thing for me. Maybe I can use the shareholder position he left behind as a bargaining chip to gain the support of other protectors of the galactic black market and make me a new protector of the galactic black market. Sorokin narrowed his eyes as he thought about how he could benefit from this. Although he did work together with Garuten, business partners were not really on his side in Sorokin's eyes. To him, the relationships he had with these people were purely built on mutual interests. Therefore, he was not sad about Garuten being gone at all. Rather, he was happy with the fact that he now had one less person to share profits with. Nonetheless, Black Star's strength is indeed quite incredible. After this, the Crimson Dynasty will likely reevaluate their relationship with Black Star. There's a 60% chance they will temporarily put aside any arguments regarding the ownership of the Evolution Cube. They'll then compensate Black Star by opening up the purchasing rights of the totems, bribing his heart and displaying their clear intention of wooing him. Then my deal with the Federation, the Church, and the Dynasty's Hawk faction can be put aside. It's time to stop interfering with the Black Star Army's businesses. The Limitless Financial Group had made deals with multiple parties before starting to disrupt the Black Star Army's businesses. The core reason was the evolutionary totems. The Federation and the Church wanted to pressure the Dynasty in various ways to force them to open the purchasing rights of the totems, so they wanted to influence the Dynasty through Black Star. The Dynasty's Hawk faction's goal was to pressure Black Star and convince him to exchange the Evolution Cube for other universal treasures. If the Dynasty opened up the purchasing rights of the totems, this problem would be solved instantly. Thus, the Limitless Financial Group would have no reason to continue pressuring the Black Star Army. Other than these considerations, Sorokin also planned to stay low for some time. Black Star had achieved something that was more than enough to be written down in history. Now would be the time his influence was at its peak. If the Limitless Financial Group acted too out of line, Black Star would most likely target them even more. Hence, keeping a low profile would not be bad. Sorokin did not want to make things ugly. After all, Black Star was the local dragon of the flickering world. Small conflicts would still be fine, but it would not be pretty if things escalated. If Black Star used his explosive abilities again, even he would have to face him with all his strength. He did not want to expose his strength and lose his camouflage as someone weak and fragile. Traveler 2, Sorokin's eyes flickered. It's best to get rid of him. Didn't expect Black Star to eliminate Garuten so decisively. Looks like my reminder was part of the reason. Somewhere within the free competition zone, Secret Master looked at the news playing on the communicator and frowned. Like Garuten, he had been a protector of the galactic black market for many years. The two of them had many conflicts both on the surface and secretly. He understood Garuten's strength and knew that he was no match for him, or the one taking the position as the Limitless Financial Group shareholder would not have been Garuten. Seeing that Garuten had been eliminated by Black Star, Secret Master was shocked while at the same time felt complicated about losing an old rival. Of course, feelings were one thing. If anyone wanted to bail Garuten out, he would be the first to oppose it. After some time, Secret Master adjusted his mindset and started thinking about how he could benefit from this. The organization left behind by Beast Ancestor is a huge chunk of meat. It's best to share it to make my own organization stronger. Among those offspring of his, there seem to be some who are quite talented. I can make them work under me. If I take them to see the Beast Ancestor specimen, it will probably be very fun. Thinking about that, Secret Master could not help but smile. Black Star did something huge this time. It'd be best to keep in contact with him in the future. Black Star will lead the shared front of the Beyond Grade as I should pay more attention to this matter. Somewhere in the Constellation Corridor, a Dynasty patrol ship was slowly moving. In a cabin, a Dynasty male wearing a low-grade officer uniform leaned on the railing. He held a communicator and watched it with a naive smile. This person was very muscular. He looked ordinary and friendly, without the special position marking on his uniform. It would be very hard for someone to think that this was a Grade C supercombatant of the pugilist class. This time, a few colleagues doing the daily patrolling walked over and saw this buff man. Someone yelled, "Yo, Carlet, what are you watching that made you smile so brightly?" I'm watching the news." Carlet turned around and smiled. This person was the Beyond Grade, a potential stock Han Shao had once paid attention to, a peak Beyond Grade A pugilist of the dynasty in his previous life. More than 20 years ago, he was still a child who was studying in the dynasty's super academy and had yet to even awaken his class. Now that more than 20 years had passed, he had turned from a frank child to a frank adult who was just Grade C. His growth could not be considered fast. It was mediocre. Due to Han Zhao's interference, his growth took a different path from before but still had the same overall effect. Carlet still joined the dynasty military after graduating, and after 10 years or so, he was still a low-grade combatant who was rarely promoted if at all. This time, a few colleagues of his approached and saw the news about Han Shao on the communicator. His Excellency Black Star? As expected, a colleague joked. Sadly, you know Black Star. But Black Star doesn't know you, his top fan. He does know me. When I was young, His Excellency Black Star once personally tried to recruit me. Before Carlet finished his sentence, his colleagues were already laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. You're at it again. Keep going. Don't stop. The legendary man with so much talent that even Black Star personally tried to recruit. Poa haha. I can't do this. Let me laugh a while longer. Seeing this, Carlet was not angry at all. He only scratched his head and smiled with resignation. Ever since he came into contact with Han Shao when he was a kid, he had been paying attention to anything related to Han Shao in the news. In time, Han Shao had become his idol. A colleague had once asked him the reason, so he told the truth. However, to his surprise, no one believed him, which made him the king of jokes among his colleagues. Black Star would personally try to recruit an ordinary Grade C dynasty officer? Who would believe that? Position depended on strength. Even though Han Shao had once personally tried to recruit him, more than 20 years had passed, and Carlet's growth had proved to not match the word genius. This incident also got forgotten and not written in his resume. He had no intention of proving it to his colleagues. He did not care if others believed him, and he did not mind being made fun of. At the start, due to Black Star, the school had high hopes for him. However, after they realized he had ordinary talent, they gave up on him. Nonetheless, Carlet was not affected by it, nor was he in a hurry to prove himself. All he did was slowly and patiently train while enjoying the process. Throughout the years, even Carlet occasionally wondered if Black Star had made a mistake back then. However, this did not trouble him. The disappointment and derision of others had little effect on him, and he did not think it was something worth getting angry over. If he was destined to be ordinary, he would embrace it. He focused on the things he wanted to do. There was no need to force others to look up to him. This had always been the way Carlet lived his life. Shaking his head with resignation, Carlet ignored his colleagues who were laughing and looked at the communicator again. Seeing Han Shao in the papers, he smiled from the bottom of his heart. Galaxy Calendar Year 730, February 18th. This was a day noted in history. On this day, Black Star fought a battle in the flickering world that could rarely happen even every 100 years. Initially, the Church and the Federation's assassination mission for Hila might have become the fuse to cause the conflict between the three universal civilizations to erupt, but Black Star single-handedly extinguished its flames and caused a sensation. This news even surpassed the flickering world. Even the competition and fighting stopped temporarily. The various organizations inside the free competition zone all maintained a low profile to see how things would go from there. Countless galactic residents knew that Black Star was a top-tier individual in the universe. But as a newbie who had only appeared a few decades prior, Han Xiao did not achieve a lot of notable things. In terms of his reputation, there was still quite a difference between him and Manison Kasui and those senior peak beyond grade as. This news, however, refreshed the image countless people had of him once again. His reputation universally skyrocketed. What happened on this day was given a nickname by the outside world, Black Star's godlike battle, which surpassed all his past achievements and became the most notable deed on his resume. At the same time, the Wayne Card Company once again made an announcement to drastically buff Black Star's card in the next version, while at the same time introducing the memorial card sets with the Black Star's godlike battle theme. They were quick and familiar with benefiting from what was popular at the time. The other neutral beyond grade as were shocked by Black Star's achievements. Thinking of what had happened to Garuten, more people further confirmed the strategy to not become Black Star's enemy but become his ally. While the incident was brewing and countless people were paying attention to the Black Star army, Han Xiao returned right back to Black Star Palace and announced to the outside world that he would be resting for some time. Within Black Star Palace, Han Xiao did not chat much with the various officers, only greeting them simply before he quickly hurried back to his personal training location. He then closed the gate and locked himself inside. Fiden and Nero had been present earlier, and Han Xiao had already rubbed them. Inside the room, he opened the mission list with his hands covered in luck, took a deep breath, and prayed. After praying silently for some time, Han Xiao then clicked the complete option on Rescue Hila. Rescue Hila. Completed. You have received 92 billion EXP, 4 random rewards, and 1 blank character summon card. You have received 1 Universe Legendary Point. Universe Legendary Point. Godlike Battle. You single-handedly fought 12 enemies and achieved a result that shocked the entire universe. From this point onward, your name shall be written into history and mentioned along with the strongest group of people in history. Your name will get passed on even if stars shift and seas dry up, as one of the symbols of peak individual greatness. Han Xiao was not surprised. He rubbed his hands and looked at the following notification. There were 4 unknown character summon cards. Given the fact that so many people participated in the battle, he did not know what he could get either. If he got those weak ones, it would clearly not be good, but if he got a character summon card of someone strong, the chance of it having a powerful ability would also be much greater. Having looked at the notification, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled with surprise. You have received character summon card, Kasui. You have received character summon card, Sieran. You have received character summon card, Garuten. You have received character summon card, Hila. Chapter 1061, Reward. Chapter 1061 Reward. Character summon card, Void Overlord, Kasui. Artificial Psychic Current, Frenzy Tide. By using psychic attack on a large area, creates a long-term aggressive psychic current that can be controlled in simple ways. Deals damage instances to all living creatures in the affected area. Damage taken will be judged 3 times every second. Basic damage each damage instance. INT plus MYS. Asterisk 1.8. 170% psychological resistance penetration. A chance to give the target a random negative mind state. Uses 0/2. Character summon card, Star Shatterer Sieran. 16 arms. Shattering Fists. Single target melee range ability. Through quick consecutive attacks, send highly condensed pugilist flames into the target's body through a special method, shattering the target's atom structure instantly. The target's body will be annihilated. One lethal judge will be carried out, depending on the difference between the user and the target's level, health, energy level, STR, END, and LUK. If the judgment fails, deals 500,000 to 800,000 true damage to the target. Uses 0/2. Character summon card, Beast Ancestor, Garutan. Body of the Beast Ancestor, plus 20% STR, plus 20% DEX, plus 40% END, plus 300% Pugilist Flame damage. Regenerates 2.5% of maximum health every second. Duration, 30 minutes. Uses 0/2. Character summon card, Goddess of Death Hila. Death Rejection, Awakening. When your health reaches 0, you will be immune to this death and instantly recover 25% to 50% of your health while refreshing your status. This can be gifted to another being, but it is only effective once on the same target. Uses 0/6. Whoa, these are nice. Han Xiao was overjoyed after reading through all the effects of these character summon cards. The quality of them was extremely high. They certainly matched up to those peak beyond grade as and the owner of a super high-risk Esper ability. Kasui's character summon card was a pure attack ability with good base damage. Han Zhao's intelligence and mystery totaled about 30,000, so the basic damage every instance would be about 50,000. 3 instances every second meant that this ability would deal about 150,000 damage every second. The 170% psychological resistance penetration meant that it would drastically reduce the effectiveness of the target's psychological barrier. If it was used on a weaker target, the damage might even be close to becoming true damage. If it was just a one-time attack, it would not be too big a deal. The powerful part of this character summon card was that it would create a psychic current that would not easily dissipate. With good enough control, it would become a large area AoE attack that dealt constant damage over time, which would add up to an enormous amount of damage. Sierran's character summon card was also an attack ability. Unlike Kasui's AoE ability, this was a single target ability. Not mentioning how powerful the lethal judge mechanic was, the true damage dealt even if that failed was still very high. If this dealt the maximum 800,000 true damage every single time, just 2 to 3 hits would send Psyker to see God. However, this would not be effective against targets who had true damage immunity. If Sierran used this on Han Xiao, it would be the same as a tickle. Han Xiao nodded. The single target damage a peak pugilist can deal is still quite incredible for normal beyond grade, as Garutan's character summon card was an overall powerful buff that was very suitable for pugilists. It was also quite good for Han Xiao, since it gave attribute bonuses and bonus health regeneration. The one that surprised Han Xiao the most was Hila's character summon card. This was the upgraded effect of the death immunity talent, which was basically a chance to revive. Even though he was already extremely tanky, this character summon card still gave his life another layer of security. The shocking part was this could be gifted to someone else, so that person would be immune to death one time as well. Character summon cards were created from the characters, meaning that Hila had this ability. However, Han Xiao had seen her interface before, and she did not have the ability to give others a one-time use death immunity in the past. Could it be that this battle forced her potential out and made her awaken a new way to use her Esper ability? This seemed quite possible. During this battle, Hila had built a link with Aurora that ignored distance. Maybe this was partly the reason this ability appeared, which would explain why Hila did not have this ability in his previous life. Outsiders could only accept this ability once and could not be revived by Hila indefinitely. Nonetheless, it would still mean 1 extra life, which was amazing for the Black Star Army's officers. I used quite a number of character summon cards. There are still uses for Psyker, Ames, Mechanic Emperor, and Silver Shadow. The ones that are finished are only Perfect Mechanical Sense and Polar Channel Flow. I shall use the blank character summon card this time to restock the Perfect Mechanical Sense, so in the end, all I spent was Heber's character summon card. Receiving for more has made up for that. Han Xiao had a joyful expression on his face. Character summon cards were just the appetizers, yet those already made him gain back the cost of the explosive power he used. The chance to draw abilities from the bonus mission was the main dish. He suppressed his excitement and looked at the notifications on the interface. Bonus mission requirements have been completed. You have received bonus reward. Randomly draw an ability/talent from each beyond grade a captive. He had captured 5 people this time: Tolian, Woomra, Jackernitz, Hades, and Garutin, who were spread across Mage, Mechanic, Pugilist, and Psychic. Although their average strength was not as high as those whose character summon cards he had received, the abilities he would obtain would be permanent. There were 2 noobs among these 5, but at least they were beyond grade so there was a chance he would get something good. I have to leave the best to the last. Han Shao decided to start drawing from the weakest. He hesitated between Tolian and Hades for a while before going with Hades. Note, Hades is a psychic. Part of the abilities/talents are adjusted according to your class. Randomizing. Complete. Please select one from the 5 options below as the reward. 1. Will Resistance, ability, plus 35% abnormal psychological state resistance. Cost, 0. Cooldown, 160s. 2. Calm and Relaxed, talent, plus 200 INT, plus 200 MYS. 3. Energy Control Proficiency, talent, minus 25% energy cost. 4. Psychological Barrier Enhancement, talent, plus 120% psychological resistance, plus 50% abnormal psychological state resistance. 5. Squeezing Style Energy Recovery, ability. By spending 20,000 to 50,000 health, recover the same amount of energy and temporarily reduce energy cost by 15%. Cooldown, 330s. Hades was a psychic, so most of the options were related to psychic, which was expected. freewebnovel.com. Not receiving any powerful talents, Han Shao was not discouraged and took it as a consolation prize. He picked Psychological Barrier Enhancement without hesitation, which was not too bad. Throughout the years, Han Shao had been consciously making up for his weakness in the psychological field and had already obtained quite a high resistance. However, when he saw Kasui's character summon card earlier, he knew that his current psychological resistance was far from enough for someone like Kasui. Since he had obtained a decent new psychological resistance talent, it was like filling up a gap for him. After adjusting his thoughts, Han Shao then continued to draw the next ability. Note, Tolian is a mage. Part of the abilities/talents are adjusted according to your class. Randomizing. Complete. Please select one from the 5 options below as the reward. 1. High-level energy senses. Talent. Increase your senses of all kinds of energy. You will be able to see more details the others aren't able to see. 2. Magic Insulation, ability. When receiving magic attacks, the actual damage you receive will be decreased by 22%. Magic type controlling abilities last 17% shorter on you. 3. Super Overload, talent. Your body can endure an even greater load. Some buffs will last longer on you. Plus 1,500 END, plus 15% maximum health. 4. Skilled Melee Combat Techniques, talent. You know a ton of melee combat techniques. Your attacks will occasionally deal damage in an area. Plus 34% melee damage, plus 20% critical rate, plus 28% block chance, plus 23% dodge chance, plus 300 DEX. 5. Lightning Control, ability. Drastically increase lightning and electromagnetic affinity. Well, I guess a demon race mage who doesn't put points into melee combat isn't a proper mage. Han Zhao's mouth contorted slightly. Among the 5 options, high-level energy senses was basically an ability all beyond grade A mages had to have, which was what made them able to capture any strange movements of energy. Magic Insulation and Super Overload were abilities only buff-type mages like Tolian had. His body had to endure the load from a large number of enchantments so that the buffs applied on him would last longer. Without much hesitation, Han Shao picked Super Overload directly. This was the most suitable for him, and its numbers were quite impressive. The 1,500 endurance points made up for the shortage in his endurance. He just had to put some of his free attribute points into endurance for it to be above 15,000, and he would be able to receive one more God's trait transformation point every promotion. After this battle, Han Shao had noticed that the important factor that made the difference between peak beyond grade as was the extent of their god's trait transformation. Although his way of leveling up was different from the others, more god's trait transformation points would always be better. Han Shao drew from Wumra third, which gave him something quite great. Cell activity expansion. Talent. Through training, you have enhanced the activity of your cells, increasing the quantity of energy your cells can contain and efficiently make use of. With your character's level increasing, your energy will gradually increase. LV1, LV100. Plus 0.5% maximum energy. Minus 1% energy cost. Plus 2% stamina energy conversion efficiency every 10 levels. LV100, LV200. Plus 0.8% maximum energy. Minus 1.5% energy cost, plus 4% stamina energy conversion efficiency every 10 levels, above LV200, plus 1.2% maximum energy, minus 2% energy cost, plus 6% stamina energy conversion efficiency every 10 levels. Current total bonus, plus 27.4% maximum energy, minus 49% energy cost, plus 132% stamina energy conversion efficiency. Han Shao had his eyes on this ability instantly, mainly because of the increase in maximum energy. His current energy was about 180,000, so his maximum energy would increase by about 50,000 instantly with this talent, and this was something he was short of. Not only did this increase the limits of his health energy conversion, it also increased his energy level by 1 rank, giving him a new level of bonus, which was basically the same as a few thousand attribute points. This talent was a percentage bonus, so it had growth potential. To him, this was as powerful as half a molding talent. Furthermore, cell activity was related to lifespan, so maybe this talent had the hidden effect of increasing his lifespan by 1 second. The fourth target was Jackernets. With the same class, there would be more abilities to choose from. Mechanical pugilists preferred to fight using supportive machinery, and they were good at the techniques of using those tools, so they had quite a few special talents. The 5 options he got all had quite high quality. Most gave machinery affinity bonuses. Han Shao hesitated for a while and made his choice. Machinery Control Master. Talent. Machines that are enhanced by your mechanical force will receive the following bonuses. Plus 120% melee damage, plus 24% ranged damage, plus 35% mechanical suit performance. Although this talent was a mechanic class talent, only mechanical pugilists would be able to awaken it usually, but Han Shao had now obtained it. Many mechanical pugilists' abilities directly increased their efficiency in using their machines. This ability gave him a huge boost, and the melee damage of his mechanical army rocketed. Furthermore, Han Shao had tested it before and found out that the mechanical deity was a special assembled machine, but as its core had to be his main body or his lord's avatar, it was considered a mechanical suit by the interface. This meant that it would receive mechanical suit-related bonuses. This way, the actual power of the mechanical deity would be increased drastically. It would have strength close to having 2 perfect mechanical senses stacked together. This is good stuff. If I can get all those special talents of mechanical pugilists and cannon masters, the power of my mechanical army will probably multiply many times. Han Shao was drooling at the thought of it. He then adjusted his emotions, took a deep breath, and clicked on the last target. Tip: Garutan is a pugilist. Part of the abilities/talents are adjusted according to your class. Randomizing. Complete. Please select one from the 5 options below as the reward. 1. Energy Shock. Ability. By using energy, shock the target and make the target enter a short stunned state. 2. Micromolting. Ability. Refresh yourself, dispel all debuffs. Cooldown. 400s. 3. Energy Recycle Stream. Talent. When melee attacks land while dealing the same damage, you can recycle 40% of the energy used in your attacks. 4. Block Penetration. Talent. Even when the target has blocked your melee attack, they will still receive 30% to 80% damage. 5. Polar Channel Flow. Blood Rage. Ability. Through burning your health, you turn it into a special kind of blood energy. This increases your basic attributes, attack, critical rate, and ability strength depending on the health you burn after every judgment. Duration equals the amount of time you burn your health for. After this ability ends, you'll enter a state of weakness that lasts 3 times the duration of this ability. Chapter 1062 Plan and Birthday. Chapter 1062 Plan and Birthday. Having seen the 5 abilities drawn from Garuten, Han Shao was slightly stunned. Polar channel flow? There were infinite pugilist styles in the universe, and the polar channel flow style was mainly focused on explosive abilities, which reflected the horrible and harsh environments in the past. Of course, it might also be that the creator of polar channel flow simply liked the style. High-level pugilists all mastered multiple styles, so it was normal for Garuten to know polar channel flow. Back then, the ability from Heber's character summon card was Polar Channel Flow, Cellular Overdrive, while this ability from Garuten was Blood Rage. The effects of the two were quite similar, but the former exchanged potential for strength while the latter burned current health. To others, although the explosive state given by Cellular Overdrive would damage one's potential, it did not have any immediate side effects and only made one stronger for the time being. Comparatively, Blood Rage would burn up one's health continuously. If the user's regenerative ability could not keep up, the user would be heavily injured if this ability was activated for an extended period. This was not great for long-duration battles, and the enemies might notice its side effects and deliberately play for time. Han Shao thought that this was probably the reason Garuten did not use this on him. After all, he was known for being amazing at drawn-out battles. All things considered, this ability is perfect for me. Han Zhao's eyes were sparkling. His regenerative ability could even be considered everlasting. Even Beast Ancestor could not compare to him. Therefore, burning his health was nothing. If he used it well, this ability could totally become a stable method to obtain explosive strength. In comparison, micromolting and block penetration were good but not as valuable as Blood Rage. I've used up the one-time character summon card for Cellular Overdrive, but now I've obtained a method to gain explosive strength stably. TSK. Nice. Han Shao was overjoyed. Even though the explosive strength granted by Blood Rage was slightly lower than Cellular Overdrive, it was completely acceptable. At this time, all Han Shao wanted to do was raise his arms and praise Fiden. Oh, and Nero too. You have received Polar Channel Flow, Blood Rage. The new abilities obtained from the 5 Beyond grade as immediately took effect on Han Zhao's body, changing every one of his cells. Immense pain flooded his entire body, only dissipating after quite some time. Han Shao had already gotten used to this pain. He took a deep breath and sensed the changes in his body. I clearly have more energy, which is the effects of Wumra's cell activity expansion. My physique is stronger too, like I've taken off some invisible weights. This should be thanks to Tolian's super overload. My mind feels slightly stronger, thanks to Hades' psychological barrier enhancement. My mechanical force feels sharper and easier to control. This is Jackernet's machinery control master taking effect. Han Shao sorted out the changes in his body and felt refreshed. A new notification popped up on the interface. A new dungeon was created from Hila Rescue Warfare. Without even having to look at it, Han Shao knew that the level of this was much higher than even the Planet Lighthouse battle, which was far beyond the player's capabilities at the moment. Han Shao then looked at the mission list. Rescue Hila had already disappeared, meaning that all the rewards were given. Out of curiosity, Han Shao tried using Polar Channel Flow, Blood Rage. This ability gave him the freedom to decide how much health he wanted to burn without an upper limit, only a minimum of 0.1% of maximum health every second. Therefore, he turned it on with the lowest requirement. Boom! A blood-colored ring of light suddenly blossomed in front of Han Zhao's chest and expanded like ripples before him. The next moment, he felt that all the blood in his body started boiling. Bright red vapor sprayed out from all over his body like flames made of blood. The reactions were very drastic. By just roughly looking at it, one might mistake it to be red pugilist flames. This blood-red vapor was the blood energy obtained from burning his health. In Han Zhao's senses, it was as easy to control as his limbs. Masses and masses of new energy kept appearing in his body as his health burned. He took out a mirror and looked at himself. The vibe he gave off was completely different compared to the calm and tough vibe he usually exuded. With the blood vapor surrounding him, he looked fearsome, evil, and savage. However, his emotions were unaffected. Han Shao then looked at the interface and pondered. The bonuses of Blood Rage are mainly focused on damage output and ability strength. It's a more aggressive bonus compared to the comprehensive bonuses Cellular Overdrive gave. He then turned off Blood Rage, and a sense of weakness immediately appeared, lasting for a little while before disappearing. In order to familiarize himself with the new abilities, he tested them one after another before stopping and nodding with satisfaction. Tons of EXP, for random rewards, 1 blank character summon card, for powerful character summon cards, and 5 great abilities and talents. Excellent. Han Shao was very pleased. The difficulty of the mission was over the top, but the rewards were rather generous as well. His strength increased by quite an extent, and he obtained a few new trump cards. Suppressing his excitement, Han Shao started thinking about the real impact of this incident. The change in impression the various organizations had of him would be none other than to take him more seriously. During his trip back, there were more organizations that had come to fawn over him. Some organizations that had been plotting secretly against him had also stopped, such as the Limitless Financial Group. Overall, the goal of establishing fear and respect was greatly achieved. Han Zhao's reputation was at its peak, and the Black Star Army's position became even firmer. Han Zhao's planned goal was achieved. Including the players, more people requested to become allies of the Black Star Army. The officers who were in charge of this department had been working overtime continuously to settle these matters. The number of members of the army was projected to see a sharp growth in the time to come. Han Shao nodded. The Federation and the Church are probably discussing the matter of exchanging captives now. I'll obtain a large amount of resources very soon. Of course, he had no plans to keep these 4 beyond grade A allies of universal civilizations himself. They were hot potatoes that he could not make use of, so giving them away in exchange for more profit was the best solution. However, this time he was not going to easily give them away. He had to make things difficult for the Church and the Federation, to make them publicly apologize before he even considered giving those beyond grade As back. Speaking of which, Kasui's proposal is not completely out of the question. Should I sell the Federation's people to the Church and let the two of them fight with each other? Han Shao scratched his chin and pondered. Garutan, of course, did not receive such a treatment. Han Shao planned to keep him as part of his collection. He also paid attention to Beast Ancestors' organization. After their boss was done for, as expected, the organization became chaotic, splitting into many factions. The internal conflict was at its peak. At the same time, there were also many organizations outside that had their eyes on the inheritance of Beast Ancestor, prepared to take a bite of it any time. Should I participate too? After all, I'm the one who eliminated Beast Ancestor. The possible responses the various organizations might have appeared in his brain one after another, quickly getting analyzed and classified. This time, a flash of insight crossed his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was doable. Han Zhao's eyes slowly became brighter as a smirk appeared on his face. If the dynasty's response is just as I expect, I should be able to look for Sorokin after some time and get some things from him. Earlier, Han Shao had announced to the outside world that he would be resting. One reason was to make the so-called burned of his potential more convincing, and another was to spare some free time to do some stuff. There were quite a few things he had to do. First, he had to deal with the impact of this incident. Dealing with the captives, negotiating with the dynasty, splitting up Beast Ancestors' inheritance, and so on all fell under this classification. Second, he planned to use the time to repair the mechanical army, which would take quite a lot of time. He planned to build Emperor's capes too, as well as improve the mysterious energy host. Then there was the kindness Manison and Kasui had shown during this incident. Using the enormous force of the Black Star Army in the flickering world, he would start building a communication channel for the United Front of the Beyond Grade as, last but not the least, he needed to also make a trip to the secondary dimension with aims and capture Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy's old buddy, Holy Light Particle. Looks like I'm going to be rather busy. The good thing is, after this battle, I won't have to worry about the growth of the Black Star Army for quite a long time, which will give me a lot of time to do my own things. After doing some planning, Han Shao arranged his thoughts and walked out of the room. After returning and touching Phaidon, he had headed right to the training ground to receive the reward and had yet to talk to his many officers. He now walked toward his office and told Philip to gather the core officers. When Han Shao walked into his office, everyone was already there, including Ames. Technically, this was an internal affair of the army, and outsiders should not be allowed. However, Ames was an exception, so no one was stupid enough to stop her from doing so. "You finally decided to come back?" Ames leaned on the wall and looked at Han Shao with a faint smile. "Ahem, I had important matters to deal with," Han Shao replied with resignation. He had invited Ames to the Black Star Palace only as an insurance. He did not expect it to force Traveler to back away. "Don't forget what you promised me." Ames' brows rose slightly. "When I'm done handling the matters on hand, we'll go traveling." Han Shao nodded. I shall not disturb you guys then." Ames glanced at Hila before leaving the room. Although no one had chased her away, she knew that it was not polite to stay there and listen to the internal affairs of the Black Star Army. freewebnovel.com. Han Shao sat on his seat, looked at Hila first, and said, "After some time you'll have to return to exploring on the front lines. I'll build something new for you, the mechanical suit that sent you back here. With that, you won't have to worry about getting ambushed or surrounded." "Okay." Hila had no objections. "Has the dynasty contacted you recently?" "No." Hila shook her head. "Then let me say this first. If they use me as a reason to convince you to join the dynasty, come and discuss with me first. Don't agree right away." "Don't worry, I know. By the way, how's your connection with Aurora?" Han Shao asked curiously. "It's stable." Hila paused for a moment. "But I can still feel the existence of that special secondary dimension. Can you take me along to travel the secondary dimension this time too? I want to take a look at it." "Probably not this time. Someone has to be with the army while I'm gone." Han Shao shook his head. "I'll go with you next time." Hila nodded in agreement with a slight smirk. She seemed to be in a good mood. After chattering for a while, Han Shao looked at the other officers. He glanced at Phaidon with eyes filled with satisfaction, and he only stopped smiling after Phaidon became clearly uncomfortable. He then told the others to give their reports. Sylvia, Herluz, Reynold, and the others summarized the recent business situation. During the reporting process, quite a number of calamity-grade officers secretly sized Han Shao up. Han Zhao's recent achievement had shocked many officers too. Many of them had even more respect for him. After listening to the reports, Han Shao nodded. "The situation is going extremely well right now. After this, the Black Star Army will have an even easier time in the flickering world. There won't be anyone casually testing us. You guys go do some recruitment. The army might see some excellent business opportunities in some time. Be prepared." Han Shao talked about the things to pay attention to and do for a while. Seeing that everyone nodded while listening, he suddenly thought of Evans. Evans had also come back with the spaceship that transported the throne. Han Shao had told Philip to sort his accommodation and had kept him hidden. Before Evans, his secret weapon, grew to a certain point, Han Shao was not going to expose him to others. Han Shao leaned back in his chair. "That's all. If there are no questions, you guys can get back to your tasks." "By the way," Sylvia said, "there's one thing that needs your attention. A star director hopes to see you." Han Shao was surprised. "Star director? Who? Manison?" Seeing Han Zhao's confused expression, Sylvia explained. "He's the renowned master-level director, Benny Traval. He is hoping to get your permission to shoot a documentary about you." "That's new." Han Shao immediately became interested. In the galactic society that had no shortage of material supplies, the influence of the entertainment industry was humongous. A famous galactic celebrity might have quintillions of fans. For example, Phaidon had been considered a local celebrity before. Galactic star directors such as Benny Traval had extremely high popularity and influence, as well as extraordinary positions in the industry. They were all important people even on the scale of the entire universe. However, the people in the entertainment industry and someone in the military industry like him were in two completely different worlds that hardly had any connections, which made Han Xiao wonder why this person came asking to shoot a documentary of him. Could this be the effect of his universe legendary points? Han Xiao contemplated for a while. Okay then, I'll meet him. Okay. I'll contact him personally. Sylvia nodded. Han Xiao then glanced at everyone. Seeing that no one spoke, he said, "If there's nothing else, we'll call this a day." At this time, Hila suddenly thought of something. She took out a small box, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward Han Xiao with her beautiful fingers. Han Xiao looked down at it. This was a red box with ribbons like a gift. Confused, he looked at Hila. Today is your birthday. This is your birthday present, an amulet. Remember to wear it, Hila said softly. Han Xiao was surprised. This is only February. Today isn't my birthday. It's October. Oh, I get it. This should be the birthday of my original identity. Back on planet Aquamarine, the Germinal organization definitely investigated me. Hila probably saw the birth certificate of my original identity. Understanding that, Han Xiao swallowed the words he was about to say back down. He accepted the gift and said with a smile, "Thanks. Didn't think you'd remember. I remember everything about you." Hila closed her eyes and left the room before Han Xiao could reply. The officers around looked back and forth between the two of them with meaningful looks in their eyes. They then left one after another. Han Xiao was the only one left in the room. He carefully opened the gift box and looked at what was inside. A tiny dark gold coin lay quietly in the box, hooked on a thin silver chain. It was a necklace. Han Xiao picked up this coin and suddenly felt a special kind of energy on it. It had both Hila's power of the dead energy and Aurora's Esper ability energy. With a flash of insight, Han Xiao opened the interface and looked at Hila's character summon card. If I'm guessing correctly, this coin is a carrier of some kind of ability, and this ability is probably the reawakening ability that Hila just obtained. No wonder she called it an amulet. Basically, she gave me a revive token. The character summon card did not display the limitations and cost for Hila to use this ability, but Han Xiao was certain that Hila would not be able to casually just gift this ability to anyone. It was most likely quite costly. Han Xiao wore the amulet on his neck, stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the scenery outside Black Star Palace. If not because Hila suddenly brought it up, he would totally have forgotten the meaning of birthdays. In all the years he had spent in Galaxy, this was the first time someone had given him a birthday present. Although the birthday of this body was not the same as his own birthday, Han Xiao still felt nostalgic and emotional. Memories often would not stop coming up once reminded. The images of the past kept appearing in his mind like it was lifetimes ago. Birthday. A soft sigh sounded in the room. Chapter 1063, In order to save the universe, I have decided to become. Chapter 1063, In order to save the universe, I have decided to become. 1063, In order to save the universe, I have decided to become. In the Emerald Star Cluster was one of Beast Ancestor's stronghold planets. Two fleets with the same Beast Ancestor symbol stood against each other in space. The atmosphere was tense. The situation was clear. The smaller fleet wanted to leave the stronghold and was stopped by the guarding fleet. Inside the command ship of the guarding fleet, Byram looked at the fleeing fleet in front of him that was prepared to start a fight anytime with complicated feelings. He then said in the public channel, "Jadaina, do you know what you're doing? This is defection." As soon as his sentence ended, a female creature appeared on the screen before him. She had light brown skin, a lustful face, and black beastly patterns at the tips of her eyes and her temples, as well as white lines on her cheeks in a pattern like cat whiskers. She looked similar to a leopard. Her clothing was wild and unrestrained, showing her astonishing body shape and beauty. At this point, the face of this woman was filled with a firmness. "Garutan is done. We've made up our minds. If you want to stop us, you can try." Looking at the woman on the screen, Byram sighed in his mind. This person's name was Jadaina. She had some beast bloodline and was one of the 4 admirals under Beast Ancestor's command, like the Vanguard officials and Black Star Guards. She was an ace combatant who stood at the top among her brothers and sisters. She was also a beyond grade A seed. Given her wild personality, quite a number of brothers and sisters were afraid of her. However, a lot of people knew that Jadaina was in the rebel faction and had always hated Garutan. Garutan, however, did not care if his children hated him. His offspring were just tools to him. As long as he was alive, he did not fear anyone escaping his control. He had maintained control of his organization with his own strength, and once he was gone, it instantly started cracking up like rats leaving a sinking ship. On this day, Jadaina brought a big batch of rebel faction members and planned to leave the Beast Ancestors organization, hence this confrontation. Byram was in the neutral faction, so he did not have overwhelming loyalty for Garutan. He sighed and said, "We're all brothers and sisters. Why fight each other? Father is only captured. He might return in the future. Why not stay and work through this difficult time together?" "Shut up," Jadaina yelled. "I've been waiting for this day for way too long. If you don't let us go today, don't blame me for not having mercy." Byram stayed silent. He turned and looked at the enraged expressions of the loyalists, shook his head internally, and ordered, "Let them go." Without the overwhelming strength of the Beast Ancestor that kept this many people in their place, his organization had absolutely no unity, and everyone had their own plans. Byram was not willing to fight with them. However, the loyalist faction was not having it. From the way they looked at it, immediately leaving when their father was in trouble was an act of total betrayal that needed punishment. Although Byram was the commander, many officers did not obey him and suddenly fired, starting a battle. Battleships were sunk one after another, creating fireworks in the comic space. Calamity grades dashed about in between the battle and fought each other with no mercy. After a very long time, the battle finally ended. Tons of battleship wreckages were floating in the cosmic space. After paying a hefty price, the betraying fleet finally broke away. The loyalist faction also suffered a huge loss. Many officers were killed by Jadaina on the spot, so none continued chasing after her. Without father, there will be other beyond grade as who come to get us. These loyalists will be cleaned up sooner or later. I'd better find a way out as soon as possible. Byram looked at the wreckages and sighed in his mind. He knew that the Beast Ancestors organization was no more. Meanwhile, we finally got out. They didn't chase us. Inside the command ship that was covered in battle scars, Jadaina sat on the ground, leaning against the wall. She was exhausted and covered in wounds, blood pooling under her. She was surrounded by many officers who were defecting with her. After the intense battle earlier, everyone had wounds and was bandaging each other up. A calamity-grade officer turned to Jadaina after stitching a comrade up. "Big sis, where do we go now?" Since Jadaina was the initiator of this operation and was also the strongest, she was recognized by all as the leader of this defecting team. Escaping was just the first step. Don't forget our target. We can't rely only on ourselves. We have to go to a big organization, Jadaina said while gasping for air. Who should we go to? Whoever that beat up Garutan. Jadaina struggled to get up, looked outside the porthole, and murmured, "Black Star is worth depending on." A few days later, outside Black Star Palace. "I've already disturbed you guys for quite some time. I'll leave today. Thanks for your help." Silver Shadow stood before his spaceship, nodding to express his appreciation for Han Shao. Some time ago, he had used the evolution cube and stayed as a guest in the Black Star Army, bonding with Han Shao. The relationship between them improved quite a bit, from familiar faces to good friends. After staying for a few days, he still had other things to attend to, so he decided to bid farewell today. Han Shao came to send him off. "Okay, I won't keep you then. Feel free to come here to play in the future." Han Shao smiled. Silver Shadow nodded, shook Han Zhao's hand, led a group of his subordinates onto the ship, and closed the hatch. The spaceship's thrusters fired up as it sped up and dashed out of the dock, turning into a stream of light and quickly disappearing into space. Watching the spaceship leave, Han Shao nodded with satisfaction. The time he had spent with Silver Shadow over the past few days had sped up the progress of winning Silver Shadow over. With the favors he owed him, he would be able to at least ride him 3 more times. Han Shao left the dock and returned to his office. Philip, any news from the 3 universal civilizations? Not yet, It's been so many days. It should be time for them to contact me. Han Shao shook his head. Over the past few days, he had been waiting for the Federation and the Church to contact him. It seemed that these two were still considering what attitude they were going to present when contacting him, so no one had called him yet. During the Planet Lighthouse battle, he had handed over the captives to the Dynasty, and the Dynasty had negotiated with them. This time, however, he had basically caught all the captives by himself. Plus, he was much stronger. Therefore, Han Shao told the Dynasty that he wanted to negotiate with the Federation and the Church personally. At this time, Philip suddenly paused and reported, "Master, there's a new communication request. It's from the Arcane Church. Speak of the devil." Han Shao told Philip to pick it up. Very soon, a remote projection appeared in the room. This was a high-ranking official of the Church who was in charge of diplomatic matters. He took a bow as soon as he appeared, looking very respectful. "Your Excellency Black Star, I'm the diplomat of the Arcane Church. First, on behalf of the Church, I would like to apologize for this incident." Let's skip all that and cut to the chase. Han Shao glared at the Church diplomat in front of him and said with a deep voice, "If you want Tolian back, it depends on how sincere you guys are. I have to emphasize one thing though. The compensation must include a public apology on your side." The Church diplomat blinked a few times and said softly, "That won't be a problem, but we can put aside Tolian's matter first. I want to talk about the Federation's captives." Han Shao raised his brow. What a surprise. The Arcane Church is in no hurry to bail Tolian back, but instead wants to gain a Federation captive first. Although he could understand the reason behind this, Han Shao still thought it was quite tragic. For Tolian. Shaking his head, Han Shao said, "The Church wants to buy a beyond grade a captive of the Federation." "Huh? Not one. The more, the better. I'm sure Kasui has spoken to you about this as well. The Church wants something to regain the 10,000 Deity Scepter. Your Excellency Black Star, we come with a lot of sincerity this time, and we're willing to pay a high price." "How high?" Han Shao raised his brows. "These are our initial terms." The diplomat brought up a list and displayed it. Han Shao quickly scanned through the list. Not only did the terms include tons of resources compensation, but the Church was even willing to use non-strategic universal treasures to acquire the captives. The terms were quite generous. However, he was not going to easily agree. He purposely acted like he was considering for a while. Then, he said slowly, "I'll have to endure pressure from the Federation if I sell their captives to you. And this is all you're offering? It doesn't seem sufficient. How about you propose the terms and we can—" Han Shao snorted and interrupted him. "Go figure. Change the terms till I'm satisfied." By not being the one stating the terms, he would be able to give the Federation and the Church a hard time. Otherwise, the two of them might not learn the lesson. Also, it would not be beneficial to public opinion if he easily agreed to their terms. "Okay then, we'll go back and change the terms. Can I assume that you don't object to selling the Federation's captives?" the Church's diplomat asked. "Depends on my mood." Han Shao did not make a guarantee. Seeing that Han Shao was not taking a clear stance, the Church diplomat had no choice but to go offline and report the situation to his superiors. As soon as he disconnected, the communication request from the Federation came. "How coincidental," Han Shao murmured and picked up the communication. "Greetings, Your Excellency Black Star. I'm the Federation of Lights. All right, I know who you are. Cut the crap. Show me your terms for bailing the captives." The Federation's diplomat's words were forced right back down his throat, and he had no choice but to obediently show Han Shao the terms. After looking through the list, Han Shao shook his head in his mind. The price the Federation gave was not as high as the Church. After all, this was just ordinary bailing for them. TSK. Cheeky as always, you lost 3 people but you don't want to pay a huge price? In your dreams. Han Shao narrowed his eyes, tapped the table and said slowly, "Just now, the Arcane Church contacted me and made an interesting proposal." "What proposal?" They want to buy the beyond grade A captives of the Federation from me. And they're willing to pay a high price. Han Shao gave him a meaningful look. The Federation diplomat was startled and quickly said, Did you agree? I'm still considering it. However, the price the church gave was quite tempting. You can't just decide to sell the Federation's important ally to the church, or... The Federation diplomat was just about to threaten Han Shao when he suddenly realized that he was facing Black Star, who had just cost them a huge loss, so he quickly changed his tone. Anyhow, as long as you don't agree to the church's proposal, we will definitely do something. That will depend on your sincerity, and how high a price are you willing to pay to make me reject the church's offer. Han Shao smiled. Understood. Understood. I'll relay your thoughts to the upper echelons immediately and change the compensation terms. The Federation diplomat wiped off the sweat on his forehead and hastily disconnected. He knew that Black Star was driving the price up, but there was nothing he could do. Even though he thought he saw through Black Star's intentions, the only thing he could do was to obediently follow it. After getting rid of these two, Han Shao leaned back in his chair and smirked. If this had happened in the past, the risk of doing something like this would have been very high. However, after this battle, he had showcased more than enough strength to be noticed. Only then would the Church and the Federation be willing to negotiate with him calmly instead of continuing to plot against him. With these captives in his hands, he had enough leeway to ask for over-the-top prices. Even though he had made it clear that he wanted the Federation and the Church to compete with each other, they could do nothing but put up with it. This feeling of having the upper hand is indeed great. Han Shao smiled. While he was pondering, his communicator rang again. It was Sylvia. Army Commander. The Galactic Star Director I told you about a few days ago has arrived at Black Star Palace. So soon, they were in the flickering world to begin with. I've already sent someone to receive them. Should I bring them right to the guest room? I'll go see him now. Han Shao stood up. A civilian spaceship parked at the exterior dock of Black Star Palace, and a group of people walked out from it. At the front was an old man with a large beard and round head. He clearly gave off a vibe of being wealthy. Like a true artsy type, his long hair was swinging. He looked like a boiled egg with hair. This person was the Crimson Dynasty-born Galactic Great Director, Benny Traval. As soon as they disembarked from the spaceship, they looked left and right cautiously and chattered among themselves. So, this is the Black Star Army's base. Are all these people mercenaries? They're all looking at us. Keep it down. Having heard his assistants were chattering behind him, Benny Traval frowned and softly yelled, Keep your mouth shut. If you insult Black Star's men, you know what the consequences are. The others quickly became quiet, looking very cautious. They had been following Benny Traval for a very long time and were seniors in the entertainment industry. There were people everywhere who wanted to fawn over them. Although they were not considered arrogant, they were still quite proud of themselves. However, these people did not dare act arrogantly here. The Black Star Army was a top-tier armed force that was on a completely different level compared to them. Now that they had entered the headquarters of such a powerful armed force, they naturally felt intimidated. They knew full well that their influence was nothing compared to someone like this who held real power. Every one of them tucked their tail between their legs and acted humble. Not long after, a receptionist of the army came and said with a bright smile, Greetings, Director Benny Traval. Please, follow me. The army commander is waiting for you. Okay. Thanks for leading the way, Benny Traval replied with a smile. Seeing this, the assistants around were surprised. They knew their own boss all too well. He was always proud. Very rarely did he show such a passionate and fawning smile. They went all the way to the guest room, walked in, and saw Han Shao sitting at the main seat. Out of panic, they hastily greeted Han Shao. Benny Traval quickly walked toward Han Shao and extended his hand. Your Excellency Black Star, thank you for agreeing to meet with me. You don't have to be so formal, sit. Han Shao shook his hand and invited everyone to sit down. The group sat down one after another with their backs straight but only taking up the edge of the seat, looking very cautious. At the same time, they all stared at Han Shao with respect and obedience, as well as a stiff and fawning smile on their faces. Many of them were quite important people, but now they could only smile. Han Shao shook his head. Position meant power. Even though he did not do anything, others would still uncontrollably feel nervous. He turned to look at Benny Traval, smiled, and asked, "Great director Benny, I heard you want to shoot a documentary about me?" "That's right. I've seen your files from the beginning to your astonishing rise in the galaxy. You're a living legend. What you've done stimulated my desire to innovate. It will be my honor to shoot a documentary for someone like you." Benny Traval cut right to the chase and started explaining the motivation behind all this. When he came to the exciting parts, his face even became red, and he stood up to make gestures. Han Shao observed for a while and realized that this great director was not there just to praise him but really wanted to create an adapted documentary. This was probably one of the effects of his legendary points. This was not strange. To others, what he had achieved was indeed legendary. So having a director want to shoot his life story was not exactly a surprise. After all, many films were adapted from true stories to begin with. After being continuously praised for a while, Han Shao felt quite good. Then, he waved and interrupted the saliva-filled speech of the director. "So, you're just here to ask for my permission to allow you to shoot a film about me?" "Not just that." Benny Traval suddenly became anxious. "I have another request. I hope you can be part of this film as an Easter egg." These words required courage. He knew that Black Star's position was way too high. For someone with so much power, Black Star could basically be considered a political figure. This was like a request for the dynasty's ruler to guest star in his film. It was almost a daydream. Han Shao narrowed his eyes and tapped the table slowly but did not immediately reply. As his expression changed, the atmosphere instantly cooled to a freezing point. Everyone's heart started beating faster and faster. No one dared take big breaths. The room became dead silent. Just as Han Shao was about to speak, a mission notification popped up on the interface. Invitation from a director. Mission introduction. A universally known star director hopes to have you take part in the shooting of a film. Mission requirements. Star in the film. Reward 1,800,000 EXP. Random increase in renown of various star fields. Bonus reward. Talent. Celebrity effect. Celebrity effect. Others will feel close to you and forgive you more easily. Han Zhao's mouth contorted slightly. What's this? Forcing me to become a celebrity? Chapter 1064. An overly difficult mission. Chapter 1064. An overly difficult mission. Han Shao did not reject the idea of guest starring in the film. He was not the lead star, so it would not take him too much time. Furthermore, with how developed the technology was, it would not take long to shoot one film. Plus, they could be watched in many different ways, such as the classic third-person screen, an immersive watching experience where one could step into the environment, or even take over the perspective of the character in the movie. With the development of technology, the expression of films had also become richer. The celebrity effect, S-effects were not quantified. Faiden had it too, and it was related to the charisma attribute. Not only would it make gaining favorability easier, it would also make losing favorability more difficult even if he offended someone. The name suited the effects it gave quite well. The effects of the talent looked ambiguous on the surface, but Han Shao knew that this was actually quite useful. It would help in many situations. Be it business negotiations or daily socializing, it was an excellent ability for networking. Even if the mission rewards were not considered, this proposal itself was beneficial for Han Shao. Currently, his reputation was at its peak, but the heat of the news would reduce with time. Furthermore, having such an astonishing achievement as a comparison, the more ordinary deeds would hardly increase his influence and fame. Therefore, using the entertainment industry to continue to increase his renown was a great path to take. After all, the entertainment industry had a unique advantage in terms of the attention it received. This would also not damage his reputation while helping the outside world understand him more. Furthermore, this seemed very suitable for increasing the number of believers. That old man Manison definitely wouldn't be willing to do the same. Under the nervous stare of Benny Traval and his assistants, Han Shao purposely acted like he was pondering for a while. He then nodded and said, "Sure, that's great. Benny Traval was overjoyed. He initially thought he would most likely be rejected, but Han Xiao turned out to be surprisingly friendly. The nervous atmosphere disappeared instantly. Everyone felt relief followed by excitement. Being able to have someone like Black Star cameo in their film was like a dream. When do you guys plan to start the project? Han Xiao asked. We'll have to finalize the script first. Since this will be adapted from your real experience, if possible, we hope you can provide some details. We might even have to organize a few interviews, Benny Traval said softly. That's easy, as long as I'm free, Han Xiao smiled. Okay. When we've done the script, we'll show it to you for you to audit. We'll only start the shooting after you agree with the script. Han Xiao nodded. He suddenly thought of something and asked, do you have any funding issues? Don't worry. The entertainment industry is quite influential. Plus, this will be your story. There will definitely be a lot of people fighting to fund it. Even the Crimson Dynasty's Ministry of Culture might. Benny Traval was quite confident. All right, come to me if you have any funding issues. I'll sponsor you. Benny Traval was very touched. Whoa, what a generous man. He decided that he had to make sure this film turned out amazing. It not only had to be filled with artistic factors but also had to make a great sale. Having been a director for many years, Benny Traval had both excellent productions and failed ones. While using the noble reason of pursuing art to get funding, some projects had not even been able to break even. It would not be a problem if those films sponsored by ordinary people did not turn out great. He would lose his brand image and money at most. However, if the film sponsored by the Black Star Army turned out not good enough, he might even lose his life. He did not dare slack. Given the population of this era, the profit in the entertainment industry was beyond imaginable. Occasionally, there were even some films that the entire universe liked and loved, and the profit gained from just one of those would surpass the total value of many small financial groups. It was absolutely bonkers. Han Xiao had no reason not to gain profit from it. Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, I want to put someone in the cast. Please do tell. Han Xiao brought up Faiden's image, smiled, and said, this person. He's one of my guards, a calamity-grade super. He was once a local celebrity. Just give him a character to play. This person. Benny Traval's eyes widened. He did not mind Black Star putting someone in the cast. He had seen this kind of thing happen way too many times. What surprised him was that Black Star was sending him a treasure. This body, this appearance, this vibe. He's a born superstar. Scanning the stunned expression on everyone's face, Han Xiao chuckled in his mind. He knew very well how powerful Faiden's charming aura was. Having Faiden star in the movie would be more than enough to attract a ton of attention and make the promotion multiple times smoother. Furthermore, Han Xiao did not forget about what Faiden had achieved in his previous life. The Legend of a Singer, where he used his psychic singing to stop an entire war. Therefore, to maintain the love and peace of the universe, he decided to make Faiden an idol again. This was not a sudden thought. He had wanted to use this opportunity to make Faiden the image ambassador of the Black Star Army to gain more popularity, which might even attract more talents. At the same time, he hoped to increase the stock price of the Germinal Financial Group. After so many years, the Germinal Financial Group was already listed thanks to the help of the army. Its funds at this point were huge. Many thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind, but he did not reveal them. Maintaining a smile, he chatted with the others in an uplifting atmosphere. In the end, Benny Traval and the others decided to stay a while in Black Star Palace to gain some insight and material before leaving with joy all over their faces. After sending them away, Han Xiao told Sylvia to follow up with the matter and then went to chat for some time with Ames to make sure his old friend was receiving enough attention. Ames, however, was very understanding. She knew that he had many things to deal with, so she did not hurry him. Both Han Xiao and Hila had returned, so she had company there and lived so comfortably she almost did not want to go back. I don't have anything to do on Floating Dragon Island. What should I go back for? What? Jenny? Who's that? Never heard of her. Han Xiao returned to his room and bathed out of habit. He came out surrounded by hot water vapor. Without drying himself, he wrapped himself in a bathing robe and lay on his bed while humming. Water droplets slid down his hair and wet his pillow. Of course, beyond grade as bodies were pure and free from dirt, so they did not have to bathe. However, Han Xiao enjoyed this feeling of adjusting his senses to have the temperature sense of a normal person. Only then would he be able to have a hot water bath. Otherwise, even lava would feel cold to him. A few mechanical pets climbed up and circled around Han Xiao. They kept rubbing their bodies on him in an adorable way. There were both cats and dogs, even snakes. They were all mechanical lives with their own independent minds. Their metal bodies had no edges. They were smooth and round. They did not have to eat or excrete and were very easy to take care of. Ever since Hila gave him a birthday present, Hila had suddenly thought of getting some pets to give his usually cold and quiet bedroom some life. Han Xiao casually petted his pets for a while. He then leaned back on the bed and opened up the player forums. The Black Star's godlike battle topic had yet to cool down. It even became hotter instead. The flickering world panel was still filled with it. There were not only discussions. Many players also took action and left their original faction to join the Black Star army, giving the player count of the army a boost. The one-sided faction war had lasted a while. Due to the factions that were named admitting their inferiority, the army's opponents were powerless. Not only did the shady plan of those foreign clubs not work, they even shot themselves in the foot. The factions they were in had lost a huge number of normal players. This indirectly increased the unity of the army players and shortened the distance between the new and old army players from different countries. The atmosphere in the Black Star army had become much better. Although the players from different countries could not be considered friendly toward each other, they had grown to accept others. On the forums, there was another thing that sparked discussion. After Han Xiao created the Rescue Hila dungeon crystals, he had placed them in the faction store. In the following few days, a ton of players had bought the dungeon crystal to watch their army commander with their lives. After non-stop effort and hard work, there were already famous dungeon raiders who increased the survival time record to a whopping 29 seconds, earning the respect of countless players. Rescue Hila and Planet Lighthouse were now known as the two film-type dungeons, which meant there was nothing they could do, only watch. Han Xiao was still browsing the forums with joy when Phillips sent him a message. Master Hum. A fleet that has defected from the Beast Ancestors organization has arrived at our frontline stronghold in the free competition zone. On board are 7 Calamity Grade officers previously under the Beast Ancestors command, led by one of Garutan's 4 admirals, Claw Empress Jadaina. She has mentioned that she wants to see you by name. See me? Han Xiao raised his brows and closed the player forums. He then quickly brought up Jadaina's data and browsed through it. He then started pondering. He did not know much about Garutan's subordinates. Most of them were Garutan's tools. Only a few had left an impression on him in his previous life, including Jadaina, but not because of the achievements she made. In his previous life, Jadaina secretly worked with other organizations and gave out missions to players that involved destroying all the offspring production warehouses of the Beast Ancestors headquarters when Garutan was not home, releasing all the females that were imprisoned as reproduction machines. Although the plan did not end up succeeding, it still brought the Beast Ancestor a humongous loss. She initially wanted to die together with Garutan using a psionic energy bomb but failed. In the end, she was torn apart alive by Garutan. Knowing that, Han Xiao had a rough guess as to why she was there. Okay, I'll meet her. In the Emerald Star Cluster, the Black Star frontline stronghold had already repaired the damage suffered from the Hila rescue warfare. The fleet was now patrolling as usual. At this time, Jadaina and the gang were welcomed into the dock. Due to the Beast Ancestor symbol on their spaceships, they attracted the attention of all the army members they passed. The spaceships parked steadily, and the hatches opened with a swoosh. Jadaina led her friends out of the spaceship, ignoring the strange looks on the army members around, and headed toward the guest room following the mechanical receptionist. We're finally here. I wonder if Black Star will keep us. After all, we were his enemies not long ago. Black Star isn't petty. I'm just not sure if we're strong enough for him to be interested. Jadaina did not join the discussion. With a tense expression, she followed the receptionist into the guest room. It was empty. This time, Han Zhao's remote projection appeared in the room with his hands behind his back. He looked at everyone with coldness as he slowly spoke. You wanted to see me? That's right. We were all under Beast Ancestor's command. We have been unhappy with him for a very long time but never had the strength to resist. Now you've defeated him, so we came to join you, hoping to work for the Black Star Army. Jadaina cut right to the chase while staring at Han Zhao. Clearly, she was very direct. Although Han Zhao had already guessed, a saying still appeared in his mind. This is them abandoning evil to take the righteous path. Isn't it? Han Zhao did not plan to reject them. After all, there were 7 calamity grades, which was quite an amount of power. Furthermore, Jadaina was a rare beyond grade A seed with extraordinary potential. She could be of company to Hadavi and Lothair. High-quality leeks uprooting themselves up and entering his vegetation field was always something Han Zhao loved to see. However, he could not agree with it too easily. The routine questioning was still needed. Why were you unhappy with Garuten? Jadaina took a deep breath. Sorrow and anger appeared on her face as she said, in order to produce high-quality offspring, Garuten bought countless females of different races from the black market. These females weren't even granted the freedom to die. The only thing they could do was become a tool of reproduction. My mother was one of them. With my very own eyes, I watched her give birth to one offspring after another for years. She died of exhaustion in the end. The high-quality offspring were given a lot of resources and trained well, while the low-quality ones became slaves. Although we're all related by blood, most people have no emotional connection to others. That place was like a cold and freezing graveyard. Everyone had no choice but to fawn over Garuten. Not a single day spent there was not filled with hatred and disgust. Jadaina closed her eyes as she was flooded by the sorrowful memories, only reopening them after a while. Then, she said with a deep voice, my friends have had the same experience as me. We hate everything Garuten has created, but we had no choice but to be manipulated by him and assist in his evil deeds. We lived every day in agony and frustration. We're not afraid of dying. Only through enduring this pain and keeping ourselves alive can we find the chance to change everything. And when you defeated him, we were finally liberated. Then, Jadaina kneeled onto the ground. The people behind her followed. The entire group kneeled as a gesture of respect. We hope you can take us in. Jadaina pressed her forehead onto the ground and growled emotionally. Please take us in. Everyone else shouted simultaneously as well. The shouting echoed in the room. Seeing this, Han Zhao pondered a while and nodded. Since that's the case, I shall accept you to become members of the Black Star Army. freewebnov.co. The group exhaled with relief and finally stood up. A smile appeared on Jadaina's face again. Her expression relaxed. It was beautiful. Like her wild personality, her emotions were also directly displayed. Han Zhao nodded. His tone became friendly as he smiled and said, Then we're all family now. Come to Black Star Palace. I want to see you guys with my own eyes and arrange roles for you. Also, if you want to visit Garuten's specimen. This time, Jadaina interrupted Han Zhao. She wiped the smile off her face and said with a serious tone, Black Star, I also have a gift as well as a request. Do tell. Han Zhao raised his brows. Jadaina nodded. The Beast Ancestors organization is in shambles now. It's a great opportunity to split it up. I'm willing to help you obtain the Beast Ancestors' inheritance. This is my gift to you. And your request? I hope you can destroy the Beast Ancestors' headquarters and all of the offspring production facilities, releasing all the females and taking in all the young offspring of Beast Ancestor. This is both my request and my gift. Although I hate Garuten to the core, these young offspring are innocent. Their worldviews have yet to take shape and can still be adjusted. If raised properly, they can become new blood for the army. Jadaina then looked up and stared at Han Zhao, as if she wanted to see the answer she had been hoping to see for a very long time in Han Zhao's eyes. Han Zhao opened the interface, and as he expected, this triggered a mission. However, it was not one mission but two. The first mission was Liberate Beast Ancestors Organization. Just like Jadaina said, It required him to destroy the beast ancestors' headquarters and free those within. The rewards were Jotna's favorability and her character summon card. The second mission, however, shocked him. Ending the darkness. Mission introduction. Life form trafficking is the source of countless tragedies. Jotna hates it with everything she has. Destroying the practice has always been her dream her entire life. Mission requirement. End the life form trading industry in Galaxy. Reward, 1 trillion EXP, 15 random rewards, 3 universe legendary points, 5 blank character summon cards. Bonus reward, Slave Liberator milestone. Slave Liberator. Your relationship with all lawful factions will forever be fixed at reverence. 1 trillion experience. Han Xiao was stunned. This was the craziest mission he had ever seen, as were its rewards, and of course its difficulty. Eliminate the life form trading industry of the entire universe. Looking at the population of the entire galaxy, this was a mission that was impossible to complete. If there was no demand for it, it would never have started in the first place. Even the 3 universal civilizations could not do this, so who else could? No wonder Jotna only requested that he liberate Beast Ancestors Organization. She most likely knew that this wish of hers would never be achieved. Of course, Han Xiao would not expose her. He shook his head, put this matter at the back of his mind, and did not mention it. About liberating Beast Ancestors Organization, you have my word. Then, I'll be willing to serve you till the end of time. Jotna lowered her head, and admiration appeared in her eyes. Ever since Han Xiao defeated Garutan, she had viewed Black Star as her idol. Before she came into contact with Black Star, she had been anxious, afraid that the truth about her idol might disappoint her. Also, she was afraid that Black Star might mistake her for someone who went whichever way the wind blew, seeing her actions as betraying her old master and going to the winner. She would have been very sad if that was the case. Now, however, all those worries were gone. Black Star was totally worth her admiration. Like electricity running through her entire body, she suddenly felt something in her heart. She was a very direct person, and her emotions were easily affected. At this moment, she felt she was in love. Chapter 1065, The Wolf is Besieged and Annihilated. 1065, The Wolf is Besieged and Annihilated. Ending his long-range projection, Han Xiao opened his eyes within his palace, his emotions overflowing in joy. 7 calamity grades joined, with one of them even being a beyond grade A seed. This wave of talents is good quality. He had only been interested in the resources accumulated by the beast ancestor and did not covet the latter's offspring because both sides were enemies after all. Even if he were to forcefully accept the troops and force the descendants to work for him, there would always be resistance. There was also a chance that they would not put in their best effort, and their numbers would allow them to pollute the army and form a faction, which would become a ticking time bomb. A melon that is forcefully plucked will not be sweet. The losses would outweigh the gains. Furthermore, the Black Star army was already part of the lawful faction, so they could not go too overboard. At the same time, they did not lack manpower in the army at the moment, so he was not interested in poaching the manpower of the beast ancestor. That being said, if it was those who decided to voluntarily pledge themselves to the Black Star army, he naturally would not reject them. The majority of people from the rebel faction are still waiting, and Jotna's batch is only the first wave of guinea pigs. There will definitely be more of them in the future. Even I don't know the exact number. Han Xiao did not wish to capture all these people in one go, as each individual had their own ambitions. Some of them might not necessarily choose to defect to him if they were to betray the Beast Ancestor organization. Some would choose to resign completely, burying their lives and living in a low-profile manner. Shaking his head, Han Xiao temporarily put this matter aside and summoned Philip. Notify Herluz and Sylvia. Tell them to mobilize the soldiers of the Shattered Star Ring to send a fleet over to the Beast Ancestor's base to free all the slaves and to destroy his offspring cultivation assembly line. Due to the high difficulty level of the mission, ending the darkness, he could not progress in it at the moment. In contrast, the other missions were quite simple, and since he had already given the other party his word, Han Xiao swung into action. With Jotna joining him, he would also have sufficient reason to send out troops. Furthermore, since Garuten had brought out a large number of elites, his base was quite empty. Thus, it also reduced the difficulty. As long as the fleet brought along his own avatar as a guarantee, there should not be any accidents. This group of guys who had forsaken the darkness for the light brought Han Shao plenty of good news. However, there was one detail that made Han Shao sit up and take notice. He always felt that the look Jadaina had in her eyes seemed a little bit too eager. It was like how he normally looked at Fiden. In the stronghold of the Beast Ancestors base in the Emerald Star Cluster, after Jadaina and her group broke out, the atmosphere became silent and cold. There was less chatter. They were obviously brothers and sisters, but the looks they exchanged were filled with vigilance, and more thoughts were hiding behind their poker faces. As the people's hearts changed, the undercurrents surged. Jadaina was the first defector, and there were still many more of the cautious rebels watching the situation. Seeing that she had a good start, more of them started to get ready to move. Within a secret room, a group of people from the rebel factions gathered together quietly. Their leader was a prestigious Calamity-grade officer, Boa Constrictor Schneider. While he was not at the level of the 4 major officers, he was still one of the more influential officers, an elite combatant who combined his pugilist skills with his innate toxin talents. "I believe you know my purpose behind gathering all of you." Schneider looked around, his eyes stopping for a while on the stronger officers before continuing. "There's news from Sister Jadaina. She says that Black Star has already accepted them. They have found a good home." No one present spoke, waiting for him to finish. Seeing this, Schneider said, "The loyal faction fought with Jadaina and suffered heavy losses. They probably no longer wish to waste any more strength in dealing with the defectors. It's about time for us to leave as well. I know that there are a few among us that do not wish to defect to another organization and wish to be independent. All of this can wait for when we leave. For those that are unwilling to follow and walk your own paths, we will meet again somewhere in the universe and reminisce about our familial ties then." After he was done, the room remained quiet for a moment before someone finally spoke out. "That's right. It's time for us to leave. In another few days it will be my troops' turn to patrol. This is our chance, and it's best to avoid any conflict with the loyalists." As soon as the silence was broken, everyone spoke in a rush. Everyone with some influence in the audience offered suggestions, brainstorming for the rebellion. Meanwhile, a few of the loyalists were also having a secret meeting. "Did you hear? It seems like the group of traitors from Jotna's side joined the Black Star Army. Where did this news come from? Is it reliable?" Many people saw their spaceship headed toward the stronghold of the Black Star Army, and after entering, they never came out. Furthermore, among that rebel faction that has a lot of hidden thoughts, there has been quite a bit of intelligence leaking out, so it should be accurate. One of them said in a deep voice, "If it's true, then we can implement a bold plan. Let our people pretend to defect and enter the Black Star Army. We'll find a chance to rescue Lord Father. But Black Star is a beyond grade A mechanic. It's hard to even be able to steal anything under his nose. Furthermore, there is no solution for the spacetime amber. Even the 3 universal civilizations are left befuddled. Lord Father has so painstakingly raised us. He's our respected patriarch. Only we can help him now, so even if the odds are slim, we still have to try," someone else replied firmly. "All right, but there's still another problem. The defectors definitely know our allegiances, and the loyal factionists who attempt to defect will definitely be seen through. This is a good question. After being together for so long, one cannot just break into the group of rebels." Everyone hesitated. Jotna's incident had provided hope to the loyalists. Some of them wanted to stage a rescue of Garuten, who was made into a specimen. After all, he was just sealed and not dead yet. At this time, the sound of a communicator rang, breaking the stale atmosphere in the room like a roar of thunder on a sunny day. The leader looked at his communicator and said, "Byram has gathered all the officers to discuss our future plans." Everyone did not feel any surprise. After Garuten's fall, this sort of meeting had been held many times. Without a decision-maker, the affairs of the organization could now only be decided by a large majority of the officers agreeing. However, everyone had their own plans, so there was no unified opinion. The group of loyalists left the room, rushing toward the large conference room. At this moment, the conference room was almost full of people. All those present were officers with a certain amount of influence, and the scene was as rowdy as a scene in a marketplace. The three factions of loyalists, rebels, and neutrals distinguished themselves clearly, all looking at each other with cold glares. This group of loyalists immediately spotted Schneider and glared at him before finding their places. Schneider did not care about their attitude. He had also heard the news when he was in his secret meeting and rushed over. After waiting a while longer, all the officers were finally present. Byram was the last to enter, and he closed the door to the conference room. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly walked up to the rostrum before looking down from his vantage point at everyone. "What happened? For you to convene us again?" one of the officers demanded. The person in question was one of the four generals. "We haven't finished discussing the previous topic, so today, we'll continue to discuss the future of our organization." Byram calmly smiled before he changed the topic. "However, before that, let me introduce someone to you." Everyone frowned. From Byram's attitude, they noticed something was wrong. It was at this moment that a wave of magic appeared in the room, and a blue circle representing a transportation door appeared beside Byram. A foot slowly stepped out of the portal, and a strong sense of oppression soon followed. The air in the room seemed to freeze instantly. The secret master walked out before waving a hand to close the transportation door. With his hands behind his back, he gazed at everyone present with an expression of indifference. The entire room turned silent. At this time, Byram broke the silence with a smile in his voice. "I believe everyone is familiar with the secret master, who is also a patron of the galactic black market just like Lord Father." "Byram, what's the meaning of this?" The group of loyalists immediately stood up, suppressing their anger as they questioned him. In reality, everyone understood that Byram, who was part of the neutral faction, had already initiated a relationship with the secret master. Under the guise of a meeting, he had gathered all the officers so that the secret master could catch them all at once and control everyone. He was going to present this stronghold and all the officers present to the secret master. Byram only smiled in response. His gaze shifted to the secret master, and he explained, "Since Lord Father was captured, countless organizations have been watching us, wishing to divide us. Without a beyond grade A holding the helm, we've been a mess. Secret Master is an old friend of Lord Father, so he has decided to grant us asylum to help us weather our difficulties." Yes, continue to spin your story. Everyone cursed in their heart. The neutrals were surprised, the rebels had heavy hearts, and the loyalists were enraged. The secret master took in everybody's expressions before coldly speaking. "The situation is as thus. Garutan and I have been partners for a long time, and I cannot just watch as his descendants split. I'll temporarily take in the Beast Ancestors organization, and when the situation stabilizes, I'll hand the rights back to you. F***ck your mom, what sympathy and what partners. Do you think we all have amnesia?" Everyone gritted their teeth. The secret master did not have an organization of the Black Star Army scale, so the warriors under the command of the Beast Ancestor were one of the resources he wished to gain. Because he was not a direct enemy like Black Star, he would not need to worry about the issue of them taking revenge. Furthermore, he was also a patron of the galactic black market, so it was more reasonable for him to receive the Beast Ancestors organization. His own organization already consisted of many mixed forces, belonging to the gray side, so there was no need to worry about suffering from indigestion from being unable to digest the Beast Ancestors' troops. This was merely an excuse for the secret master to embezzle the power of the Beast Ancestor, but even if the loyalists were angry, they dared not stand up against it. The secret master had already spoken. "If you still do not know what's good for you, then you won't even have time to regret if this pinnacle beyond grade A here destroys you." Thus, no one retorted after the secret master finished speaking, as though they all silently agreed. At this moment, Schneider slowly stood up, attracting the eyes of everyone present, including the secret master. He took a deep breath before speaking in a respectful tone. "Many thanks to your excellency secret master for your generosity. Your asylum is something we urgently need, and I agree that you have to take over Lord Father's organization for the time being. Not bad. Secret Master nodded, feeling that this kid was on the right path. However, this impression was destroyed by Schneider's next sentence. However, I've already grown tired of this kind of life, and I don't wish to continue fighting in the universe. Now, I just wish to live the life of an ordinary person. Your Excellency, I'm not going against you, but everyone has their own ambitions. Please allow me to retire. Secret Master did not think much about it, replying, "You're blessed with a calamity grade level combat power. To retire just like that would be a pity. I hope you will continue to find the passion in your current post. I'm optimistic about you, so don't talk about resigning anymore. Sit down." Schneider gritted his teeth before mustering up the courage to speak again. "Your Excellency, Secret Master, I wish to take a period of leave. My sister has defected to the Black Star Army, and I wish to tell her not to worry about things back home." Once this sentence was spoken, it could be considered as stating his stand. He implied that he did not wish to work under Secret Master but rather wished to lean toward Black Star. Secret Master narrowed his eyes and stared at him. The pressure within the room got steadily stronger. Only when Schneider started to sweat did Secret Master finally reply, "I feel that there's no need for that. When I formally take over, the universe will naturally receive the news. There's no need to take unnecessary steps." Hearing this, Schneider as well as the people in the rebel factions all sighed in their hearts. The attitude of Secret Master was clear. Even if he knew that they wanted to go over to Black Star, he still chose to detain everyone, not allowing any officers to leave in order to control them. "Ha!" Schneider sighed before sitting down, an expression of regret on his face. If he had known of this development, he would have acted more aggressively and taken action with Jadina. He was a step late. The faces of the rebels were ugly, and their current emotions could be described as being there in body but not in spirit. Secret Master publicly placed a magical imprint on all the officers to monitor their actions before speaking in a high-handed manner, emphasizing how deep his relationship was with Garutan, and after spending so much time together, how they were practically brothers. The crowd secretly rolled their eyes as they listened to the bullsh** Secret Master was spouting. When the end of the meeting was announced, they could not wait to get up and leave the room, as though they were fleeing. Soon, there were only 2 people left in the conference room. Byram came up to the Secret Master and smiled. "Your Excellency, Secret Master, congratulations on absorbing the troops of the Beast Ancestor. This is only the first step. The Beast Ancestor still has many other camps and star fields. I understand, but most of the people he has brought over to the Flickering World are important officers, and since you're controlling them, you're basically controlling almost half of the Beastman organization. Anyways, you've done a good job. When this matter comes to an end, I'll definitely reward you for your achievements." The Secret Master nodded. Hearing this, Byram's smile grew wider. After Jadina defected, Byram also decided to find a way out. It happened that Secret Master was also plotting on taking over the Beast Ancestors' army. So both sides started communicating with each other and hit it off. Byram thus decided to assist the Secret Master. Freebnovel.cm. The reason he did not choose Black Star was partly because the Loyalist faction would never agree to submit under Black Star. Also, if he presented such a gift to their enemy, when news got out, his reputation would be ruined. Considering both factors, it was better to work with Secret Master instead. Byram walked away in excitement, and after sending him off, Secret Master's lips curled up in a sneer. "Humph, merely a person who goes whichever way the wind blows." Shaking his head, Secret Master took out his communicator to contact Sorokin. After 3 rings, the call was connected. Sorokin's visage appeared on the screen, carrying a meaningful smile. "Your Excellency, Secret Master, have you managed to absorb the Beast Ancestors' troops? The initial steps are done." Secret Master nodded. However, it seems like Black Star has already stepped in. There are people who wish to defect to him. Sorokin smiled in response. "Relax, Black Star's commanders are plentiful like the clouds, and he definitely will not target the Beast Ancestors' troops so desperately. Anyway, there's no reason not to be afraid to offend him. If you still feel unsafe after absorbing the troops, just give Black Star suitable compensation, and he will not pursue this further. Let's talk about this when it comes. Secret Master did not agree or disagree. He was a mature person and wished to befriend Black Star. However, he also wished to obtain the Beast Ancestor's troops, seemingly wanting to have his cake and eat it too. Since Black Star was not hard up for these people, he was not picking someone else's fruits. Sorokin paused for a moment before changing the topic. So, about my suggestion, what are your thoughts? Secret Master narrowed his eyes. You wish to use the position of shareholder in the Limitless Financial Group that was vacated by Galactic Black Market in exchange for the position of protector of the Galactic Black Market. This idea is not bad at all. Hee. I'm a businessman and will only talk about business. Since Garutin has fallen, I'll require a new partner. Sorokin smiled faintly. During the time he worked with Garutin, Sorokin had already penetrated many different industries within the Galactic Black Market. If he had the identity of a protector, he would be able to officially open a business within the Galactic Black Market and could incorporate the entire Galactic Black Market into the business empire of his Limitless Financial Group. This was a huge profit that was simply incalculable. Even Sorokin, who sat on astronomical assets, could not help but move. Thus, no too long ago, he had gotten in touch with the Secret Master and proposed a deal in which the wolf would be besieged and annihilated. The original shareholder position would be handed over to the Secret Master, while the other party would aid him in obtaining the status of protector in the Galactic Black Market. After he proposed this transaction, Secret Master did not immediately reject him, but he did not agree either. From the perspective of Secret Master, without Garutin, he would be able to gobble up more shares of the Galactic Black Market. If he introduced a financial giant like Sorokin, it would be equivalent to attracting a wolf into the room. After all, no one knew what Sorokin intended to do. However, if he exchanged it with the identity of a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group, this would involve more legitimate businesses, and his profits would also increase. Thus came the Secret Master's dilemma. Hearing Sorokin bring this up again, Secret Master snorted. I'll be honest, although the condition to become a protector is to be a beyond grade A with your strength, it seems hard for you to obtain the identity. Sorokin smiled mysteriously. Wouldn't this be better for you? Secret Master remained silent. It seemed as though he agreed with the statement. He pondered for a while before speaking. I can try to help you deal with and persuade the other two protectors, as well as the administrators. Sorokin's eyes lit up. Knowing that this was the start to their partnership, his smile grew wide. Many thanks to your Excellency, Secret Master. I'll keep the vacant seat of shareholder for the Limitless Financial Group open for you. Secret Master answered indifferently before hanging up. Chapter 1066 Concession from the Dynasty, the Universe Celebrates. 1066 Concession from the Dynasty, the Universe Celebrates. Kala kala. The sound of machinery being assembled reverberated in the private workshop, and the flashing mechanical force was like flexible blue tentacles, manipulating the robotic arms to create a totally new king mechanical suit. Han Xiao was fully absorbed, watching the details of the mechanical suit in his hands step by step. When the last piece of outer armor plate was attached to the chest area of the king, his interface pinged as a notification appeared. You have built a gold-grade equipment, universal treasure. Han Xiao's tense expression finally eased up, and he slowly exhaled. This was the second gold-grade mechanical suit of the king. With his successful experience from the last time as well as the bonuses granted by Universal Treasure Creator and Spirit Instrument, he still had to attempt it 5 times before succeeding. Still, that was much better than his previous attempt. Han Xiao intended to pass this second mechanical suit to Hila. While this was exclusive equipment for mechanics and Hila could not enjoy the bonuses attached, Han Xiao only wanted to utilize its transmission function to provide a safety guarantee for Hila. Moreover, he was not intending to stop at 2. Han Xiao had to create a few spare sets for himself and maybe also 1 set for Ames. The manufacturing time was not the limiting factor now. Rather, the cost was. The king was equivalent to the cost of an entire fleet, and if it did not reach the gold grade, it would be a huge loss. He currently could not guarantee that he could churn out a universal treasure grade each time and would inevitably waste a lot of anas. Even if the Black Star army was rich and powerful, the cost pained him. Han Shao could not help but sigh. As a mechanic, you can't not know how to make money. He glanced at the attribute panel. Because it was his second time creating the king, the spirit instrument did not award him with new god's trait transformation points, nor did it unlock a new layer of bonuses for him. There was only the benefit of a reallocation for his attribute points. Furthermore, due to it being the same blueprint, the efficiency of attribute point reallocation had also decreased, from the previous 200 points to 160 points. It was a pity his luck did not get reallocated this time, but he received a reallocation from his charisma, which was not too bad. Anyway, he had always been shameless. He did not care about his face. The 160 free attribute points were put on standby, and Han Shao stuffed the second king into a maintenance box for mechanical suits, sending a random mechanical soldier to give it to Hila. It was worth mentioning that this special maintenance box was already orange-grade equipment, which served to nurture the mechanical suit. Placing a mechanical suit inside it for a long time would improve a certain basic attribute of the mechanical suit. As a pinnacle beyond grade A mechanic, everything that Han Shao used was only the best. After completing all his work, Han Shao rubbed his eyes and stretched his waist. He did not have anything to do in camp, and other than dealing with daily tasks, he was only in the workshop repairing his apostle weapons and building universal treasures. Time to relax. I shall go and watch the others play cards. Just as Han Shao was about to walk about, his communicator rang. The indicator showed that it was a call from a high-ranking official of the Crimson Dynasty. The dynasty is finally willing to contact me. Have they finally come to a conclusion on how to deal with me? Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he accepted the call. A remote projection of a high-ranking official appeared. This was the person in charge of contacting Han Shao, so he was already familiar with them. Your Excellency Black Star. The official nodded. It's been a long time. Good day to you too. Han Shao nodded, and he asked as if unaware, what do you have for me? Heh. I know you like things to be handed directly, so I shall not waste your time. The dynasty's upper echelons are planning to release a plan related to you, and I would like to obtain your opinions and negotiate. What sort of plan? The dynasty intends to temporarily open the sales of the evolutionary totem to the universe, no longer limiting it to her allies. However, because the evolution cube is its energy source and it's in your hands, the dynasty wants to know your attitude toward this matter. The official smiled. Han Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and an expression of joy spread across his face. While he knew that there was this probability, having it confirmed gave him a lot of excitement. All the while, the Crimson Dynasty had controlled the sales channels of the evolutionary totem and did not allow it to enter the free market, only allowing her allies to purchase it. This was an agreement between Han Shao and the dynasty. If these restrictions were lifted, every civilization in the universe would become his customer, which would bring him immense profits. Furthermore, this was not a one-off sale. The evolutionary totem could run for up to 20 years, after which it had to be recharged with the evolution cube, just like refueling it. Thus, the subsequent maintenance costs could be considered a steady stream of huge benefits, which was like a business opportunity of endless profits. The Crimson Dynasty had jammed the rights to publicly sell the evolutionary totem, wishing to control this income. The only way to do that was to get the evolution cube from Han Shao, as it was unwilling to allow a non-direct ally to control such an important strategic treasure. Thus, both sides had been wrangling over this issue, and their relationship had soured. Now, the dynasty was finally willing to open up the purchase channels of the evolutionary totem and finally made a concession, taking the initiative to ease the relationship between both sides. The reason behind their action was no doubt due to the influence of Black Star's godlike battle. They were thus willing to temporarily hand over the huge profits to Han Shao. While excited, Han Shao still caught a key point. Temporarily? So, how long would that be? The official shook his head. I don't know about such exact details. Even the upper echelons probably have not set a date. That meant the moment he did something wrong, this could all end. Han Shao knew that the dynasty's move was not only a win-win situation but also an indirect method of control. The moment he got used to the huge gains or the rapid expansion, or when his army could no longer separate itself from the capital flow brought about by this business, the dynasty would have a new way to manipulate him. He also understood this point. After all, the dynasty was a universal civilization and would never allow themselves to back off. Now that they were willing to make concessions and show respect, it was good enough for him. All right, I have no objections. When do we begin? Han Shao agreed. The duration has yet to be determined, but the duration it takes to implement this should take about half a year to a year to prepare. However, within the time of 3 days to half a month, this decree will be announced to the universe, so we have to quickly agree to a benefits distribution plan, the dynasty official stated. Because the previous cooperation mainly dealt with the dynasty and her allies, there were many preferential discounts. For the sales to the rest of the universe, be it Han Shao or the dynasty, both wished to inflate the price significantly to fleece the outsiders. Therefore, distribution plans had to be reformulated. Han Shao thought for a while before replying. In that case, I'll have the business team under me contact you directly, and we shall strive to negotiate a suitable result as soon as possible. The Germinal Financial Group under the army had raised a group of business negotiation experts, who could come in handy regarding this matter. Furthermore, he had Iapetus, who was an executive of the financial group and a master in this field. Because he was holding onto the evolution cube, the majority of profits would belong to him, but the dynasty still had to obtain a cut. After all, it had helped to bear the pressure for so long, so he could not act as though they had done nothing. Moreover, the Crimson Dynasty would still provide him assistance in logistics, transportation, and the supply of raw materials in the future. After all, the market of the entire universe was too huge, and the current Black Star Army could not cover the entire universe alone. Both parties discussed a little more before they hung up. The moment Han Shao thought of how the army was about to obtain a huge profit channel with a steady stream of money, his good mood took a turn for the better. Suddenly, a past thought flashed across his mind, and Han Zhao's eyes gleamed as a ridiculing smile surfaced. The moment the Crimson Dynasty announces this decree, I can go to the Limitless Financial Group. Hey, you thought that by taking back your commercial suppression on me, everything would go back to normal? How could there be such a good thing in this world? In the Emerald Star Cluster, within an actual combat training ground of the Beast Ancestor's stronghold. Boom! The fist with fingers curled up like the claws of a leopard was entwined in a black energy glow, and it directly connected with the abdomen of a body. The skin and muscles ripped in a ring due to the tremendous force, and the resulting shock wave blew the target away like a cannonball, hitting the wall of the training ground heavily with a bang. Schneider withdrew his fist, and the toxic energy circling him also faded. He indifferently said, "Let's stop here." He did not even look at his opponent from the Loyalist faction, who had challenged him to a spar but gotten easily defeated. He only picked up the windbreaker he threw to the side before walking out of the training ground. Ordinarily, Schneider would not even bother to respond to the challenges of others, but right now he was in a bad mood and was venting his frustrations. Schneider lamented the fact that everyone was now controlled by the secret master and forbidden to leave the stronghold. Beep beep. At this moment his communicator rang. He saw that it was a call from his elder sister Jotaina. The moment he connected, Jotaina yelled in dissatisfaction. "When I invited you to leave the Beast Ancestor organization together, you said to wait and see. Now, even after so long, you haven't brought your team and left yet. What's going on?" Schneider revealed an expression of resignation, and he softly replied, "Big sis, it's not that I don't wish to leave. There's been a small incident." "What incident?" Jotaina frowned. "It's His Excellency's secret master." Schneider hesitated upon recalling the imprint that secret master put on them, but he resolutely decided to speak the truth. "He has expressed his intention to help manage the Beast Ancestor's troops and make us work for him. Now, none of us can leave the stronghold, and I've also been trapped." Jotaina was furious as she expected better from him. "I told you to leave sooner, but you just refused to listen. Now look what happened. You're useless. A shame to me." She ranted on, and Schneider could only mutely accept her cursing. Because the rebel faction's source of hatred was based on the miserable experiences of their birth mothers, they appeared far more humane compared to the other two factions. There was a true brother-sister bond within the people of the faction, and it was the case for Schneider and Jotaina. They had grown up together, and Schneider had been afraid of her since he was a child. Jadina continued to curse for a while before finally holding back when she saw Schneider's sullen look. She asked, "If you're unwilling to work under Secret Master, you should find a chance to escape." Schneider shook his head and sighed. The Secret Master has already said that escaping without authorization will be regarded as betrayal, and he has also left a magical imprint on us. Even if we could escape, how could we outrun a beyond grade? Toward the siblings that she recognized, Jadina had a soft heart and could not bear to see Schneider's plight. After struggling for a while, she suddenly said, "Are you willing to join the Black Star Army?" "Of course, but there's no more chance for me now." Schneider sighed. Hearing this, Jadina gritted her teeth. "Don't lose hope yet. I'll go and beg the army commander for help." After she spoke, she did not even wait for Schneider to reply, immediately hanging up. Schneider held onto the communicator with the busy dial tone, a helpless expression on his face. "Beg Black Star for help? How is that possible / He sighed, not holding any hope at all. Just thinking about it, as people previously under the flag of the Beast Ancestor, defectors at that, why would Black Star offend another pinnacle beyond grade A for calamity grades like them? The former palace of the Beast Ancestor was now converted to a resting place for Secret Master. Garutin's huge throne had been placed in the Secret Master's alchemy storage bottle as a war prize, and he had replaced Garutin's seat with his own throne. At this moment, Secret Master sat on the throne, browsing the information regarding the officers in the organization, whilst Byram stood at the side, ready to answer a question if needed. His communicator rang, and when Secret Master glanced at it, his facial expression turned solemn. His expression as though he had met with a life-threatening situation stunned Byram, and he secretly began guessing who was on the line to cause the Secret Master to show such a drastic expression. At this moment, Secret Master waved his hand and coldly remarked, "Leave." Hearing that, Byram could only bid his farewell in resignation and leave despite his curiosity. While he considered himself the new confidant of the Secret Master, he did not dare step beyond the rules. When he was left alone in the room, Secret Master connected to the communication channel with a solemn expression. "Black Star, what are you calling for?" Han Zhao's hearty laughter came from the communicator. "Ha ha ha. Secret Master, you seem to be a little nervous. You're thinking too much." Secret Master's brain was overclocking at the moment. While he wished to befriend Black Star, he could not help having a somewhat guilty conscience. Han Zhao smiled. "While we had a conflict on the issue of the primal chaos mysterious energy, the matter has been resolved. Furthermore, there's no enmity between us. If we must say, I also gave you quite a big boon, freebnovel.com. What boon did you provide? You still need to ask? It's the Beast Ancestor. Didn't you warn me the other time so that I would get rid of Garutin? Both of you were protectors, so there would definitely have been a conflict of interest. Helping you get rid of him means that you can take over his markets. Isn't that doing you a favor? Indeed, you have indirectly helped me." Secret Master did not refute it. "Since I've helped you, you can help me with a favor that I require now." Han Zhao blinked before saying in a meaningful tone, "I heard that you've taken over the Beast Ancestor's troops. Don't worry, I'm not interested in them. As a twisted melon will never be sweet, I leave it to you to handle them. However, it seems like there are a few who wish to defect. I'd like you not to restrict those who wish to defect to me." Secret Master's eyes changed slightly. He was a little unwilling to part with these calamity-grade officers just like that. Furthermore, if he chose to give such a concession, there would definitely be other officers who used defecting over to Black Star as an excuse. At that time, should he let them go as well? In this way, his gains from taking over the Beast Ancestors organization would be reduced substantially, and many of the calamity-grade talents would also be lost. But since Black Star had called, it meant that he knew of him detaining the Beastmen. If he did not agree, he would end up offending Black Star, and with the latter's current tough stance, it might result in conflicts. He still wished to befriend Black Star, but he was not willing to lose too much for it. While he found it a pity in his heart, Secret Master did not hesitate much. He was not willing to offend Black Star for a few calamity grades. "All right, I'll only release those who wish to defect to you. That's great. Han Shao burst out into a genuine laugh. The two of them suppressed their inner emotions, pretending to be good friends and brothers, chatting for a while more before hanging up. The moment he put down the communicator, Secret Master's expression collapsed. He summoned Byram and ordered, "Bring Schneider's group over." Byram was a little confused, but he did as he was told. Very quickly, Schneider and the rebels were gathered in the palace, staring at Secret Master on the throne with a complicated, helpless, and unhappy expression. Secret Master was expressionless. "Who here wishes to defect to the Black Star Army?" A commotion occurred in the crowd. Everyone looked at each other. What was Secret Master trying to do? Could this be a test to kill the chickens in an attempt to warn the monkeys, in order to ward off further rebellious thoughts? Everyone suddenly turned vigilant, feeling that they had stumbled onto the truth, and rushed to show their loyalty. How could that be? "We're willing to accept the protection of Secret Master. We're all siblings and can communicate easily. I love this place so much, so how could I defect elsewhere?" Seeing this scene, Secret Master only felt a growing headache. If it was someone, he could use their current words as an excuse to give a perfunctory response, but Secret Master did not intend to play any tricks on Black Star, so he was currently a little depressed. The current situation could be described as akin to a drama. Underlings. "Secret Master Father, we really do not wish to go to Black Star." "Secret Master, no, think about it again. Quickly scram to acknowledge your true father." Taking a deep breath, Secret Master regained his calmness. A surge of momentum was released from him, and he solemnly said, "Less bullsh *t. Those who wish to defect to Black Star, I will not stop you, nor am I toying with you. Those who wish to leave, hurry up and scram." Those people who were still professing their loyalty suddenly felt an irresistible pressure and discovered that the Secret Master was not trying to test them. They all stopped in their tracks, stunned. "What's the matter? Didn't you restrict everyone a while ago? Why are you suddenly freeing us? Is Secret Master that fickle?" Byram's eyes flickered, and he thought about the call that Secret Master had received previously. He came to the conclusion that it was likely Black Star. To actually sway Secret Master with just a few words, could it be that Secret Master was that afraid of Black Star? Byram was secretly surprised. Within the crowd, Schneider suddenly thought of his call with Jotina 2 hours ago. It can't be wrong. Black Star must have played a part in this, or else there's no other way to explain it. He discovered that Secret Master's expression was quite ugly, as though he was unwilling to do so. In Schneider's view, Jotina had just joined the Black Star Army, and she could not have much sway. For Black Star to help her so unhesitatingly, it had to be because he placed some importance in them. While he did not know if his conjecture was right, Schneider could not help but feel moved, and he had the urge to even die for Black Star. It seems like Jotina's right. Black Star is indeed a worthy figure to defect to. Because it was a private deal, the departure of Schneider and the rest did not cause any waves. It was only 7 to 8 days later, when the government of the Crimson Dynasty issued a decree without warning, that the entire universe suddenly erupted. The content of the decree was simple. The dynasty had decided to open up the right to purchase evolutionary totems to the entire universe, starting in 1 year. The fight between the 3 universal civilizations for the evolutionary totem was not a matter that had happened a day or 2 ago. Thus, when this news was released, it caused massive waves and an uproar. Countless civilizations went crazy. The dynasty had finally thought it through. The entire universe, however, knew that the Crimson Dynasty would not make such a move without any motives behind them. For them to come out with such a decision, it likely had to do with the recent matters. And everyone knew that the recent major matter at the universe level was Black Star's godlike battle. Everyone understood the cause and effect of the 2 events. Being shocked by Black Star's record, the dynasty had finally compromised and actively given in, allowing Black Star to control the evolutionary totem business with his evolution cube. A universal civilization, especially a stubborn boss such as the Crimson Dynasty, actually compromised for a beyond grade A. When had this last happen? When they figured this out, the countless galactic civilizations and residents were shocked beyond words. But on the other hand, the Arcane Church and the Federation of Light were delighted. By showing his prestige, Black Star had moved the Crimson Dynasty to open up the evolutionary totem sales. For this reason, it was worthwhile for them to have lost a few beyond grade, as we were walking on the wrong path all along. If they had known that putting pressure of the dynasty would not be of use, they would have just sent a bunch of people over to Black Star, allowing him to rack up an incredible battle record. Then, they would have gotten their desires that much earlier. The dynasty's decree set off a wave of public opinion across the universe, further skyrocketing Han Zhao's records and personal prestige. He alone now overwhelmed the rays given off by all beyond grade, as, while the news and rumors were spreading like wildfire throughout the universe, the Limitless Financial Group's branch within the flickering world welcomed an unexpected guest. Chapter 1067, An Offer You Can't Refuse. 1067, An Offer You Can't Refuse. This was a large commercial planet located in the Dawnstar cluster. The sky was filled with anti-gravity flying vehicles, like a river of steel diagonally hanging in the air. There were many tall buildings located at the center of the planet's capital city. One of the buildings stood out from the rest, towering into the clouds, and its structure was akin to the double helix structure of a gene sequence. The outer wall of the building was pure white, and its corners would occasionally flash with blue lights. It exuded a sense of technological advancement and art. At the top of the building, there were 8 anti-gravity suspensions holding up a helipad, similar to a floating island, shielding the infinity-shaped signboard in the middle. It was the emblem of the Limitless Financial Group. This was a subdivision of the Limitless Financial Group. Unlike armed forces, unless there were special circumstances, commercial organizations would not build bases everywhere like the warlords. A small aircraft from the atmosphere slowly descended on the helipad of the Limitless Financial Group branch. Han Xiao got out of the cabin, stepping onto the platform. "Welcome, Your Excellency Black Star." Not far away, the receptionist who had been waiting for a long time quickly came up to greet him. Black Star had notified the Limitless Financial Group of his impending visit. Thus, they had arranged for a receptionist to guide him. Han Xiao hummed in response, his face remaining expressionless. "Where's Sorokin?" "His Excellency Sorokin is already awaiting you in the reception room. Please follow me," the reception staff respectfully responded, leading the way. Han Xiao followed him into the subdivision of the Limitless Financial Group, taking a private elevator to a certain floor. When the elevator doors opened, a spacious area came into view. In the center of the room was a sofa and a table, and the 4 corners of the room were surrounded by exotic blue and green plants. The walls were completely made up of floor-to-ceiling windows. No other furniture was present, as though this entire floor was only used as a reception room. Sorokin sat on the sofa, waiting. As Han Xiao approached, he stood up with a smile on his face. "Your Excellency Black Star, please have a seat." The elevator doors then closed, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. Han Xiao sat down opposite Sorokin, and only then did Sorokin return to his seat. He smiled. "What a rare visitor. When you spoke of visiting me, I still didn't dare believe it. For someone as busy as you, why would you suddenly come over to my place? Why, am I not welcome?" Han Xiao tilted his head. "Haha, you must be joking. Of course, I welcome you." Sorokin maintained his smile, but he was secretly sizing up Han Xiao. It was a pity that he failed to notice anything. On the surface, he put on a warm and hospitable look, but Sorokin was full of suspicion and doubt in his heart, speculating about Black Star's intention to visit. Recently, the rumors of the dynasty's concession to Black Star had spread madly. Sorokin had naturally heard about it. Although he was surprised, there was no shock, as he had already anticipated this would happen the moment Han Xiao repelled the others in the rescue of Hila. His surprise came more from the fact that the dynasty really did concede. Right now, Black Star was extremely popular within the universe. For this guy to suddenly run over at this juncture, he most likely had some scheme prepared. Could it be that he wished to cooperate on the issue of the evolutionary totem? It was unlikely, and the dynasty also had no reason to let outsiders intervene. Furthermore, the Limitless Financial Group and the Black Star Army had been having commercial struggles for so many years. Even though both sides never mentioned it, they definitely remembered it in their hearts. Sorokin was thus very vigilant at this point. Han Zhao's behavior was very relaxed, as though he had come to reminisce about the past. He softly smiled. "This is the first time I've come to visit you, and it's very prosperous. It seems that the Limitless Financial Group has developed very well in the flickering world." Freebnol.com. "This is all thanks to the business partners." Sorokin picked up the liquor bottle on the table, opening it before pouring a glass for Han Zhao. "Wow, good wine. This seems to be a high-end product from the Federation, only given to select people." Han Zhao raised the glass, swirling the amber liquid within and hearing the pleasant clink of ice cubes. He casually said, "Speaking of which, we can also be considered business partners in certain territories." "That's right." Sorokin nodded. Han Zhao did not get straight to the point but rather spoke about routine matters first. Thus, Sorokin could not tell his intentions and could only follow alongside the conversation. After taking a sip of the liquor, appreciating the mellow taste as it flowed down his throat, Han Zhao savored the aftertaste as he smacked his lips. He then sighed. Even to this day, I still regret that I almost became a closer partner of the Limitless Financial Group. Unfortunately, you chose Bloodshed Land instead. The matters of business have always been inaccurate. Compared to the Black Star Army, which has already matured and formed its system, the Limitless Financial Group is more willing to invest in a force that has huge potential but is unable to realize it. It's not that the Black Star Army is lacking, but rather that the Bloodshed Land needs us more. I find it truly pitiful as well that our cooperation could not be reached. Sorokin gave a long and passionate monologue but grumbled in his heart. He had invested in Bloodshed Land mainly to support them in going against Black Star Army in the commercial sector, robbing the army's businesses. Black Star had no reason not to know this, so bringing the partnership up but not mentioning the commercial battle, Black Star likely had something up his sleeve. "Let me try playing nice and see what he's up to," Sorokin thought. At this moment, Han Zhao suddenly raised his head, smiling as he spoke. "In fact, this is what I came for today. Today is different from the past. So I would like to represent the army and provide an opportunity to cooperate with the Limitless Financial Group." Hearing this, Sorokin narrowed his eyes as he quickly calculated. He suddenly came to a realization. "I understand, so it turns out that Black Star had such an intention. After the evolutionary totems were released to the world, the Limitless Financial Group need not continue to put pressure on the Black Star Army's business any longer. The obstacles between them both had been cleared, and business cooperation could now be carried out normally. With the Limitless Financial Group size and the Black Star Army's prestige, if they cooperated, it was indeed a win-win situation, mutually benefiting both parties. For this reason, Black Star no longer pursued the conflict of interest from the past 20 years and took the initiative to talk about cooperation. This mentality of abandoning former grudges and making money together was very suited to Sorokin's taste. He thought that he had already guessed Han Zhao's intentions and relaxed. The smile on his face was no longer just for show but rather a genuine smile. "Your Excellency Black Star, your suggestion is exactly what I was thinking. Right now, there are plenty of opportunities to shine with the flickering world. If the two of us work together, we'll be invincible and occupy the bulk of the market in the flickering world. Since Your Excellency Sorokin also thinks that way, things will be easy." Han Zhao slapped his thigh. "Then, let's decide on the date for me to officially become a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group." The next moment, the air within the room instantly solidified. Sorokin's smile froze on his face. What shareholder position? Weren't we talking about normal business cooperation? How did we get to this part? Seeing the playful look in Han Zhao's eyes, Sorokin's heart thumped violently. He began to realize that he had mistaken Han Zhao's intentions. "Your Excellency Black Star, forgive me if I'm being too offensive, but the cooperation you're suggesting is, the opportunity that I'm providing to cooperate with the Limitless Financial Group is to allow me to be a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group. Didn't you just happen to have a vacant position Han Shao smiled meaningfully. This was his true intention. Sorokin's eyes narrowed, finally confirming that Han Shao did not come with good intentions. Taking advantage of the fact that Garutan's position was now vacant, Black Star wished to replace him? Did he think that the shareholder position was some trophy that he could claim? Whether he could take it or not, only Sorokin could make the decision. For this empty shareholder position, Sorokin had already formulated a detailed strategy to allow him to break into the galactic black market. The position was a bargaining chip used for trading with Secret Master, so he would naturally not give this position to others. This was related to the blueprint of his business empire in his heart, and being a protector of the galactic black market was a critical step with no margin for error allowed. Sorokin's smile faded, and he carefully said, "Then I'm truly sorry." While Garutan indeed suffered from an accident, since he's still alive, he can still be considered a shareholder. Even if he died, his shares would be transferred to the financial group to await withdrawal. I have no intentions of establishing any new shareholders for the time being. If you wish to discuss any other sort of cooperation, I'll be happy to accompany you, but the shareholder position is off limits. Han Shao did not take it to heart, only smiling. If I didn't remember wrongly, this is the second time you have rejected my request to be a shareholder. Hearing this, Sorokin remembered, and it seemed like Black Star had mentioned the same time once when they first met more than 20 years ago. That's right, I rejected you at that time. Today, the answer is still the same, Sorokin indifferently replied. The Limitless Financial Group's foundations are huge, and any change in its shareholders have to go through the consent of all other shareholders. At the same time, the three universal civilizations each only have one shareholder within the Limitless Financial Group to ensure check and balance. Right now, with Kant among the shareholders, the Federation and the Church will not allow another ally of the dynasty to enter this circle. Han Shao blinked, before speaking in a knowing tone. Sorokin, 20 years have passed, and times have changed now. I'll make you an offer you can't refuse. Oh! Haha, firstly, regarding consent of all shareholders. Do you think the others will support or reject me? Sorokin was taken aback for a moment, and his brows then wrinkled sharply. He suddenly discovered that for Black Star, this issue no longer posed any problem. Black Star was no longer what he used to be, and his position in the universe far exceeded that of 20 years ago. He was also responsible for building a shared battlefront for the Beyond Grade as, based on this alone, he would be able to obtain the support of both Manison and Kasui. Kant, as a fellow ally, was even less likely to oppose him. Sorokin suddenly had a bad feeling about this. At this point, Han Shao smiled and slowly said, "As for the checks and balances between the three universal civilizations, do you think the Federation and the Church are more willing to allow another dynasty shareholder to appear? Or do you think they value the evolutionary totems more? In other words, do you think they will openly oppose me at this moment?" Laying out his cards, this was the only thought running through Sorokin's mind. His expression also sank. Since the dynasty had opened up the sale of evolutionary totems, temporarily dissolving the hostility between the Federation and the Church, in order to ensure the smooth implementation of this decree, and Federation and the Church might turn into bootlickers, not just to please the dynasty, but also to please Black Star who held the evolution cube. Furthermore, Black Star had their allies as captives, and he had enough chips to force both civilizations to compromise. If he insisted on including the conditions of being a shareholder inside the redemption clause for the captives, then both the Church and the Federation would not stop him. In the end, Black Star would still become a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group. At this moment, Sorokin suddenly noticed a detail he had ignored previously. Once the problem of the evolutionary totem was settled, he would obtain the benefits provided by the Church and the Federation as a result of completing the transaction, but he would also lose their protection at the same time. This means that if Black Star wished to be a shareholder, he, as the head of the financial group, did not even have the veto power anymore. Either he closed both eyes and allowed Black Star to become the shareholder, giving him an astronomical amount of dividends for nothing, or waited for the three universal civilizations to help Black Star sanction the Limitless Financial Group in the commercial field and force him to submit. He could only say yes or yes. Thinking to this point, Sorokin looked deeply at Han Shao. What an impeccable move! completely utilizing his influence. Could it be that Black Star had predicted such a point long ago? Han Shao only smiled, slowly savoring the liquor with a nonchalant expression, awaiting his answer. Seeing this, Sorokin's expression warped many times before he slowly spoke. Black Star, this hand of yours was beautifully played. Then what will you choose? Han Shao playfully replied. Do I have a choice? Hearing this, Han Shao laughed, putting down the glass and stretching out his hand. Then, I wish us both a happy cooperation. Gazing at Han Zhao's offered hand, Sorokin deeply breathed in, suppressing the feeling of having stepped into *T, and squeezed out a smile, gripping Han Zhao's hand. Hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Seeing the derision in Han Zhao's eyes, Sorokin almost could not hold back his urge to attack, but he quickly quenched the thought. He recognized the reality. Since he could not resist, he could only take the lesser of two evils. Even if it meant carving out a piece of his flesh, he decisively promised and yielded to Han Shao. Han Shao could clearly feel the killing intent released by Sorokin in that instant. It was as though he was faced with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The pressure was even stronger than Hila's, and it was not possible to obtain such an aura without reaping the lives of millions if not billions. This old fogey was indeed once a cold-blooded murderer. However, Han Shao did not put it to heart, smiling as he withdrew his hand. He knew that Sorokin was used to pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, only knowing how to bully the other party but not daring to take action. After all these years, Han Shao had sort of understood how Sorokin behaved, and he did not care one whit about his personal reputation at all. If one took the initiative to attack, Sorokin would definitely pretend to lose and get himself beaten up, then make use of public opinion to add fuel and jealousy to let the whole universe know of your unreasonable attitude. It would lower his reputation, and the chance of obtaining the shareholder position would be forever lost. Even without the support from the Federation and the Church now, his identity as the head of the Limitless Financial Group was still a shield of sorts for him. After all, he did not belong to any random organization or a gray area but rather a legal galactic business. Using violence against such people would have huge repercussions, which will definitely appear in headlines. Now that Han Shao had gotten what he wanted, he stopped teasing Sorokin but wiped his smile off his face. Since we have reached a consensus, please announce this to the universe as soon as possible. I won't bother you any further. All right, have a nice trip back. Sorokin reluctantly smiled, sending him off. The moment Han Shao left the room, Sorokin's expression sank thoroughly. He got wrecked this time. This was not as simple as the shareholder changing from Garutan to Black Star. It had also undermined Sorokin's business strategy, causing him to miss the opportunity to enter the galactic black market. As a businessman, watching an important business opportunity slip through one's fingers was a pain that could not be described in words. Moreover, with Black Star guarding against him, he would not sincerely cooperate with the Limitless Financial Group. Thus, it would be difficult to obtain any benefit off the shareholder. He could only give Black Star the dividends in vain and maybe even need to deal with any potential backlash from Black Star's end. Just thinking about it made Sorokin upset. For a long time, the Limitless Financial Group had been using commercial means to hinder the development of the Black Star Army and had only recently stopped their attacks. However, their circumstances were actually flipped over to get suppressed by Han Shao now. Kacha! The glass of liquor he was holding shattered, the shards falling all over the floor. Sorokin, however, did not wipe his hands, allowing the amber liquid to drip between his fingers. His expression was ugly as he muttered, I hate these beyond grade as Chapter 1068 Extortion. 1068 Extortion. As the spaceship left the Limitless Financial Group branch, Han Shao looked through the window as the building diminished in size before pulling back his gaze and smiling. I've hit at a good time. Sorokin has finally compromised. By his estimation, there was a 70% chance of the negotiation succeeding. Even if he had the right time and place, he dared not speak with absolute certainty that Sorokin would yield to him. Fortunately, his judgment of Sorokin's character was not wrong, and the final result was favorable to him. If it was another beyond grade A with a temper, they would most likely have fought. However, Sorokin was good at enduring, and it was probably not the first time he had dealt with such matters. After weighing the benefits and costs, he immediately chose to compromise. Speaking of which, Sorokin is so shy about showing his strength. There must be a lot of factors within. Han Shao stroked his chin as he pondered. This guy was not like the other beyond grade as who relied on their own personal power to influence their organization's development. He had almost no record worth mentioning, and his business was run through the normal and legal way. The advanced civilizations had always been alert to any non-allied beyond grade A organizations. As the top financial group in the universe, the stronger their power, the more jealousy they would attract. Commercial organizations were not armed forces and had their own set of industry rules to follow. The moment they were targeted by the three universal civilizations, it would be hard for the financial group to maintain stable footing. If Sorokin decided to retaliate, others would know that he had been hiding his strength, and the civilization's fear would increase. This was only one of the reasons. Han Shao still remembered some of the information displayed about Sorokin on his interface. This guy had probably changed his skin many times and had been living in the universe with different identities. But no matter how many times Sorokin changed his skin, his ability would not change, so he avoided any form of conflict so as not to be recognized. Maybe he had committed some huge offense, so he deliberately kept his name incognito. This guy is full of mystery. Han Shao shook his head. This was all speculation, and maybe Sorokin had another reason to do so. No matter what those secrets were, he had squashed Sorokin this time and avenged the suppression he had suffered over the past 2 decades. Shareholders would receive huge dividends from the Limitless Financial Group every year. This was no small amount, and while it was not too huge of a loss to Sorokin, Han Shao could finally obtain some interest. Under normal circumstances, such huge dividends would not be taken for free. Every shareholder position given by the Limitless Financial Group was coveted, and they would form another business cooperation with the Beyond Grade A organizations, mutually benefiting both parties. But Han Shao naturally would not allow the Limitless Financial Group to partake in the Army's business channels. Otherwise, it would just be a gift to Sorokin. He had made up his mind to only take the money and do nothing, just like a dog in the manger, deliberately creating trouble for Sorokin. The evolutionary totem is being released to the universe, and I'll also obtain the shareholder position of the Limitless Financial Group. With these 2 sources of income, the abundant funds are enough to support the continued expansion of the army. The stock price of the Germinal Financial Group will also skyrocket. Han Shao was overjoyed. He took out his communicator to send messages to the contact points of the 3 universal civilizations. It was only the initial step for him and Sorokin to come to a consensus. He still had to file it with the 3 universal civilizations regarding this matter for their support. Because of the evolutionary totems, this was not a difficult task. After sending out the news, Han Shao let out a deep breath. Once the dynasty, federation, and church had all expressed their opinions, Sorokin also folded, which meant that the follow-up affairs of Black Star's godlike battle had almost come to an end. There was nothing left to do except to take care of Traveler and the Superstar Cluster civilization behind him. Traveler had already hidden himself, but Han Shao knew which Superstar Cluster civilization he belonged to. However, he had no plans to deal with the civilization behind the scenes at this moment. On the one hand, the Superstar Cluster Alliance was currently developing as a group and steadily expanding in the free competition zone, not creating any trouble, so there was no opportunity for him to take action. On the other hand, the 3 universal civilizations would not sit back and watch the Superstar Cluster develop in the flickering world. Thus, they would definitely take action. Han Shao decided to wait for the time the 3 universal civilizations launched an attack to cooperate with them, which would achieve twice the results with half the effort needed. Things are almost settled. The establishment of a platform for the Beyond Grade A United Front should be placed on the agenda. Han Shao rolled his eyes in deep thought. Both Manison and Kasui, one director and the other the actor, did not come to urge him after the incident. No matter what they had done before, at least he owed them a favor during the Hila rescue mission, so he still had to put in some effort to maintain a united front. The purpose of this platform should be to take advantage of the opportunity of the flickering world to unify all the Beyond Grade A organizations, allowing everyone to have a communication platform, binding all beyond grade as together. It cannot be hidden from the eyes of the three universal civilizations, yet it cannot be done with too much fanfare. United Front. Hang on, United Front. Han Shao suddenly had a eureka moment and hurriedly recited a few phrases from the socialist mantras before deriving an ingenious idea. At the same time, Secret Master in the faraway Beast Ancestor Stronghold received a communication application from Sorokin. Sorokin, what's happening? Your Excellency Secret Master, I have a piece of bad news for you, Sorokin sighed. Speak. There's now a problem in our previous deal. What exactly happened? Secret Master hurriedly asked. I promised to leave you one of the shareholder positions, but Black Star came over just now and used his current influence to threaten me. You also know, with the sale of the evolutionary totems, the three universal civilizations will surely support him. Thus, to reduce my losses, I could only agree to his request. You mean Black Star stole my reserved shareholder seat? Secret Master's expression changed. Sigh, it's indeed like that. I can actually create a new major shareholder seat, but I need to dilute the equity of the others, which is more troublesome. It will take a lot of time to carry out some commercial operations and complete the capital increase. Otherwise, the other beyond grade A shareholders will not be happy. Sorokin could not take out his share, otherwise it would be painful if he lost control of the entire financial group. All right then, let's proceed with the deal when you're done. Secret Master was helpless. While he said he would cooperate in the future, he had actually already planned to cancel the trade in his heart. This Sorokin was obviously too unreliable. I'm obviously first in line here. Secret Master had no anger toward Han Shao snatching his lollipop. After all, in his opinion, Black Star did not know about their private transaction and did not specifically target him. Couple of days later, Flickering World Beyond Grade A Development Union? In the Black Star Palace, Sylvia looked at the prototype of the plan that Han Shao had handed over and could not help but show some surprise. Han Shao placed his feet on the table, raising his eyebrows as he replied, Any problems? The problem is so big that I'm speechless. The dynasty will never agree. Sylvia had an expression of helplessness. To boldly unite all the beyond grade A organizations, isn't this taking the initiative to anger with the three universal civilizations? What are you talking about? The Flickering World Beyond Grade A Development Union is a non-governmental organization that aims to deal with the contradictions between the beyond grade A organizations involved in the expansion of the Flickering World. It's always better to solve problems through negotiation rather than violence and jointly maintain the public security of the Flickering World. This is a good thing that will benefit the entire star field, and it is also an idea I developed after experiencing the previous incident. I'm worried that there might be more beyond grade as that will fall into my hands. Han Shao spoke with an expression as though he totally believed in his lies. Sylvia was speechless. She waved the document in her hands. You do know that such *T will not get past the three universal civilizations, right? Hearing this, Han Shao stopped his scholarly act, rolling his eyes. Well, duh. But what else can I do? If I wish to integrate the beyond grade as, I'll need an excuse. Whether the three universal civilizations believe it or not, we still have to sugarcoat it to prevent us from getting caught in an embarrassing situation. Sylvia still had a worried expression. To have our Black Star army be the pioneer, won't this be too eye-catching? Especially in the eyes of the dynasty. That's why this is only a draft. I'll still have to pull in more people to establish this union. Those who joined in the meeting of the gods with me will probably tacitly choose to join. Han Shao shook his head. While the Beyond Grade has had similar unions, there had never been a union of such scale, akin to the Mercenary Association, Pharmacist Association, or even the Superheroes Association. While the name of this organization was called the Development Union, in the eyes of discerning people, this would be an association that gathered all the Beyond Grade as in the known universe. So long as most of the current Beyond Grade as joined this organization, they would be able to drive the membership rate of any new Beyond Grade as in the future. Its scope far exceeded that of the ancient ones to encompass all Beyond Grade as, and if one utilized the appeal of this organization to continue to expand the range of members included, it could even evolve into a super association for the entire universe. Such a scale would be terrifying because such associations were generally only established by the three universal civilizations. Having such non-governmental organizations will never put the three universal civilizations at ease. They will inevitably ask for their own personnel to settle in. By that time, Sylvia interjected. I know what you mean. Beyond grade A has a special meaning, and the three universal civilizations do not wish to have an association of such a nature. But because we're beyond grade as they can only express their views, and they cannot go all out to prohibit it, Han Shao countered. He was clear that once such an organization was created, the beyond grade as would no longer exist as a tray of loose sand. The three universal civilizations would also become wary, but at this moment, this organization only served to aid communications, nothing really major. Thus, while the three universal civilizations would feel apprehensive, they would not take any action. However, this might not be the case in the future. The problem of the United Front was that it could not circumvent the affiliation of each beyond grade A's allied faction. This was the shackles created by the three universal civilizations, and they would not allow the beyond grade as to get rid of it. Furthermore, what the Mechanic Emperor wanted to do was unite the strength of all the beyond grade as, whilst Han Shao only wished to reduce the number of beyond grade A casualties, accumulating high-level combat powers in the explored universe. Their goals were different, and there would be differences at some point in time. Furthermore, the beyond grade as were not of the same mind. Army Commander, you're playing with fire. Sylvia had a worried expression. Her mind was full of the information regarding the tragedy of the Pinnacles, and with the increasing popularity of the Black Star Army, she did not wish to see the three universal civilizations clear out all beyond grade A organizations. If that happened, the Black Star Army would inevitably enter their list. Why did the three universal civilizations have an unbreakable dominance? It was precisely because when combined together, they had the ability to manipulate the entire explored universe. She had no doubt that the three universal civilizations would be willing to pay any price to kill off all disobedient beyond grade as in the universe, including their own allies. Without the backing of a universal civilization, a beyond grade A would still be a beyond grade A. But in the same line, a universal civilization would still be one even without its beyond grade A allies. You're thinking too much. Everyone has their own scruples, and it might not reach such a stage. Right now, I'm just testing the waters. Han Shao sighed. The topic of beyond grade as is just too sensitive, so we can only take a step and observe to see how the universal civilizations react. All right then. I'll go and improve on this plan. Sylvia could only accept it. After all, Han Shao was the boss. She got up and opened the door, only to find that Phaidon was waiting outside. The two of them passed each other. Seeing Phaidon, Han Shao's eyes sparkled. He straightened and spoke with a smile. Aren't you practicing your song at the moment? How do you have the time to visit me? I found out everything. You actually want me to go and be an actor? Phaidon had a resigned expression. Couldn't you have discussed it with me beforehand? Fruibnovel.com. It's just being a star. You're back in your old line. Furthermore, the army needs you. You can't possibly reject this. Han Shao chuckled. All right. Forget about the acting part. But why am I even the main character? Phaidon was speechless. And my role is you. Phaidon's role was to be Black Star in the new film. Lucky people would still be the main characters even when acting. This arrangement is very appropriate. Only you are as handsome as me. This is in line with the facts. Just take a look over here. If we meet with a stranger, they might even say that we're twins. Phaidon had no words. Han Shao laughed to himself, before waving his hand. All right, I won't joke anymore. The main reason is because no one dared act as me and bear the consequences after. You're someone close to B who used to be a star, so the director arranged it that way. But it's been so long since I last acted. Won't this be too weird for me? Phaidon was still hesitating. Haha, it will only be a hit if you're in a leading role. You're also a calamity grade and a psychic at that. How is acting difficult? Han Shao encouraged. Han Shao persuaded Phaidon a while longer before sending this doubtful person off. Shaking his head with a laugh, he took out his communicator to check on the latest news. After swiping for a bit, he stood up in shock. A piece of internal news from the dynasty was reflected in his pupils. The Dark Lord had resigned from his position. Chapter 1069 Confession 1069 Confession. Dark Lord Claudi has temporarily resigned as the guard captain of the dynasty ruler, and his position will be temporarily assumed by Quantum Demon Judith. Han Shao focused, browsing through this internal intelligence. He could not help but fall into deep thought. The three universal civilizations each had a pinnacle beyond grade A as their guard captains. For the Crimson Dynasty, it was Dark Lord Claudi. For the Federation of Light, it was Golden Ring Alu. And for the Arcane Church, it was the God's Chosen Wernos. All of them were beyond grade as of direct relation to the civilizations. In the dynasty's beyond grade A circle, the Dark Lord had a transcendent status and was also well known for not mixing and socializing. Throughout his years of contact, coupled with the memory of his previous life, Han Shao had a good understanding of what Claudi's personality was. This was deathly loyal to the dynasty. If there was no special reason, he would not step down as the guard captain. In his past life, this incident did not occur during this particular time period, so the possibility of settling his private affairs could be ruled out. It should be because Claudi had accepted some sort of special mission. This should be the butterfly effect I've brought about. Maybe it is related to the evolutionary totem or even the Hila rescue mission. To be honest, he was a little apprehensive regarding this news. Based on his memories, some of the beyond grade as that were directly related to the advanced civilizations were often loyal and dedicated, placing the needs of their civilization above those of the beyond grade and the Dark Lord was undoubtedly one of them. These people would not be part of the beyond grade a united front and might even turn against them. To allow such a monster to move freely in the outside world, it was unknown what sort of changes would occur. This might hinder the construction of the flickering world beyond grade A development union. However, it was useless to delve too deeply. Because of Han Zhao's existence, many of the fate lines for the characters had been altered, and he could only adapt as he went on. As for the Quantum Demon Judith who replaced Claudi, he was a virtual mechanic coming from the Crimson Dynasty. He was the person in charge of guarding the heroic soul, the main artificial intelligence of the dynasty, and had relatively strong combat ability. Speaking of which, the direct line of beyond grade as from the dynasty really do not mix around much with the allies. Han Zhao's eyes flickered. Within the beyond grade as circle in the dynasty, only the allies like to gather together and mess around. As for those directly related to the dynasty, they mostly chose to remain isolated. Unlike allies, those directly related to the dynasty would always have official positions. Some guarded the secondary dimensional outposts, some served as instructors, and some were fleet commanders. They were not as free as those who were allies. Only those semi-direct allies such as Kohler would be so relaxed. Of course, it might be because the dynasty thought of him as too weak. Just as he was thinking, countless particles surfaced in front of his eyes, coagulating to form an image of Philip. Master Hum. Jadaina and her party have arrived. It's time to check up on them. Philip blinked his big eyes. This was a reminder set by Han Shao. Oh, take them to the lobby of the inner ring. Also, summon Hila and the other Calamity grade officers to meet the newcomers. Han Shao took up, putting on his army commander jacket before walking out of the room. Jadaina and her party followed the receptionist all the way into the lobby, and many of the army officers slowly trickled in. They were curious about their future colleagues, but without the approval of the army commander, none of them engaged in any conversation. This party not only included the 7 Calamity grades that defected with Jadaina but also the second wave, including Schneider. The total number reached 11. They waited in the center of the lobby, also looking over at the officers. Both sides stared at each other, and after a while, Han Shao and Hila walked in. Greetings to Army Commander Blackstar and Deputy Army Commander Hila. Jadaina and her group stood up to salute. Han Shao was all smiles. Everyone is here. You're welcome to leave the shadows and join the light. After joining the Blackstar Army, you'll be part of our family. Yes, welcome. In front of everyone, Hila did not smile, keeping her words short. 11 Calamity grades could be considered a strong fighting force, enough to carve out a territory in a corner of the universe. Now that this group had joined the army, the high-level combatants belonging to the army had increased quite a bit. Furthermore, there were also elites such as Jotaina and Schneider. Han Shao had to personally review every advanced combatant that joined the army. This was also the reason why these original officers of the Beast Ancestor had come to the Black Star Palace. Regarding your positions, I have yet to arrange them. If you have any requests, do tell me. I'll take them into consideration. Han Shao smiled. Hearing this, everyone expressed their intentions, saying that it did not matter as long as they could serve the army. Only Jotaina put forth a different suggestion. Your Excellency Black Star, if possible, I would like to join your personal guard. Han Shao curiously looked over. Why is that so? Jotaina raised her head, looking straight at Han Shao with a fiery gaze, not bothering to hide anything. The body does not lie. I have strong feelings for you, and I hope to always accompany you around. If there's a chance, I hope that some chemistry can spark between us. The moment she spoke, the entire room turned dead silent. Hila's eyes narrowed sharply. She was originally distracted and inattentive, but she suddenly seriously sized up Jotaina from head to toe. The officers around all thought there was something wrong with their ears. All of them adopted incredulous expressions. They did not think that this woman would be so blunt and speak out so honestly. Even Schneider and the others were frightened, finding it unbelievable that their own elder sister would speak like this with a straight face. F*CKme, we just joined the army, and you're already expressing the intention of mating with a beyond grade A in public. Aren't your guts too big? Fruobnov.com. Even if you really feel something for Black Star, you should proceed step by step. To actually be so direct. Indeed, only you can do so. Han Shao was stunned in place, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hands. All right, I'm not interested in stuff like this. I'll do my best to consider your job requirements, though. Let me first get started by getting a preliminary understanding of your strength. Walk up to me one by one and take a punch of mine so that I can judge your abilities. He lightly skipped over this topic, and Jotaina did not insist either. The conversation returned to normal, but a weird atmosphere lingered. Everyone constantly shot weird glances toward Han Shao or Jotaina, cautiously moving around them while staying clear of Hila, whose eyes were firmly locked onto Jotaina. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. A line of calamity grades stood in front of Han Shao. Nanoparticles rushed out behind Han Shao, fusing into a silvery black humanoid machinery, floating beside Han Shao like a stand-in. This humanoid body sent a powerful iron fist to every officer originally from the Beast Ancestor, dealing some damage. The attributes of each calamity grade were displayed on the combat information interface, and Han Shao quickly scanned everyone's abilities. Among this group of people, the most powerful was naturally the beyond grade Acide, Claw Empress Jotaina. She was outstanding even among the pugilists in the calamity grade, adept in claw arts and the pugilist arts of the Beast Ancestor. Her strength and agility were on point, and her damage output was high. She was more of an all-rounder fighter, and her combat power ranked in the forefront of the Army's calamity grade officers. A good gauge would be 3rd or 4th place. As for Boa Constrictor Schneider, he was an elite calamity grade. Among this group, there were 2 of them who were quite close to each other in terms of combat power, standing out from the rest. Out of the 11 of them, 9 were pugilists, and the other 2 were espers. Because the Beast Ancestor organization was one where they were muscle tyrants, not adept at using their brains, no one liked to learn. There were practically no mechanics or mages there. Han Shao intended to let all of them become combatants, while a small portion would be filtered into the Black Star Guards. Most of them would be commanded by Herluz as senior officers for the different fleets. After some encouragement, Han Shao left the scene with Hila, leaving the officers to mingle with this new group of colleagues. As the 2 left the hall and walked through the corridor, the army members they passed nodded and saluted. Hila did not care while Han Shao smiled as usual. After walking for a bit, Hila suddenly opened her mouth. You're actually quite popular. Are you referring to Jotaina? Han Shao laughed. In any case, I'm standing at the peak of personal power, so it's normal for people to treat me like their idol. Don't you worship me as well? Nonsense. When did I ever worship you? Hila snorted and avoided his gaze. Well, when you were surrounded and attacked, you were the one that personally admitted you had admired me for decades. It's no use trying to deny it. I still have the recording. Damn, you want to fight? Hila was so embarrassed and angrily glared at Han Xiao. He. Hila's forehead bulged with veins before she took a few deep breaths to regain her tranquility. After being distracted by Han Xiao, she no longer felt depressed. Instead, she frowned and asked, "So, how are you going to handle Jadina? Are you really going to place her among the Black Star Guards? Her ability speaks for itself, so why not? Are you afraid that a calamity grade can do anything to me? I'm a beyond grade A." Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Humph. Hila turned her head away. While she did not like the brazen Jadina, Hila would not use her position to trouble others. She was not someone who would engage in small tricks and would not interfere in Han Xiao's decisions. Seeing that Hila was silent, Han Xiao thought for a while before suddenly saying, "Anyways, the army is expanding very quickly these days, and there will be a new batch of people every 3 to 5 days. As a result, there are many members of the army that are not familiar with each other and do not know the officers. There is a sense of distance, which will not be conducive to the unity of the army. So, I was thinking that we should hold some large-scale events to promote camaraderie." Hila looked over. "What are you planning?" "I'm thinking towards some internal competitions, such as a military parade or a sparring competition." As he spoke, Han Zhao's eyes began to gleam. As of now, the Black Star Army already had a large number of groups and a large number of talents under its command. There were sufficient resources to host large-scale internal events, allowing members of the army to participate in such events outside of their work. This would be conducive to increasing the sense of belonging and promoting the camp culture. Han Zhao's idea was to create a league of his own. The Pro League was an internal game for the players, but he planned to create a large-scale event organized by NPCs under the Black Star Army's name, not only for the players but for all members. Sparring would be one of the focal points. He could separate them based on their ranks, and the elites of each rank would be selected from the competition. There would be prizes, and it would also allow the normal members to witness the officers displaying their strength. In addition to competitions, a variety of events could also be held, such as sports or technical skills such as piloting and commanding. Even the Wayne cards could be used as a separate leisure event. In Han Zhao's vision, such an event could be turned into something similar to the Olympic Games for the Army, held every few years as a celebration and also to showcase their strength to the outside world. If this could be carried out, the scale would be many times larger than that of the Players' Pro League, which would serve as a carnival for everyone. Just thinking about it made Han Xiao excited. But holding such an event seems like it would need a lot of money. Hila hesitated. "Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Are we lacking money?" Shortly from now, the sale of the evolutionary totems would be open to the universe, and he would also become a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group. At present, the great mechanic Han was bloated from the amount of money and could be considered to have fully entered the realm of a rich daddy. If this money could be used to improve the faction cohesion and attractiveness, it would be quite profitable for him. The more Han Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that this was something he could do. After he returned from the secondary dimension and settled the affairs of the Beyond Grade A Union, he would have a lot of time to plan and hold such celebrations. But it would be good to propose a prototype for Sylvia to perfect. He had people to take care of his chores, so there was no pressure on him. Squeezing his own chief administrative official had become a habit of Han Zhao's. He had no other choice. Who made Sylvia so good-looking and capable, making him so pleased with her work? Sylvia's efficiency was high. She only took a day to perfect the draft of the Flickering World Beyond Grade A Development Union. Han Xiao revised it before sending it to Manison to discuss the matter together. While they had conflicts of interest, they had to cooperate for this matter. This development union, the idea is not bad. While it is an excuse, it is reasonable enough to pass through the eyes of the 3 universal civilizations. Within the encrypted channel, Manison made comments while browsing the draft. "Oh, this is just a cover," Han Xiao explained. "On the surface, the scope of cooperation will be limited to the Flickering World. In fact, as long as this union is created, the conflicts of the Beyond Grade A and other star fields can also be resolved through this platform, and at the same time, The Beyond Grade A organizations can form a network of interests throughout the universe, providing each member with a place to exchange and cooperate with each other. This will achieve the goal of uniting power. Manison pondered. This is similar to how the Ancient Ones operate, but to achieve this, most of the Beyond Grade As will need to voluntarily accept such cooperation, linking their organizations in the interest network. But if there's no benefit, most people will be unwilling to cooperate. And then there's still the obstacle of different factions. Han Shao interrupted him. That's why we have to declare that this union is completely neutral by nature, just a loose one similar to the Ancient Ones. We have to organize it as much as possible so as to weaken any possible opposing influence from the factions. As for benefits, we will need the larger Beyond Grade A organizations to lead by example, by becoming the leader of the interest network and actively taking out cooperation shares. That way, the other Beyond Grade A organizations will be willing to join. Who are the confirmed initiators leading this? Only you and I. Han Shao shook his head. In terms of influence, we can be considered behemoths in the Beyond Grade A circle, enough to serve as an example. The fact that we are willing to cooperate should attract a lot of people, but well, just two of us isn't enough. We need more leaders, preferably the pinnacle Beyond Grade As. Otherwise, we cannot hold on to the crowd. I understand what you mean, Manison agreed. We'll need organizations with sufficient influence in various fields. On my side, I can try to lobby all the Ancient Ones, and the protectors of the galactic black market should also be brought in to take the lead. At the same time, we cannot forget about the neutral Beyond Grade As. Oh yes, there's also Sorokin who controls the Limitless Financial Group. His money is very important. In the Beyond Grade A circle, Sorokin was recognized as a top dog with one of the highest assets. While the majority did not care much for his combat abilities, no one underestimated his power to make money. At this time, Han Zhao's eyes gleamed. I have a question. With so many pioneers, who will be the chairman? Hearing this, Manison narrowed his eyes. Since they wished to form a union, this problem could not be avoided. The chairman of this union was of great significance, equivalent to the position of the leader of the martial world, the nominal chief of the Beyond Grade As. Thus, be it strength or influence, it had to be convincing. The prerequisite was to be a pinnacle Beyond Grade A. Manison would definitely be a hot candidate, and Han Shao was also eligible to compete for the chairman position. The position of chairman came with a risk that he would become the main target of the advanced civilizations, attracting their firepower. However, with great risks came great rewards. Manison was staring at this position naturally out of interest, but as the main initiator of this project, Han Shao had no reason to actively hand over the position. After silence reigned for a while, Manison spoke slowly, avoiding this sensitive topic. There's only two of us now. It's too early to discuss such a matter. Let's bring in all the members before we decided on this. Okay. Han Shao nodded slightly before ending the call and letting out a sigh of relief. Because this was a Beyond Grade A union, everyone present would be big bosses of an area. Thus, it would be impossible to make this into an area where only one person's word mattered. Thus, persuading other Beyond Grade As to join would be tantamount to pulling supporters for himself. Only with enough Beyond Grade As supporting himself could he justify becoming the chairman of the Flickering World Beyond Grade A Development Union. Simply put, this was a matter of fighting for face. Just his strength was not enough. My network is quite extensive, but compared to Manison, Han Shao shook his head. He was confident in his relationship side, but Manison had been around for far too long, and his relationships were definitely much deeper than Han Zhao's. It would be difficult to compete. If he wanted this position, he could only start with the benefits part. He had to let people see that whoever served as the chairman would bring about greater benefits. What a difficult task. I'm afraid this will be another uphill battle. Chapter 1070, The Dark Lord's Targe. 1070 The Dark Lord's Targe. After assessing the plan's feasibility, both of them separated into their own teams. The pinnacle Beyond Grade As that Han Shao was most familiar with were the three oldies of the dynasty, and the others were mostly acquaintances. In contrast, Manison knew many more people, including those from the Federation of Light, the Arcane Church, Galactic Black Market, and even the neutral pinnacle Beyond Grade As. All of them were left to him to lobby. Since his network was not as good as the other parties, Han Shao did not stop Manison from doing more work. Instead, he made up his mind to compete from another direction. Only the dynasty's side was left to Han Shao. He sent out the proposal of the union to both Milizaus and Kant, inviting them both to participate in this grand event. As for the Dark Lord, Han Shao did not invite him. Thanks to the consensus reached in the meeting of the gods, the majority of the pinnacle Beyond Grade as readily accepted and agreed to build a Beyond Grade A platform in the form of a development union. However, a small portion of them hesitated, worried about the reactions of the three universal civilizations. Overall, it could still be said to have gone well. The direct line of Beyond Grade as from the advanced civilizations was not included on the invitation list. They would not be issued any sort of invitation until the union was completely established. After all, most of these Beyond Grade as placed their own civilization above their personal interests, and while admirable, not everyone thought the same way. Kant and Milizaus were both allies, and while agreeing to the invitation sent by Han Shao, they raised their own concerns. Black Star. The relationship between you and the dynasty has just eased. If you take the lead now in forming the Beyond Grade A union, the dynasty will be dissatisfied with you again. There are no rulers who wish to see any unstable factors in their jurisdiction, but there's no way about it. Everyone has different positions, Han Shao replied. You still have to be careful, Kant urged him again. Manison's objective is to seek for profit. He wants to tie all the Beyond Grade as together as a bargaining chip. You're too young, don't let him use you. These Beyond Grade as actually knew that Manison was using them, but because they could see the longer-term benefits that they could obtain, they saw no reason to reject this proposal. I'm aware of his intentions, but only through this can the Beyond Grade as benefit. If this can be realized, it can reduce the infighting between the Beyond Grade as caused by factions differences. Han Shao wished to preserve the vitality of the Beyond Grade as and intervene in the calamity of the supers as a chess player rather than a pawn. If I must say, Kant spoke in an uncertain tone as he lowered his voice. If the Beyond Grade A union can be fully formed, it will solve the problem of excess individual power. The moment Beyond Grade as grow to a certain extent, we will internally liquidate and kill those not from any of the factions, which is better than the three universal civilizations taking action in person. Hearing this, Han Shao could not help but glance at him. This was a way to seize the power of liquidation from the hands of the three universal civilizations and use the ordinary Beyond Grade as a price to maintain their pinnacle Beyond Grade status. If they continued developing normally, the union would indeed likely evolve to this final form. When the Beyond Grade circle was strong enough and had succeeded in stabilizing their position, the union would definitely actively control the number of Beyond Grade as to prevent the circle from becoming too strong and attracting a bloodbath from the three universal civilizations. The Beyond Grade A union would take the initiative to prune the branches, keeping the number of Beyond Grade as at a level that could threaten the three universal civilizations but not force them to take action. This way, they could decide who to kill and how many to kill, keeping the initiative. This loss was naturally much smaller than having the three universal civilizations take action. It was estimated that among the pinnacle Beyond Grade as, there were many who thought in the same manner as Kant. This behavior of taking away the ladder once he climbed up to the top of the wall himself was not a fresh concept. After all, when the number of Beyond Grade as reached a certain level, the nature of their circle would gradually change as well. This posed more disadvantages than advantages to them. While these pinnacle Beyond Grade as agreed to join the union, their ideals were all different. Han Shao narrowed his eyes but did not say anything. In general, there were no many problems in pulling people on board, so the action was quickly implemented. The organizations of the many leaders cooperated to mobilize materials and to select a site in the flickering world to build the base camp for the development union. Naturally, it would be impossible to conceal such actions from the other organizations, and the leaders themselves saw no need to conceal it. After all, the nature of their union was no secret, and the three universal civilizations should have already learned about it. Fruobnovel.com. Of course, the news also traveled to the dynasty. Black Star is taking a yard for every inch we give. In the ruler's office, Beccaroti's face was contorted in anger as he smacked the table. He pulled along several of the upper echelons from the Hawk faction, berating Han Shao in front of Erinrel. Just look at Black Star's recent actions. He acts with no respect for the dynasty at all. He has just eased his relations with the dynasty, and he dares to do something like this. Does he regard the opening of sales for the evolutionary totems as our weakness? Urnrel rubbed the center of her brows. Then, what do you think I should do? I feel that we should warn Black Star, Bekaroti bellowed. If he continues to act as he wills, then the dynasty will withdraw the decree to open up the sales of the evolutionary totem. However, Urnrel did not accept or reject his proposal. If we rescind the decree, what do you think the Federation and the Church will do? Humph, while they have coveted the evolutionary totem for so long, they are still clear on what is important. For this problem, both the Federation and the Church have to choose a stance, and they will not side with Black Star. Bekaroti had a confident tone, quite sure of his judgment. Urnrel knocked on the table before slowly replying, "You are right, but after the meeting of the gods, we anticipated this situation. Just targeting Black Star will not help, as this is the general trend." When she discovered that Black Star and the others intended to integrate the Beyond Grade, as she had already predicted that the Hawk faction would attack and make things difficult. In all fairness, Urnrel did not like seeing the Beyond Grade a union, but this issue was sensitive and involved many factors, so she could not make any hasty decisions. As such, she could not easily withdraw the decree regarding the evolutionary totem sales and blame Black Star as Bekaroti suggested. His suggestion was rejected, but Bekaroti was not angry. He had known that the ruler would give such a response, and his goal was just to express his negative attitude. He pretended to grunt before leading everyone else away. Only Urnrel was left in the room. She shook her head before opening the star map of the flickering world, analyzing the situation. Ever since the flickering world was opened, the power patterns in the universe had started to change, and the dynasty was aware of this. First was the Superstar Cluster Alliance, and now the Beyond Grade A Union. The changes were slowly surfacing. The price of exploration and expansion is turbulence, as every class wants to redistribute benefits. Urnrel sighed. Currently, the Development Union was still a grassroots team. Only a group of pinnacle Beyond Grade as were making the preliminary preparations. During this period, they would inevitably have to negotiate with the three universal civilizations, and it would take a few months for them to formally establish themselves. This matter did not require much effort, so Han Shao had a lot of free time and was immersed in repairing and strengthening his mechanical army. After many failures, he had finally created an Emperor's Cape at the gold grade in his workshop. This was the second universal treasure to be created by his hand. His spirit instrument skill unlocked the second layer, and at the same time he obtained a new God's trait transformation point. The second layer increased his basic success rate of manufacturing gold-grade equipment, as well as research and development benefits. The increase was the same as that of the first layer, 2.5% and 1.2% respectively, but it also had a new attribute that increased the possible mutation rate of a universe by 0.2%. Reading through the introduction, Han Shao discovered that this was the probability bonus for generating unique mutations in the process of making universal treasures. Such treasures would generally be stronger than normal gold-grade equipment and might develop some unsolvable abilities. As for the God's Trait Transformation Point, Han Shao added it into the mechanic path, and his God's Trait Transformation machinery unlocked the effect of its third layer. Third stage. Apostle Mechanic and below classes will have +3 to all class skills, +50% to speed of assembly line production, +10% assembly line product quality, and -25% cost of materials. In addition, +1,500 INT, +30 potential points. The levels of my basic mechanic skills have gone up by quite a bit, and there's an increase in assembly line production skills as well as intelligence and potential points. It's not too bad, because Han Shao had skills that could raise his machinery affinity based on his intelligence. 1,500 points would bring about a 400% increase in his machinery affinity. The 30 free potential points could also be used to upgrade his ultimate knowledge skills by a level, though the effects of this third stage seemed to be a little mixed. They synergized quite well, especially the +3 to all class-related skills, which brought a considerable bonus to him. After all, there were many machinery affinity skills in the low-level class skill list. This time, the attribute targeted to be optimized was his dexterity. Because of the amount of work needed, the difficulty in creating the Emperor's cape was higher than that of the king. His points were thus optimized by 375 points, all of which were converted into free attribute points. I finally finished this equipment. Han Shao felt refreshed and put away his Emperor's cape. Everything that he needed to do was done. He could now make a trip to the secondary dimension. The flickering world beyond Grade A Development Union was still in development, and this was no overnight event. The three universal civilizations would definitely oppose it, so it was a good time for him to hide from the dynasty's fatal calls. He did not even need to guess what the dynasty would say to him if the call connected. Furthermore, Ames had already been there a long time, so he should not make her wait too long. In the Crimson Dynasty's constellation corridor, within a large interstellar military fortress, a gigantic space-time gate that was several times larger than a normal stargate stood in the center of the base. It lay in a dormant state, merely resembling an oval arch. There was a figure hovering in front of this space-time gate. It was Dark Lord Claudi, who had removed his guard captain uniform and put on a special lightweight mechanical suit. The respectful voice of the base commander came through the helmet communicator. "Your Excellency Claudi, this mechanical suit is specially used for shuttling in the secondary dimension. It can anchor the coordinates of the main universe, and there's also a spare portable anchoring device within it. Please do not damage or discard it, else you might be lost within the stacks of secondary dimensions. No need to explain further. It's not my first time going to the secondary dimension." Claudi's tone was indifferent. "All right, we're about to open the portal. His Excellency Guzer, who is manning the outpost over there, will welcome you." The moment he finished speaking, the giant space-time gate gradually opened, and bright rays of light emerged from within the gate, quickly forming a whirlpool of light. Quietly watching as the space-time gate warmed up, Claudi called out the secondary dimension database list that was built into the mechanical suit. This stored the secondary dimension profiles that the dynasty had explored over the years, recording the space-time coordinates and the energy frequencies. The secondary dimension was very different from the main universe, so this database was equivalent to a map. Tracking devices could be used to remotely mark each location, which was equivalent to a navigation route. Browsing through the database, Claudi quickly focused on one particular secondary dimension and marked it as a target location. This secondary dimension was called Evil Convergence. Chapter 1071, The World of Secondary Dimensions. 1071, The World of Secondary Dimensions. The space of the secondary dimensions was a bizarre world composed of various planes, and its rules were different compared to the main universe. Most of them were not suitable for the survival of creatures from the main universe. Some were formed naturally, while some were created from the fantasies of high-ranking mages. If the main universe could be described as the branches and roots of a tree, then the secondary dimensions would be the leaves and fruits, and there would be a nutrient connection with each other, energy. Researchers in the universe had created a worldview model for the secondary dimensional space, which looked similar to a picture of countless bubbles stacked. Each bubble represented a secondary dimension, and the space wall of each bubble was much weaker compared to the main universe. One could jump and shuttle around frequently. The advanced civilizations had always been keen to explore the secondary dimensions. Not only could they obtain certain resources, they could also develop new technology through studying the phenomena of the different secondary dimensions. The three universal civilizations had achieved a lot of results in this area, and to a certain extent, the strength of each civilization's technology came from this area. Thus, the three universal civilizations had a large number of outposts and research stations in the secondary dimension space, and they stationed different troops to protect scholars and workers. In most cases, they were dealing with the attacks of the secondary dimension creatures. The outpost A0000 was the largest barracks of the dynasty in the secondary dimension. It was set up within a secondary dimension that was suitable for survival of creatures. The dynasty had completed the exploration of that entire secondary dimension and transformed it, hoarding all the troops here. The dynasty's army was stationed in their base camp of the secondary dimension, which also served as the gateway for the dynasty to enter the secondary dimensions. As soon as Claudi stepped into this place, a magnificent scene greeted him. He saw a patch of endless reddish-brown land, stretching out of his line of sight. The dynasty's base also sat there, seemingly endless, like a forest of steel. There were no stars in the sky, only gradual color tones just like the bloody glow of the setting set. There were light rays that resembled the wind at one moment and clouds at another, flowing in the sky and scattering the fog-like scene. The sky at this place seemed to contain some kind of invisible light source, forming a Tyndall effect as it emitted a misty and dreamy path of light. Claudia was familiar with this dreamy scene, but he had not seen it for so many years, so he could not help but stop and admire it. At this moment, a thunderous laugh shook the air. Ha ha ha! Claudia, you finally got a holiday? Just as the voice fell, a bolt of turquoise lightning shot out from within the base. It stopped in front of Claudia in the blink of an eye, revealing a burly figure wearing the uniform of a senior dynasty general. Seeing this man, the typically stoic Claudia could not help but smile. User, it's been a long time. Haha. I didn't expect you to look for me the moment you got a vacation. You're indeed my good brother. The burly figure laughed again. The latter was a hybrid from the dynasty human race and the silver race, but from his appearance, there was not much of the gracefulness that the silver race was well known for. He had a rough and masculine appearance, with a wild beard and braids. If Han Xiao was there, he might have mistaken this guy for Zhang Feiwen. Zhang Fei is one of the major characters in the historical novel romance of the Three Kingdoms, a general and the sworn brother of Liu Bei. Peals of Thunder Guzer was a beyond grade A from the direct line under the dynasty, and his Esper ability involved the manipulation of plasma currents. He had served as the guardian of the secondary dimension for many years. The qualifications of the two were similar, with the time difference between their enlistment only around 5 years. They had known each other since they were young and weak, and they had maintained a good relationship. Claudia shook his head. I didn't come here for a holiday. I have a mission. No wonder you temporarily resigned from your post. User nodded and curiously asked, is this a direct order from the ruler? What does she want you to do? Pursue and kill a beyond grade A. The target is hiding in the secondary dimensions, named Traveler. He is suspected of participating in the war within the flickering world not too long ago. Do you know about that matter? Haha, I'm of course aware of this. There's no entertainment here, so I can only watch the news all the time. I heard that Black Star repelled 12 beyond grade as in total, including Kasui and Sieran. This is really amazing and makes me want to spar with him a bit. Unfortunately, I cannot even meet him personally. User's tone was laced with regret. Guarding the secondary dimension, he had no chance to leave his post. There'll be a chance in the future, Claudia reassured him. User did not linger in the topic, smiling as he said, I think that this Black Star is a good kid. When you officially retire, he'll probably be the one to replace you in threatening the rest of the universe. It's a pity that he's not of direct lineage to the dynasty. Claudia did not agree with him or say otherwise, only changing the topic. The secondary dimension is your territory. I will need your help in pursuing Traveler. No problem. A cold arc of lightning shot through Guzer's pupils. These last few years, the rats hiding in here have been rapidly increasing. It's time to teach them a lesson. Somewhere within the secondary dimension, Traveler was wrapped in magic, flying forward like a comet. Suddenly, he paused, and a hesitant look crossed his face. Strange. Why do I feel so restless? As a mage, he would never ignore his intuition. So Traveler stopped and took out a crystal ball, activating his divination spell. Holding the crystal ball with both hands, a little bit of light floated from his palm to merge with the ball. Soon, the crystal ball rippled, showing a mirror image, similar to looking at a calm lake. Claudia's face flashed briefly before dissipating. Dark Lord? What relationship does he have with me? Traveler's expression changed. His role during the attack on Hila was just to pretend to go to Black Star for a spar. He did not participate directly in the battle. In his opinion, even if the Black Star army was suspicious of him, as long as he took refuge within the secondary dimensions, the other party would not waste energy to look for him to fight, but he did not expect the dynasty to sacrifice so much and send a huge killer weapon over to him. It felt like killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. In front of the Dark Lord, he could only admit that he was no better than a chicken. If I meet against the Dark Lord, I definitely won't be his match. Traveler felt depressed. Even if he managed to master his evil convergence skill, he did not feel that it would be enough for him to stand against the Dark Lord. The latter was someone who had reached the pinnacle of dark energy and dark matter. Even Golden Ring Ulu, who had reached a similar level to the Dark Lord, still ultimately lost to him in the secondary dimensions. Traveler did not think that he could surpass Ulu at his current level. After thinking about it, Traveler's eyes lit up. I showed off the evil convergence, so the Dark Lord will definitely use this as a clue to pursue me. If I don't appear, they will definitely do something with the evil convergence dimension. It seems like I can only seek helpers to ambush the Dark Lord. The time he had spent in the secondary dimensions was not for nothing. Not only did he develop good relations with a bunch of strong biological creatures, he had also gotten to know a bunch of beyond grade as who lived within the secondary dimensions. Some of them were not even recorded within the list of known beyond grade as in the universe. In a hidden secondary dimension, a portal suddenly appeared, and several small battleships flew out. Their outer armor showed no insignias, and the model of the battleships was top of the line, even equipped with navigation for secondary dimensions. Due to their additional components, the overall appearance looked heavy and bloated. In the command room of the flagship, many of the operators bustled about in their positions. Everyone wore a full mechanical suit set, covering their appearance. Standing in front at the porthole were two figures, wearing masked hoods and robes. Both had special equipment to hide their appearances, and only their height difference could be seen. One was short and stocky while the other tall and slender. They were the leaders of this trip and belonged to the same organization. They were on a special mission. One of the operators, who looked like the overall commander, reported to the both of them. "Your Excellency Law, Your Excellency Fei, we've already arrived at our destination. Please instruct us on our next step." The duo were known as Law and Fei. Those were not their real names but code names in their organization. The short and stocky person was named Law. He nodded as he spoke in a deep baritone. According to the plan, the divination shows that Black Star will enter the secondary dimensions with the primal chaos mysterious energy in the near future. Activate the detection radars for all biological creatures to the maximum range and set the target life strength to the pinnacle beyond grade A level. The cold and clear voice of Fei rang out as she said, "The secondary dimension is our home field, and our mission is to seize the primal chaos mysterious energy. Black Star has powerful combat abilities, and we need to avoid any sort of frontal conflict. The leader has allowed us to have many technological weapons that can be used to temporarily trap Black Star." She paused for a while before adding, "If conventional methods cannot reveal him, the leader will allow us to use the Esper ability of Destiny's Child once." In Black Star Palace, Han Shao called Ames over to the live combat training room. "Busy guy, you finally have time for me?" Ames raised a brow, her tone joking. "Official duties. I cannot escape from them." Han Shao joked back before taking out a compressed orb and lobbing it over. He explained, "This is a special mechanical suit designed for survival in the secondary dimension. I built it myself. Try it out." Buzz. With a spark of mechanical force, the compressed orb transformed into a jet-black mechanical suit, covering Ames' body in a snug manner. She moved around a bit, searching for any lag or discomfort, before clicking her tongue as she commented, "Very fitting. It seems like you know my body measurements very well. Good observation skills. That's because I touched it before." Han Shao coughed to hide his embarrassment. "Anyway, the nano-optimization feature exists, so no matter what sort of body shape you had, the suit would adjust to fit you. Why the fuss?" Even though he was vomiting in his heart, he did not show it in his movements, taking out the improved version of the mysterious energy host. Seeing the mechanical suits, the primal chaos mysterious energy excitedly called out, "Black Star, are you ready to set off?" Could not wait to gather with its old friend once again. Han Shao nodded before turning to Ames to explain, "The primal chaos mysterious energy is able to shuttle through the secondary dimensions. With it leading the way, we can save ourselves a lot of energy. In the 5 major classes, only the mages and mechanics could stably enter and exit the world of secondary dimensions. Both of them, however, had different methods of entry. As for the espers, theirs was a random factor. In contrast, the dimensional shuttle capability of the primal chaos mysterious energy was more convenient, and their search for the holy light particle would also require its help. This was not AIM's first time going to the secondary dimension. However, the ordinary procedures were troublesome, so with the help offered by Black Star and the primal chaos mysterious energy, things were a lot simpler. She curiously asked, "Then, where will our first stop be? The dynasty has quite a few outposts in the secondary dimension, but I don't wish to disturb them. Since you also have the Void bloodline, let's go to the Void dimension first." Han Shao grasped the arm of the mysterious energy host, gesturing for Ames to do the same. All right, Ames did not have any objections, but she did not hold onto the mysterious energy host, instead choosing to latch herself on Han Zhao's shoulder. An ordinary person would have to make thorough preparations in order to go to the secondary dimension, but both of them were beyond grade so they did not require any sort of precautions. The next moment, the primal chaos mysterious energy activated its ability, and a surge of crimson energy rushed out, enveloping their bodies. Swoosh! A bright light flashed, and the three of them disappeared without a trace. Their vision blurred, and the scenery in front of their eyes suddenly changed. They were no longer inside Black Star Palace but within the familiar Void dimension. This is really fast. Ames was shocked. This is its innate ability. For it, returning to the secondary dimension is akin to going home, just like a fish in water, Han Shao replied. The mysterious energy host had strong combat abilities, and at the same time, it also possessed plenty of convenient abilities and effects. It really was like a handyman. Ames took a deep breath of void energy, feeling the excitement in her cells. She chuckled. What are our travel plans? Let's finish what we came here to do. We'll have plenty of time to explore afterward. As Han Shao spoke, he turned to look at the mysterious energy host and asked it, "Do you know which secondary dimension the holy light particle resides in? I'm not sure what it's called in the main universe, but I can identify its energy fluctuations and track it down," the primal chaos mysterious energy explained. Hearing this, Han Shao nodded. He had previously inquired about the dynasty's exploration records of secondary dimensions based on the description given by the primal chaos mysterious energy, but they could not find anything similar. This probably meant that the place where the holy light particle could be found had not been discovered yet. Upon thinking about it, this would make sense. If the advanced civilizations managed to locate its lair, then the holy light particle would not be able to laze around. Thus, at this moment, they could only depend on the primal chaos mysterious energy to guide them. Let's go quickly. I can't wait to teach it a lesson. The primal chaos mysterious energy was eager and proactively urged the others. Could not control the host by itself and had to have Han Zhao's approval. Hearing this, Han Shao could not help but laugh. He estimated that the holy light particle would probably be upset at this friend. "Brat, you brought all these enemies over to my area." As he shook his head, Han Shao was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. Boom! At this moment, an anomaly occurred as the void energy in their surroundings began to tremble. Ames felt the same sensation, and she narrowed her eyes as she gazed off into the distance. Her tone was solemn. "Seems like something's coming." Chapter 1072 Milestone Void Conqueror. 1072 Milestone Void Conqueror. The Void Dimension was a chaotic and misty world, with gray and blue the predominant colors. Its space was filled with thick and viscous void energy. Suddenly, the two of them seemed as though they had been put into a blender. The surrounding void energy formed a large vortex, with Han Shao and Ames at its center. Han Shao raised his wariness, getting into a battle-ready state. The next moment, a mental fluctuation burst out, sweeping past the both of them, and a solemn, archaic voice spoke in their minds. "What sort of alien creatures are you, to dare barge into my territory?" Just as the voice rang out, a powerful aura burst out in their perceptions. Rays of light flickered all around as countless figures appeared out of thin air, seemingly endless. They surrounded the duo. These creatures had strange appearances, but they all carried the characteristics of a void species and wore specially made armor. Sweeping a glance, Han Shao felt a sense of familiarity. He was no stranger to these strange-looking creatures. There were Void Prowlers and Chaos Observers as the reconnaissance troops, riding Void Hunters, Void Star Pursuers, and Void Walkers. Lined up in ranks were the Void Disciples, the Void Executioners, and the Magamedo Blades. The ranged troops consisting of Void, Witch Spirits, and Chaos Arcane bodies were placed at the back. These were all the race options he had encountered with each promotion. In the center of this army was the Behemoth troop. There were 10 huge Margala Void beasts, covered in armor and carrying countless Void creatures. There were even 3 Void Dragon hatchlings, of which the 3 strongest Void creatures rode on them. Their leader was a Void Duke, about a few hundred meters in height, his body covered in a tangible blue-violet energy. He was covered from head to toe in huge black armor and held onto the reins of the Void Dragon with one hand, a mysterious black longsword in the other. Void Dukes could change their forms at will, and this Void Duke was currently assuming a humanoid form. This was a Void Army regiment. It seems like we accidentally ended up in the territory of a Void Duke. Seeing the group, Ames furrowed her brows. She was an old visitor to the secondary dimensions, so it was not the first time she had encountered such a scene. The Void Dimension was a naturally formed secondary dimension, and it spanned across an extremely vast area. The difference in dimensional attributes compared to the main universe had resulted in the spawning of the countless Void species. In addition to naturally growing, the Void species could strengthen themselves by swallowing each other, thus forming a complete chain of weak and strong. In this situation, the higher Void creatures eventually segregated their territories, forming armies to fight against each other. The Void Duke was one of the top Void creatures, boasting their own powerful army. Their goal was to swallow other Void Lords or Void Dukes. Not only did they thrive on war, but using the unique features available to them, they had developed a special technology applied to the Void Dimension. The Void creatures not only fought against each other, they were also hostile toward foreign life forms. One reason was because foreigners usually tended to kill them for materials, and secondly, the Void Corruptors could use their blood to convert the foreigners to become a new source for their troops. Thus, when encountering visitors from different dimensions, they would not be lenient. They treat us as prey. As countless malevolent gazes landed on them, Han Shao narrowed his eyes before releasing his Beyond Grade A aura. His momentum swept the area around him like a gale. Boom! The tyrannical aura caused the Void army to stagnate. The Void Duke's long sword slashed outward, sending a spiritual message filled with shock. Beyond Grade A creature of the main universe. The prestige of Beyond Grade as resounded even within the secondary dimensions. Han Shao revealed his identity. I'm an ally of the Crimson Dynasty, the leader of the Black Star Army. I go by Black Star. Black Star? Never heard of you. Because information exchanges between the main universe and the secondary dimensions were limited, most of the Void creatures were not concerned about the news from the main universe. However, the big names like the Crimson Dynasty were still known to the Void Dukes, as the reputation of the 3 universal civilizations had also spread throughout the secondary dimensions. The higher beings of the Void Dimension had considerable wisdom and knew to not provoke the 3 universal civilizations. Outsider, I'm the Void Duke Kirkmand. Leave my territory immediately. He pointed with his long sword, indicating their expulsion. The Beyond Grade A life forms from the main universe were not so easy to provoke. Although the Void Dimension had successfully killed some invading Beyond Grade as before, they were all done by the strongest Void Dukes. The casualties on both sides were equally heavy, which resulted in those Void Dukes being swallowed by others instead. Kirkmand was merely a Void Duke in the middle ranks and did not want to get himself into a conflict with a Beyond Grade A for nothing. Seeing this, Ames did not wish to blow up the matter any further and patted Han Shao. Let's go. There's no need to entangle with them. Sweeping his gaze across the vigilant Void army, Han Shao suddenly had an idea and switched to his Void form. The aura around his body changed completely. Seeing this, Kirkmand jumped up in shock. You're also part of the Void. That's right. I'm not a creature from another dimension but one of your kind. After Han Shao entered the Beyond Grade A realm, he had transformed into an exclusive race, but the Void bloodline he originally had did not disappear. merely merging into the exclusive race. According to his degree of evolution, Han Zhao's void creature ranking was high. He had reached the level of the Void Archangel, which was similar to the rank of Void Duke. Kirkman's attitude took a 180-degree change, filling up with envy and greed while hiding behind a fawning attitude. When encountering a beyond grade A of another species, even if they killed the other party, there were no benefits to them. However, if the other party was a beyond grade A void creature, then he could swallow their bloodline and obtain an evolutionary boost. However, the difficulty in killing the latter was also greatly increased. The void dimension was the home of the void creatures, and the higher one's void dimension life level, the higher their degree of control over the void energy. Han Zhao was akin to a fish in water there and would not be affected by the suppression of void energy. The power system of the void dimension differed from the main universe. The void life forms possessed various racial talents, and through continuous evolution, they would activate their innate abilities to exert a great combat strength. This sort of strength could not be replicated by others, so it could not be classified as one of the major supersystems and only classified as a special life form. However, the void creatures could also take the initiative to master the supersystem of the main universe, and their representatives were relatively well known. "Do you know Kasui?" Kirkman could not help but ask. "We're quite familiar with each other." Han Zhao nodded. Hearing this, Kirkman felt proud. Kasui was a celebrity within the void dimension, publicly recognized as one of the strongest void creatures to exist. He had raked up vast achievements while still within the void dimension, conquering a large number of void lords and void dukes and ruling a vast territory in the center of the void dimension. No one could contend with him then, and while he was generally more active in the main universe, his reputation within the void dimension still remained unmatched. And right now, Kirkman had encountered a new beyond grade of void creature who was even familiar with Kasui, piquing his interest. After all, Kirkman himself did not possess the qualifications to even come into contact with Kasui. "Black Star, come over to my place to be my guest." Kirkman directly issued an invitation. There were few formalities within the void dimension, so they did not beat around the bush. "All right, I'll go and have a look." Han Zhao had similar intentions. Since he had managed to meet this void duke, it would be good to exchange some intelligence. Furthermore, since he planned to travel and explore this time, he was not afraid of having his time delayed. The void dimension had many good things, such as the void Maharaja that Austin had once given him, allowing his bloodline to be purified further. While Han Zhao had already reached the pinnacle beyond grade A realm, there might be something that could help him strengthen his void talents. There was no harm in trying his luck. Speaking of luck, Han Zhao could not help but think about the luck halo caretaker of the stars that Ames had. While he did not bring Phaidon this time, Ames had pretty good luck as well, which could be able to carry him forward. "This is a guider. Follow me." Kirkman shook his fingers, sending out a cloud of void energy that contained the information on the coordinates over to Han Zhao. The next moment, the surrounding void army all flickered and disappeared. In the void dimension, none of the inhabitants flew normally. They had all mastered the craft of void travel. Seeing this, Ames shook her head in resignation. "You actually exposed your identity to the void creature. The last time Hila and I came to the secondary dimension to train, neither of us dared to do so, or else we would not have made it back. Those with skills have bigger balls," Han Zhao joked. While the secondary dimension still posed some risks to ordinary beyond grade, as it was not much to a pinnacle beyond grade A. The duo then followed the guider and shuttled through the void, soon arriving at Kirkman's base camp. This was a magnificent city that was suspended in space. The entire body of the city was made out of translucent crystals, and its radiant internal energy core could be seen, surrounded by a rich layer of gray-blue void energy. Within the void dimension, natural materials were scarce, so crystals were generally obtained through special techniques of refining the omnipresent void energy. To build a city like this, the expenses were naturally gargantuan. This huge city had many barracks, so rather than calling it a city, it would be more accurate to call it an army camp. Han Zhao and Ames went to the main hall in the center of the city, and Kirkman greeted the both of them. He had shrunk his body to match Han Zhao's size. After they sat down, He impatiently asked, "Black Star, where were you born?" He thought that Han Xiao had grown up as a native of the Void Dimension. However, Han Xiao did not hide it and explained that he was someone who had acquired a Void bloodline and had always been active in the main universe. The two of them chatted with each other, exchanging information. Han Xiao talked about the situation in the main universe, while Kirkman talked about what the Void Dimension was like. In his previous life, the players had a limited understanding of the secondary dimensions since they only came into contact with it in the later versions. Furthermore, many of the secondary dimension life forms did not have a habit of recording their history, so Han Xiao also lacked information about the Void Dimension in the current era. After some exchanges, Han Xiao developed a general understanding of the current power balance of the Void Dimension. It was not ruled by a single entity but by many strong powerhouses. The Kasui family dominated and occupied the entire central area but had no intention of unifying the Void Dimension, nor did they possess the ability. Powerful Void Dukes constantly sprang up like bamboo shoots after a downpour, fighting each other in separate areas. In addition, there were a large number of chaotic areas such as the wilderness, where chaos reigned, constantly breeding new void creatures that would freely hunt each other in the area. After chatting for a while, Kirkman finally came to the topic of Han Xiao's reason for going there. "I actually have no goal. I just intend to roam a bit around the secondary dimensions. My first trip was to the Void Dimension, and I coincidentally met you." Han Xiao spread open his hands. Hearing this, Kirkman thought for a while before saying, "Since you have nothing to do, you can help me out." There was no such thing as politeness or etiquette in the Void Dimension. While it was the first time they had met, Kirkman did not bother standing on ceremony with them. "What do you need?" Han Xiao was curious. "I've always wanted to kill Bagdora. He's also a Void Duke, his territory similar to mine. We've already had more than 100 battles against each other. If you're able to help, I can eradicate him, swallowing his core and taking over his army troops." Han Xiao raised his brows. "Then, what can you repay me with?" "I can give you half of the cores of the Void life forms left on the battlefield. In addition, if you need any specialties of the Void Dimension, I can find them for you." Kirkman waved his hand, giving his bottom line without any attention for negotiation skills. "Furthermore, you can obtain my friendship. When you need help in the main universe, you can open a void path, and I will bring my army to help you fight." Hearing that, Han Xiao was excited. When he previously evolved into the Void Pathfinder, he had obtained the racial talent of Void Path, which could temporarily open a door to the Void Dimension. He had never utilized this ability before because the summoned Void life forms would not differentiate between friend or foe. However, if he could form an agreement with Kirkman, then he would be able to use this ability to summon a Void regiment to fight for him. The same was true for Kasui. He could use his natural ability to call out the Void army under his command. This was where he had obtained his moniker Void Overlord, but he seldom used this ability since his true body was too strong and did not require reinforcements. While Han Xiao was not a summoner, this talent could also achieve the effect of a summoning. At this moment, a notification popped up on Han Xiao's interface. "You have triggered the mission. Void Duke's War Employment. Mission Introduction. Void Duke Kirkman has taken a fancy to your combat abilities and hopes to hire you to fight for him and eradicate his enemies. Mission requirements: defeat Void Duke Bagdora's army. Reward: 12 billion experience plus 3,000 Kirkman favorability, 1 character summon card. Additional reward: triggers the milestone mission Void Conqueror. Void Conqueror. Milestone competition conditions: destroy 8 Void Dukes and their organizations. Void life forms at the same life form level are accepted. At the same time, achieve a favorability rating of respect, 3,000 favorability, in at least 4 Void Dukes factions. Reward will be given after milestone is completed. Milestone completion reward: if you possess Void abilities, their base effects will have a slight increase, and you will obtain 500 to 2,000 free attribute points. You will also obtain +1 legendary point, +20 favorability on all Void life forms, and +1 God's Trait Transformation point. This will only be given if the God's Trait Transformation talent is activated. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. The rewards were pretty good this time. He could even obtain a god's trait transformation point. After creating both universal treasures, he had thought that he would have to wait till he underwent another promotion to obtain more points. Looking at the introduction, it seemed like only those beyond grade as who had reached the level of God's trait transformation would then trigger this extra point reward. If other people accepted this mission, they would not see the last message. Han Xiao was overjoyed. Not only did he manage to obtain a mission, he could even get a large number of void specialties promised by Kirkman. This sort of business could be done. To Han Xiao, it was just going back to his old mercenary days. Deal, I'll help you. Han Xiao smiled. However, now's not a good time. I still have things to do, so let's put this off until I return. He had already decided to accept the employment, but his priority was still to obtain the holy light particle. This was non-negotiable. Thus, he would only come over to help Kirkman after he was done obtaining the holy light particle. No problem. Kirkman was overjoyed, immediately agreeing. Since he had fought the other party for so many years, waiting a while longer was not a problem. Ames was not interested in their conversation. After growing bored of listening to them, she took out the revive token to fiddle in her hand. She had also obtained this from Hila. At this moment, Kirkman glanced over subconsciously and suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on the revive token. Ha! Ames' brows rose, and she clenched her fingers over the token. What are you looking at? Air. Could you pass the thing in your hand to me for a look? I felt a very familiar aura from it. Kirkman was not polite at all, his tone carrying a little suspicion. Han Xiao realized something, quickly taking his own token out and asking, I have something similar. Does it have the aura you're familiar with? Yes, but it's very weak. Could you pass it over to let me scrutinize it? Kirkman nodded. Han Xiao thought about it before flicking the token over. Kirkman's palm transformed into energy to envelop the revive token. After carefully looking at it, he replied with an uncertain tone, I seem to have felt a similar energy fluctuation within one of the secondary dimension layers. Han Xiao's expression changed immediately. This revive token contained the effect of death rejection, awakening. Based on his inference, this was a new ability developed by Hila. Using delicate power control, she had combined Aurora's life energy with her own power of the dead to form an entirely new type of energy. Hila had also mentioned that when she was attempting to form a remote connection with Aurora, she experienced some difficulty in that a secondary dimension layer kept absorbing most of the energy transmitted between both of them. Hila initially planned to do a field trip to the area, but she did not have the time to come this trip. So, is it a coincidence that I came across the target Hila was looking for? Han Xiao could not help but look at Ames. Compared to Fiden, I think touching you might be better now. Chapter 1073, Encounter. Chapter 1073, Encounter. To come across a clue right after they entered the secondary dimension, this could only be attributed to luck. Most likely, it was Ames, caretaker of the star's luck glow, that shone down on them. Could it be that the goddess of luck had changed her sexual orientation? Speaking of which, since the act of rubbing Fiden for luck was called touching the willy, what then should he term the act of rubbing Ames? Should he just go with coiling dragon one? Since his luck was good enough to run into the clues that Hila was searching for, Han Xiao had no reason to let it go. He pressed on. Do you remember which secondary dimension that was? Kirkman thought for a while before he nodded. I have a faint impression. That secondary dimension seems to be pretty well known as well and was famous for a period of time. It was once blocked off by a certain type of power but occasionally emitted strong vitality that could actually stimulate the potential of various life forms. Later, the blockade lifted by itself, but when the curious secondary dimension life forms went over, they discovered that nothing was within it, and the entire space even lacked the energy to maintain itself. It slowly declined and shrank, and in recent years it's been close to collapse. It may disappear at any time. Hearing that, Han Xiao was excited. Most secondary dimensions did not exist forever but would collapse and disappear over time, just like leaves withering and fruits rotting. The secondary dimension world was disorderly and chaotic, which would constantly give rise to new secondary dimensions. Most of them were like bubbles, small and short-lived, and only a few could exist stably for a long period of time. Advanced civilizations and mages could also create artificial secondary dimensions. However, the form of such artificial secondary dimensions was different from the naturally occurring hyperstable plane of the void dimension. As for the blockage of such secondary dimensions, there were several possibilities. The most likely would be that the secondary dimension was a creation of some powerful life form, in which case it would make sense to seal it from the outside world to prevent intruders. If this secondary dimension was the subsidiary space of a beyond grade A, then the reason for its decline should be the death of the beyond grade A creator, causing the space to lose its energy supply, gradually shrinking and collapsing. Han Shao guessed. I'm not clear on that. Kirkman threw the revive token back to Han Shao. I call it the Land of Dead Silence. If you wish to go, I can send you the coordinates. If you could. I have some interest in that place. Han Shao smiled. Kirkman casually squeezed at the void energy, burning the information of the Land of Dead Silence within before throwing it to Han Shao. He added, the space wall of that secondary dimension is riddled with holes, and countless space storms surge within. Be careful, the space might collapse and disappear at any time, and if you are swept away by that turbulent space, you might end up lost in the endless layers of the secondary dimensions. Han Shao received the energy clump and read through the information before standing up. Noted. We'll make a move now. This was an unexpected harvest of the trip. He had planned to take a gander after he was done with his business to help Hila search for what she wanted. Then, I'll wait for you to return so we can start the war. Kirkman nodded back. Having reached an agreement for the war employment, Han Shao did not delay and once again summoned the mysterious energy host. Let's go. Lead the way. We'll find your old friend. The primal chaos mysterious energy got the instruction and performed another dimensional shuttle, taking Han Shao and Ames with him. Meanwhile, Law and Fei were slowly patrolling a vast white space within one of the secondary dimension layers. On the bridge of the flagship, a star map of the secondary dimension was suspended in the air, but its appearance was very different from the detailed 3D map the main universe had. It looked like a model of countless bubbles piled up together, and at first glance it looked like a bunch of grapes. Every bubble represented a secondary dimension that was recorded. Because new secondary dimensions were constantly being born, the terrain of the secondary dimension changed every moment. This map was only used as a reference, and the anchor point coordinates of the different layers were used as guiding markers. Law and Fei stood next to the secondary dimension world model, silently observing. At this moment, a red dot suddenly lit up inside one of the bubbles, and a circle of red ripples appeared within the model. Cross-probing radar has discovered a target, marked as Pinnacle Beyond Grade A level. Our target is separated by 13 secondary dimensions. The route simulation is complete. Expected to encounter our target after 8 jumps. Your Excellencies, awaiting your command. Hearing the reports from the subordinates, Law hummed in agreement before commanding. Lock the anchor point. Start the dimensional jump. Once the command was issued, these warships immediately activated the secondary dimension engine, turning into streams of light as they accelerated wildly. The shuttle device loaded on the battleships began to operate, oscillating at the space walls with a special frequency. The moment the battleship's speed reached its peak, a space wall shaped like a honeycomb appeared in front of it. A crack was quickly created, and the other end was a scene of the next dimension. The spaceships flew straight in, and everyone heard a crisp, pop sound, as though the shock outside caused the air within the spaceships to react. Their vision blurred, and the next moment, they had arrived in another secondary dimension. In just a few seconds, the crack within the space wall closed and disappeared without a trace. This was the conventional way of shuttling between secondary dimensions. The scenes of the secondary dimensions changed rapidly outside the porthole as the fleet jumped many times in succession before finally coming to a halt. Such rapid shuttling brought a heavy load to the spacecraft, and at this time, the spaceships were all shrouded in violent space energy, distorting their very environment as though the engines were overheated. On the star map, the fleet showed that they were finally on the same secondary dimension as the red dot, and the target was rapidly drawing closer. Seeing this, Law quickly came to the front porthole, looking in the direction of the red dot. Prepare to engage. Ready the dimensional exile bullet. As both of them stared out of the window, finally, a figure appeared and flew closer. Just as he was about to initiate the attack, Law took a close look at the person and immediately changed his command. Wait, don't fire. This person doesn't look like Black Star. His aura is different from the one in our records. Claudia was wearing a mechanical suit, covering his facial features, but he did not hide the energy fluctuations coming from his body. The energy attribute of an Esper and a mechanic were worlds apart, so at close range, Law discovered the significant difference in energy fluctuations. Sensing the group in front of him, Claudia slowed down before coming to a stop in front of the fleet. He opened the wide area communication channel as he coldly spoke. Who are you guys? Why are you stopping me? We're just a secondary dimension exploration team. We're not blocking you but rather happen to come across you. Law sent a reply back. Observing the space energy distortion caused by the rapid jumps around the fleet, Claudia knew immediately that this group was lying, but he did not expose them. Which organization does your exploration team belong to? We're from a small civil organization and have come over to collect some specialties here. Seeing that you're shuttling through the secondary dimension alone, you must be a famous pinnacle beyond grade A. I wonder if we can have the honor of knowing your name, Law humbly said. I'm just an ordinary beyond grade A, Claudia blandly replied. Fruobnovel.com. Law cursed in his heart. F*CKU. To think that a pinnacle beyond grade A like you is trying to pretend to be weak. Law and Faye felt a headache coming. Both of them were beyond grade as, and if not for the fact that the detection radar was able to tell them their opponent's combat power, they would not be so humble. This cross-plane life form detection radar was a device dedicated to the secondary dimensions, but its accuracy was quite lacking. The search conditions were already harsh enough, but both of them did not expect themselves to have such bad luck to run into another pinnacle beyond grade A. The two of them were still unaware of Claudia's identity and did not wish to cause any problems. Your Excellency beyond grade A, if we accidentally offended you, we express our apologies. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. He did not even wait for Claudia to reply, immediately steering the fleet to turn around and move away. Looking back, the duo discovered that Claudia did not chase them but rather stayed there and watched them leave. It seems like he's not planning to attack us. Law sighed. Most likely, he's not interested in us. Faye was secretly relieved. Let's get out of here. Law turned back to instruct the crew. Mark this target, and don't bump into him again on accident. Reset the crossplane detector, and search for another pinnacle beyond grade A signal. The two of them were not interested in Claudia's identity at all. In the secondary dimensions, there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The two of them were not there to cause trouble. Everything was done for their mission. Claudia watched the fleet fly away without chasing them. The secondary dimensions hid a lot of organizations that operated in secret, avoiding the rule of the three universal civilizations. They were a group of rats in the eyes of the three universal civilizations. In Claudia's eyes, it was likely that this group was one of these hidden organizations. They had pursued the wrong target and ended up bumping into him instead. The goal of his trip was Traveler, and since these guys knew how to back off, he could not be bothered to pick on them. Glancing one last time at the direction the fleet departed, Claudia chose another direction away from them to travel, continuously shuttling. Before long, Claudia stepped into his destination, the secondary dimension of evil convergence. Looking around, the area seemed to be filled with a corrosive purplish-green energy. It moved lazily in waves, like the folds on a stomach wall. Bubbles of purple-green gas occasionally popped out like flooding stomach juices, and it gave off the impression of being in the stomach of some weird creature. From one of the inner walls of the evil convergence dimension then popped out a male's upper body, covered with purplish-green mucus. This person was Traveler. His skin was pale, and he exuded an evil and crazed temperament, as though he had entered a manic mode that prevented him from being rational. The lower half of Traveler's body, which was still engulfed, continuously emitted energy rings that could be seen with the naked eye. The rings traveled through the purplish-green inner walls and were absorbed by the evil convergence dimension. Claudia frowned. With his insight, It was not difficult to see that Traveler was spreading the essence of his own genes. He was technically having sex with this secondary dimension that almost seemed alive. Dark Lord Claudia, what a rare guest. I'm not sure why you're looking for me. Are you here to join the party? I certainly don't mind. Traveler laughed hoarsely. Claudia remained stoic, indifferently replying, "You took part in the campaign to encircle and suppress the allies of the dynasty, committing a crime. I'm here today as your arbiter. So, you're here to kill me?" The corners of Traveler's mouth hooked upward in an eerie smile. At this moment, from the inner walls of the evil convergence dimension emerged countless figures, forming an endless army. The majority of them were dangerous characters from various dimensions. Among them, there were 3 figures exuding the aura of a beyond grade A, obviously helpers called forth by Traveler. After divining that he would come across a formidable enemy, Traveler had used his contacts in the secondary dimension to set up an ambush. This is the Dark Lord of the main universe? At this moment, one of the assisting beyond grade as stepped out with his arms folded and casually spoke. "Doesn't seem to be much, if he's that careless." The other beyond grade A looked toward Traveler and solemnly said, "Remember our agreement. This time we'll only help you drive out your enemy and not kill the Dark Lord. Otherwise, the Crimson Dynasty will pursue us." Hearing this, Claudia realized that the 3 beyond grade as were powerhouses he had never seen before, and everything became clear at once. It was impossible for the 3 universal civilizations to monitor the birth of every single beyond grade A. There would definitely be some who were unwilling to be recorded. As long as they kept concealing their identity and strength, not creating organizations or making a name for themselves, the 3 universal civilizations would not be able to discover their existence. Quite a few of them also hid within the secondary dimension, never appearing in the main universe. Some were neutrals that were worried about being persecuted, and there were also secret combatants belonging to other advanced civilizations, such as the Superstar Cluster Alliance. After the tragedy of the Pinnacles, the Superstar Cluster civilizations did not dare show their beyond grade as on the surface. Thus, their allies would all be sent into the secondary dimension to hide, preventing their existence from being discovered by the 3 universal civilizations. At this moment, Traveler opened his arms wide, looking at Claudia as he laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha, Dark Lord, you have immense combat strength in the main universe, but this is my home field. Can you even kill me?" Claudia's expression remained calm, but his eyes glowed with a dark light. He lightly lifted his arms, and dark energy gathered. He slowly said, "Since that's the case, I'll have to smash you apart with your home field." Following the primal chaos mysterious energy, Han Shao and Ames shuttled through various secondary dimensions one by one, seeing all kinds of bizarre sights. After a long time, they finally stopped moving. "We're here. This is the nest of the holy light particle," the primal chaos mysterious energy excitedly said. Han Shao wandered around and saw that this was a dazzling world, with boundless land, mountains, forests, and rivers. But all of it was made out of materialized light, shiny and colorful. The towering mountain peaks looked like blocks of shining giant gems, and the river was flowing with something resembling liquid light. Everything in this world was pure and flawless, just like a fairy tale. It's rather pretty. This is the first time I've come across such a secondary dimension. Ames could not help but rub her eyes in helplessness. But it's a little piercing to the eyes. It is indeed. Han Shao smirked before asking, "How do we find it?" The primal chaos mysterious energy laughed. "Haha. It's either sleeping or doesn't want to be seen. Leave it to me. It's very sensitive to my energy. So long as it senses me, it will become mad. So I can release my aura and arouse its natural reaction to take the initiative to come over." Hearing this, Han Shao could not help but glance at the mysterious energy host in a weird manner. "What's with this tone? Sounds like you've trained it like a pet." The author wrote the actual characters for Coiling Dragon, the novel, inside, so I translated as such. Not sure if there's supposed to be a sexual connotation to it, but Coiling Dragon could also mean someone whose talent was hidden, i.e. Ames, since Han Shao never discovered that she was so lucky. Chapter 1074 New System from the Holy Light Particle. 1074 New System from the Holy Light Particle. The air was filled with light energy. In a mage's words, the density of light element was extremely high in this place. Han Shao and Ames landed on a shallow land beside a river. The soil was made of colorful sand and felt just like a normal beach. Ames squatted down, picked up a sand particle, and curiously observed this irregular-shaped solid subject. She then used a tiny bit of force on it. This sand particle cracked open and turned into fog-like light dust, slowly rising up. Looking up, the sky was covered by a large sea of clouds, all formed by gaseous light particles. It was dreamy. There were light particles ascending from all places occasionally, and once a certain density was reached, this sea of clouds would turn into rain and pour the light dust onto the ground, forming new terrains. This process had constantly been repeating itself. "It's beautiful," Ames complimented. Han Shao came to the river and lifted up a pond of liquid light particles. Looking at the gold-like liquid flowing through his fingers, he could not help but say, "This place is heavily light-polluted." "Did you have to break the atmosphere like that?" Ames said with resignation. "Come on. I'm just telling the truth." Han Zhao's lips curled up. He summoned a few industrial mining devices and said casually, "This place is very unique and has high research value. I'm going to bring some materials back for experiments." As he was speaking, he recorded the coordinates of this secondary dimension in the database so that he could come again. After some pondering, he decided to call this secondary dimension Nation of Light. After Han Shao was done with all that, he then deployed some space stabilization anchors to prevent the holy light particle from escaping. He patted the mysterious energy host and said, "Okay, it's time to force the holy light particle out." The primal chaos mysterious energy had been looking forward to this for a long time. As soon as he received the order, he instantly released waves of red energy into the ground without hesitation, forming an enormous expanding spider net. When Han Shao silently counted to 221, primal chaos mysterious energy finally reacted and said with an evil tone, "I found it. Sleeping as expected. Watch me wake it up." As soon as the sentence ended, Han Shao and Ames felt the ground under them tremble. The next moment, the entire space started trembling, mountains and all. Boom! Before the two of them could start to observe the surroundings, an enormous light fountain gushed out from under the ground, turning into a holy-looking mass of gold light. At its core was a blindingly bright sphere, as if there was another sun in the sky. At this time, a red stream of primal chaos mysterious energy was inside this white gold sphere of light. Like cold water poured into boiling oil, it triggered extremely violent reactions. With the appearance of this mass of light, a furious and irritated energy impact expanded instantly. "Mosinil, you attacked me again in my sleep. I'm definitely going to kill you today. Nerusis, doesn't my energy taste good? Did you miss it?" The primal chaos mysterious energy chuckled. Hearing this, Han Zhao's mouth twitched. From this exchange, it sounded like this was not the first time. Primal chaos mysterious energy turned to look at Han Shao and said with a smile, "This is the holy light particle you guys talked about. It's in a bad mood after waking up. I'll leave the rest to you." Primal Esper ability entities were all ancient and had their own names. Primal chaos mysterious energy and holy light particle were just the names the outside world assigned to them. The holy light particle hastily approached and finally realized the others. Seeing the mysterious energy host, its rage vanished, switching right to joy. You've been made into a puppet again? Ha ha ha! Karma. You deserved it. Don't be too happy. You're next." Primal chaos mysterious energy smiled coldly. The holy light particle looked at Han Shao and Ames. He then said with a displeased tone, "Humph, you're low as always, helping the enemies obtain my body, hoping to drag me down. The two of you kids from the main universe, I don't care how he tricked you, but I'm not interested in playing with you. Get the hell back to the main universe and stop bothering me." Han Shao did not mind. He took out a tin-shaped device, tilted his head, and said, "Are you going to come in yourself? Or do you want me to help you?" Hearing this, the holy light particle instantly became much brighter, giving off a tsunami-like energy shockwave as if it was giving its all. The entire space trembled slightly. With an over-the-top confident tone, he said, "I'm no weakling like Mosinel. Are you prepared to face the consequences of trying to catch me?" 30 seconds later. Stop, stop, stop. It hurts. I admit my defeat. The holy light particle had shrunk countless times and was contained in the tin like a pool of gold liquid. The containment device was buzzing with an electromagnetic field. Han Shao shook the device and made the holy light particle stagger a few times. That's it. Ames was speechless. She had thought that the holy light particle was very strong and was already prepared to fight. To her absolute surprise, after one slap from Han Shao, the holy light particle was already done for. It was way too weak. Han Shao, of course, was not surprised. In the face of a peak beyond grade A, primal Esper ability entities would not be able to do much. He only found the fact that the holy light particle was so confident strange. Seeing his old friend get beaten up, the primal chaos mysterious energy was now the one gloating. He moved beside the containment device and chuckled. "Welcome. With you as my company, I won't be lonely anymore. Mosinel, I'll murder you sooner or later." The holy light particle was in despair. Han Shao tapped on the glass of the containment device and interrupted them. "You'll have plenty of time to communicate in the future. Answer my question first. What abilities do you have?" The holy light particle said with rage, "I'm telling you, I won't give in as easily as Mosinel. Even if you torture me, I won't." 30 seconds later. The holy light particle obediently lay at the bottom of the containment device, shivering while explaining his abilities. "My most basic abilities are physique enhancement, superspeed flight, and dimension crossing. I can also give others the power of holy light. I have the ability to attack as well. My host can use me to punish evil. There are two criteria for judging what or who's evil. One is the belief of my host, and the other is the target's own conscience and understanding of their crimes. The more severe the crime, the stronger the power of the punishment will be. Also, I can purify filth, helping the target to get rid of related negative states, as well as heal to a certain extent." The holy light particle poured everything out. As Han Shao nodded and listened, he also complained about the holy light particle in his mind. From just his name, he thought this guy would be pure and virtuous, only to realize he changed his attitude instantly after he got beaten up. He was just as shameless as primal chaos mysterious energy. Was it because they had lived too long? In terms of punishing evil and purifying filth, the abilities of the holy light particle did indeed match its holy style. However, the criteria were quite emotionally dependent. Its strength would only be maximized when its host was a person of justice with strong beliefs. Compared to all that, what Han Shao cared more about was its ability to gift others the power of holy light. After some questioning, he was pleasantly surprised. Holy light itself was considered a type of multidimensional energy. It was not rare and could be used by both high-level mechanics and mages. It had mind energy characteristics. However, although holy light was not rare, it was not something ordinary people could use. The holy light particle, however, could gift any intelligent species holy light seed. As long as the target trained hard, fertilized the seed with beliefs and determination to make it blossom, the target would have control of holy light energy, which could be further enhanced. This meant that the holy light particle could provide an extra class with growth potential, allowing ordinary people to have power from nothing, and supers could obtain this ability. However, since the requirement was that one had to obtain holy light seed and the gifted energy could be retrieved by holy light particle, it had limited uses and was not included in the 5 superclasses. It was more like a subclass. From the holy light particle, Han Shao came to know that back when the holy light particle had a host, it used a method to enhance its host strength. It retrieved the matured holy light seed from others. This was equivalent to taking the fruits of hard work from others and making all of their hard work its own. After hearing its experience, the way Han Shao looked at the holy light particle became much friendlier. "Not bad. Didn't expect you to be in the leak industry too." Han Shao believed in seeing is believing, so he told the unwilling holy light particle to use this ability on him. A stream of warm gold energy flowed into his body, and a notification popped up on the interface. You have received ability, Holy Light Seed. Holy Light Seed. Passive ability. This is the base of the power of Holy Light. It has to be nurtured by belief. After maturing, you can awaken subclass, Holy Light Emissary. Belief value required 0/5000. Belief value can be increased through meditating, mind training, punishing criminals, and so on. I see. This ability has a very high strategic value. If the energy given out isn't retrieved, I can turn many ordinary people who don't have the talent to become supers into Holy Light Warriors. This way, the fundamental combat capability of the army will increase tremendously. This was a surprise. Maybe he could even sell this to the players. It seemed to have quite a high potential. However, Evans did not display this ability in his previous life, so it probably had some limits. After some questioning, Han Shao got the answer. As expected, every Holy Light Seed was a tiny bit of core essence granted by the Holy Light Particle, and its core energy recovered at a very slow speed. If he used too much, he would be heavily damaged together with its host. I seem to have a way to make its energy recover quickly. Han Shao pondered. He had some ideas, but this was not the time to test them, so he kept the containment device. Han Shao also told the Holy Light Particle to take back the Holy Light Seed in him. He only asked for it to test it. He did not need this subclass himself. According to his original thoughts, he wanted to also make a host for the Holy Light Particle. However, the way he looked at it now, that might not be the best choice. Han Shao looked at the interface. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy's arch-enemy was already shown as complete. He received 2.4 billion EXP and 2 character summon cards. As expected, they were from the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy and Holy Light Particle. The abilities were not too rare. They were the ability to suck the energy out of a planet's core and Holy Flame Judgment. Although the two of them were already in his hands, these 2 character summon cards were better than nothing. What Han Shao was more concerned about was the newly activated milestone mission, Primal Esper Ability Collector. Primal Esper Ability Collector, unactivated. Activation requirement, have at least 4 Primal Esper Ability entities. Current progress February 4th. Effects. When you fight Espers, all your attributes will increase slightly. 12% to 20% damage reduction from Espers. Reward. The Third Sanctum Ability Fragment *1. Han Shao was stunned. The Third Sanctum? What on earth is this? I seem to remember that I also have the ability fragment of the First Sanctum. Could these be connected? This question had been troubling him for quite some time, but he had not found any clues. He suppressed the curiosity in his heart and looked at the effects of the milestone. It was targeted at Espers and was quite useful. The mission requirement is to have 4 Primal Esper ability entities, which means I will need 2 more. That is quite difficult, mainly because they're hard to find. I'll just try my best. As he had expected, dealing with the Holy Light Particle was a piece of cake. Once business was done, Han Shao went sightseeing with Ames in the Nation of Light for a while, and when he had collected enough sample material, the two of them left the secondary dimension and headed for the next stop, Land of Dead Silence. As lights flickered, the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy brought Han Shao and Ames to the Land of Dead Silence, following the coordinates from Kirkmond. After seeing the environment there, Han Shao could not help but exclaim, "Wow! This place really does look quite scary." This secondary dimension had only dark colors. The spatial wall had countless holes. Violent, chaotic space streams continuously invaded and raged. The sky was filled with infinite space storms flickering in dark blue and purple. Below them was a black, desolate desert. Many places were devoured by chaotic space streams and turned into the void. This land was torn into separated broken islands. Having felt something, Han Shao took out the revive token he had been wearing and realized it was heating up. It reacted to this place as expected. This means that the Land of Dead Silence really is connected to Hila. Han Shao released his senses and searched the entire secondary dimension, only to find nothing special. Just as Kirkman said, this secondary dimension was close to dying. There was nothing there. This time, Ames shook her head and said, "Looks like Hila will have to come here personally to notice something." Han Shao nodded in agreement. Hila's ability probably had some resonance with the Land of Dead Silence and might be able to activate some unique event. Although he was stronger, he clearly did not meet the requirements. At least we investigated the place for her, so it'll be easier for her to come next time. Han Xiao recorded the coordinates of this dimension in the database. Just as the two of them were about to leave, a powerful life energy source suddenly appeared out of nowhere and entered the range of their senses. The two of them looked over and saw a silhouette covered in wounds falling out of a chaotic space stream, coincidentally into the space wall hole of the Land of Dead Silence. Ames blinked and wondered, This person looks somewhat familiar. At the same time, Your Excellencies, the radar has locked onto the target. Inside the spaceship command room, Law and Fei quickly looked at the map. This isn't the same person we met earlier, right? No, he's in another secondary dimension. This is the second peak beyond grade A signal detected. After making sure they were not mistaken, Law instantly ordered, okay, lock onto the new target and advance at full speed. Fiabnovel.com. In Evil Convergence. God only knew what violent treatment the space wall received. Like a balloon, it expanded and cracked from within, causing this secondary dimension to lose all its defenses. The green evil energy everywhere that was full of life earlier looked like it had lost all energy as it was blown away by the chaotic space stream together with all the bodies here, disappearing without a trace. This special secondary dimension that gave birth to lives had now turned into a wreckage with only silence and death. It was quickly dying. Claudia shattered the head of the last beyond grade A, turned up to look at the space storm raging around him, and frowned. He was not satisfied with his performance. It's been too long since I fought. I've really gotten rusty and accidentally used too much strength. He managed to escape with the chaotic space stream. Chapter 1075. Escaping from the tiger's den into the wolf's nest. 1075 Escaping from the tiger's den into the wolf's nest. Ha ha ha! I've escaped. A green ball of light floated in the space storm. It was Traveler, who was protecting himself with a magic shield. At this point of time, he was no longer in the state of madness affected by evil convergence. Although his skin was still pale, he did not give off an evil vibe anymore. His mental state had also returned to normal, only filled with fear and frustration. In order to ambush Claudia, Traveler had gathered the friends he had made in the secondary dimension in the past. He had thought that with a total of 4 beyond grade, as with the help of the fact that they were in the evil convergence secondary dimension, they would be able to force Dark Lord away at the very least. However, reality slapped him right on his cheeks. Claudia was way too strong. He had a super high-risk Esper ability to begin with, and it had evolved to a very high level. His area damage was explosive. Through simulating the phenomenon of a mini Big Bang with his dark energy, he thrashed the entire evil convergence secondary dimension and broke the space wall from within. If he was just powerful by himself, the 4 of them would still have had the chance to escape. However, what gave Traveler the most despair was the fact that Claudia had not just one but many universal treasures. As a peak beyond grade, directly under the dynasty's command and the personal guard of the ruler, Claudia was not short on universal treasures. To make his mission easier, the dynasty had given him many universal treasures to use. Before executing the mission, Claudia had taken 5 universal treasures from the dynasty's stash, increasing his strength by a large extent. When he went all out, he easily killed 3 beyond grade as who had yet to surpass the 52,000 energy rank. Traveler was the only one who had escaped with the help of the chaotic space stream when his wife, the evil convergence secondary dimension, was being murdered. Without evil convergence, his strength had plummeted back to the level of ordinary beyond grade as his hard work over all these years had gone right down the drain. His heart was hurting so much it felt like someone was suffocating it. However, one good thing was that the enemy could no longer track him using evil convergence. As long as he hid well, he would be safe. As long as I'm alive, it means I still have a chance. Traveler's heart was filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. Furthermore, there was still hope of rising again. Traveler lowered his head and opened his palm. An irregular-shaped greenish-purple fragment lay quietly in his hands like a piece of glass. This was the core fragment of evil convergence. As long as he planted it in another secondary dimension with a special method, there would be a chance for it to regrow into a new evil convergence. Only it would take a very long time. All I have to do is avoid the Crimson Dynasty's pursuit. When they give up, I'll have more than enough time to recover. Looks like I'll have to hide in the secondary dimensions for decades or maybe even a century. Fortunately, I still have a long lifespan. Traveler breathed a sigh of relief, cleared the shadow of failure, and motivated himself. Surviving a disaster meant that fortune was ahead. At this time, inside the space storm, 3 cracks in the space wall suddenly appeared. It was unknown which secondary dimensions they led to. Inside space storms, space wall cracks were the only exits, or one would be forever lost inside chaotic space streams. What a surprise to see exits so soon. Looks like my luck is about to change for the better. Traveler's eyes sparkled. Without hesitation, he directly chose one of the cracks and flew right in. The next moment, the world in front of him changed into a secondary dimension filled with countless holes. Inside it were countless shattered black islands. It was dead silent. Traveler passed through the space wall and fell into this secondary dimension. Before he could be glad about escaping death, he immediately saw a man and a woman inside the secondary dimension looking up at him. They were not wearing helmets. When he saw their appearances, Traveler's smile turned stiff on his face, and sweat ran down his forehead. Black Star and Dragon Emperor. What the hell? Why are the 2 of them here? I just escaped from one. Now I've run into 2 more. Traveler's eyes almost popped out. Before he could think of anything else, he immediately stopped his falling body and quickly returned the way he had come from, toward the chaotic space stream above. Don't run! Ames reacted instantly. She reached out and pulled. A powerful force field grabbed onto Traveler's body and pulled him to her. Traveler was heavily injured to begin with. Furthermore, losing evil convergence had damaged him even more. He was in an extremely horrible state at this point and could not escape Ames' force field at all. I can't fall here. Traveler ignored all consequences and used secret techniques to stimulate his exhausted mind and body. He forcefully started to generate magic energy and cast spells. A teleportation gate started appearing beside him. However, before he finished casting the spell, a sudden movement restricting force field interrupted his channeling. Below him, Ames' eyes that were usually lazy turned sharp and stared at Traveler. A force field overflowed from her brows. Buzz. Force field. Gaze of the dragon. Traveler's body was instantly fixed in midair. Before he could respond, in the blink of an eye, Ames appeared before him using void travel. She raised her hand and softly pressed on his forehead. The next second, a raging force field gushed out from Ames' palm into Traveler's body. Force field. Stress tear down. The force field inside Traveler's body pulled him in all directions, forming countless forces that reacted with each other. Snap! Countless sounds of bones cracking and muscles being torn apart sounded in Traveler's body. An immense sense of agony erupted and flooded every single one of his nerves, so much so that he could not even control the contorted expression on his face. Hong! Flowers of blood exploded from every part of his body. He let out silent screams with his mouth opened wide as he bathed in blood. His heavy injuries immediately got even worse. This time, with coldness in her eyes, Ames raised one leg. A highly condensed force field formed an extremely sharp cutting force on her calf as she slashed down. Force field. Dragon axe. Swoosh. Ames's long leg slashed down from Traveler's shoulder. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, Traveler's entire arm was cut away. She did not give Traveler any chance to respond. Following the momentum, she stepped on Traveler's neck and dashed down, falling onto a shattered black island below, pressing the barely alive Traveler under her foot. Only this time did Han Shao slowly fly over and look at the fearsome expression on Ames' face with surprise. How come you're so violent all of a sudden? It's not like you. Without turning around, Ames stared at the Traveler below her foot and coldly said, when Hila was being attacked, he came to attack Black Star Palace. I did not know what was going on. Only afterward did I roughly guess that he wanted to lure your lord's avatar out to divert your energy. However, you planned ahead and told me to stay in Black Star Palace, which prevented it from happening. Facing Traveler, Ames did not hold back at all. Not only because Traveler was on the side of those enemies who tried to kill Hila, but also because these people had forced Han Xiao to pay the price of burning his potential. From the way she looked at it, Han Xiao did not talk about it because he did not want Hila to feel bad. Ames understood Han Xiao's intentions, but she never forgot it. In her eyes, this trip to the secondary dimension was mainly to stroll with Han Xiao, but part of it was also to look for Traveler and make him pay. Once they met, Ames immediately went all out without hesitation. Freewabove.com. Han Xiao tutade, looked at the heavily injured Traveler on the ground, and chuckled. Yo-ho, what a lucky day it is today. I was just thinking about looking for you, but you came right to me. Veins were exposed on Traveler's frustration and hatred-filled face. After finally getting out of Dark Lord's nightmare, he came right to Black Star's barrel. He had escaped a tiger's den and entered a wolf's nest. After such extreme fluctuations in his mood, Traveler was completely exhausted and did not even have the energy to complain about how unfair fate was to him. Being so unlucky, he had nothing to say and could only let out a long sigh in his mind. This means the world wants me dead. Han Xiao looked at the wounds caused by Dark Lord on Traveler's body and asked curiously, "Who did you meet? How did you end up so heavily injured?" Traveler kept silent and looked like he was not afraid of death. When he was not affected by evil convergence, he was quite sane. Since he knew he would not have the slightest chance of surviving, he was not planning to beg for mercy. Yo, you've got quite the backbone. Han Xiao chuckled. However, I wonder how the Star Arc civilization will react to your death. You don't have to deny it. Since I can accurately name the civilization you work for, I'd have enough proof for it. The moment Han Xiao said that, the expression on Traveler's face changed drastically into disbelief as he looked at Han Xiao. When he moved in the outside world, he had always disguised himself as a neutral beyond grade A who accepted hires from different civilizations, all to cover the fact that he belonged to a superstar cluster civilization. His true identity had always been a secret. The Star Arc civilization was indeed the superstar cluster civilization he secretly worked for, and the outside world had no idea. This way, no matter what he did, nothing would be connected to his civilization. This was also the reason he could mess around without having to worry. However, the identity he had always been hiding was suddenly exposed by Han Xiao. He immediately lost his cool and panicked. Subconsciously, he wanted to deny it. But having heard Han Xiao's certain tone and seeing his expression, it was clear that this was not a trick. He did indeed have hard proof. How did I know? Han Xiao finished his sentence, smirked, and said, Sorokin told me. Initially, he was just throwing the blame on someone else out of habit. However, Traveler's reaction surprised him. I knew it. Traveler clenched his teeth. He noticed something. The upper echelons shouldn't have worked with him. Sorokin really is involved in this too? Han Xiao was the one who was slightly shocked this time. He had thought that it was the superstar cluster civilization that wanted to escalate the conflict between the three universal civilizations. He did not expect Sorokin to be related to Traveler coming to attack Black Star Palace. Looks like I've accidentally discovered some interesting information. On the surface, Han Xiao's expression remained the same as he smiled and said, Since I know your identity, you'd better tell me everything from the beginning. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The Star Arc civilization will be blamed for all of this. I, however, might be able to help you with that. If Traveler was all alone, he would be able to face death without any worries. However, according to the information Han Xiao had from his previous life, Traveler was absolutely loyal to the Star Arc civilization. Now that what he cared about most was exposed, Han Xiao had control of his weakness. Furthermore, Traveler hated Sorokin deeply for telling this to Black Star and was worried he might tell even more people. Hence, he told the truth about the agreement he had with Sorokin. This was not just compromising. He was also trying to use this to direct Black Star's hate toward Sorokin. He was hoping this would indirectly lead to Han Xiao killing Sorokin. Traveler explained everything truthfully from the start. Only then did Han Xiao see the full picture of this incident. He caressed his chin and said with a deep voice, Sorokin. So you're the one who convinced the Superstar Cluster Alliance. Plus, you're on the opposite side of the United Beyond Grade A battlefront. Connecting the information Traveler gave with the limited information he had from his previous life, Han Shao roughly understood Sorokin's true intentions. All that about maintaining balance of the universe and beyond grade as knowing when to be satisfied, he was just hiding his own ambition. There were two paths to higher power. One was to become stronger and step into the higher territory. The other was to reduce the number of competitors. Sorokin took the latter approach. From the way Han Shao looked at it, this guy would love for the universe to have fewer than 10 beyond grade, as he basically wanted to have all the power alone. The fewer high-level combatants, the less resistance he would face, which led to him wanting to reduce the numbers of beyond grade as. Hence, he used factions differences to trigger conflicts between beyond grade as. Han Shao had always been wary of Sorokin. Only he never really knew his goals for sure. Now that he finally knew about Sorokin's goal, this meant that this powerful foe who was hiding in the dark plotting conspiracies was exposed, and he would be able to make more comprehensive preparations against him. Having thought of that, he was in a much better mood. Putting all those thoughts behind him, Han Shao pointed at Traveler's wounds and asked, "What about your wounds? Who's chasing you?" Traveler glared at Han Shao with sorrow and rage. He clenched his teeth and said, "Dark Lord from your Crimson Dynasty." He's here too. Han Shao was surprised. As he recalled that Dark Lord had just quit from being the captain of the ruler's personal guards, it occurred to him. It seemed the dynasty ruler was not happy about the temporary cooperation between the Federation and the Church. Plus, there were the issues surrounding the flickering world and the evolutionary totems. She wanted to set an example for high-level combatants. Hence, she sent Dark Lord after the enemy to send a warning to those organizations with ulterior motives. Speaking of which, to peak beyond grade as at Dark Lord's level, the position of personal guard captain was more of a chain than a benefit. Hearing how Claudia easily shattered Traveler's ambush, Han Shao could not help but praise him. Han Shao thought for a while and activated the King Mechanical Suit's communication system. He found the Crimson Dynasty's A000 outpost station and called in. Unlike the main universe, the secondary dimension was not covered by the quantum network, so many areas had no signal. However, Han Shao took a super long-range quantum base station with him everywhere he went, so this was not a problem. Claudia also wore the Dynasty's specially made mechanical suit that was equipped with a fixed directional communication device that allowed him to contact the Dynasty's outpost station anytime. This also prevented him from going missing. Hence, Han Shao decided to call the Dynasty's outpost station and ask them to direct the call to Claudia. Since Traveler was Dark Lord's mission target, Han Shao felt that he had to notify Claudia about it. Or he would think Traveler had escaped and would continue to waste energy in the secondary dimensions searching for him. After a while, the communication finally went through. Claudia's remote projection appeared in front of him. He was frowning. "Black Star, what are you calling for?" They were both pillars of the dynasty, but due to the differences in their positions and identities, the communication between them had been very limited. The relationship was also not close, limited to just work colleagues. "Traveler is here with me. I've captured him." Han Shao briefly explained the situation. After Han Shao finished, Claudia replied with very few words. "I'll go there to confirm." "Okay." Han Shao paused and sent the coordinates to Dark Lord. Claudia nodded and slowly said, "By the way, when Traveler escaped, he took a core fragment of evil convergence. Search carefully. It should still be in his hands." Then, his remote projection disappeared as he hung up the call, showing no intention of chatting. "How unfriendly," Han Shao murmured. He then turned to look at Traveler, extended his hand, and said, "Core fragment, take it out." Traveler clenched his teeth, reluctantly took out Evil Convergence's core fragment, and handed it over to Han Shao like giving his wife away. Han Shao placed it in his hand. This was the key for Traveler to summon Evil Convergence, like the lamp core of the Shadow Lantern. With the core fragment as the medium, one could use the special energy of the respective secondary dimension. However, now the Evil Convergence was no more, this core fragment could only be used as the tinder. However, knowing the crazed state Traveler was in when he used it, He had no plans to become the new husband of evil convergence. Han Shao kept this loot and thought about how to deal with Traveler. According to him, the best was, of course, to seal him in spacetime amber. However, Dark Lord's mission was to kill him, and it did not seem like Ames would be satisfied with that result either. Buzz. As he was thinking, the senses of all three of them felt the appearance of a new signal. The three of them looked over simultaneously and saw that the space wall in the distance had cracked open, and a small fleet came out of it. Before the three of them had time to think, this fleet briefly adjusted its direction and turned right toward the three of them. It was clear that they were not there on friendly terms. Inside the main ship command room, Law stared at the confused Han Shao on the screen and yelled, "We're correct this time. That's Black Star. All fleets lock onto the target. Prepare to fire." Chapter 1076, an organization that should not have appeared in this era. 1076, an organization that should not have appeared in this era. Did these people just happen to pass by, or are they here for us? Who are they even? Han Shao looked at this quickly approaching fleet. There were no organization's symbols on their spaceships, so their identity was unknown. Han Shao was confused. Seeing that the enemies did not plan to stop, Han Shao was prepared to fight. However, as he was just about to attack, a crack opened at the space wall not far away again. Claudia had arrived. The next moment, this fleet stopped moving. What's going on with this fleet? Han Shao looked at this fleet wondering. This time, Claudia flew over, so he turned to him and greeted him. "Your Excellency, Dark Lord." Black Star." Claudia nodded slightly. He then turned to look at the barely alive traveler under Ames' foot and asked, "How did you meet him?" "Just a coincidence." Han Shao briefly explained what had happened. After Claudia heard the story, even his eyes slightly twitched on his usually expressionless face as he softly said, "Well, that's really unfortunate. After he thrashed the evil convergence, he had lost track of Traveler. He was just thinking about how he was going to continue chasing after Traveler. But to his surprise, Traveler was so unlucky he met Black Star right after. He was not curious about why Han Shao was there. Claudia was not concerned about other beyond grade as private matters. "I heard your mission is to kill him?" Han Shao asked. Claudia nodded. "Traveler is just one target. The ruler's order is to kill if capturing isn't possible. If captured, he will be publicly executed, which will be broadcast live to the entire universe. Oh, and also interrogate who hired him. You have other hunting targets too?" Claudia glanced at him and said, "Just some neutral beyond grade as who like to be mercenaries. Are they related to the attack on Hila?" Han Shao was curious. Whatever the dynasty says, Claudia's tone was completely carefree. Han Shao was speechless. Those neutral beyond grade as who were marked as targets were most probably innocent in this matter. But unluckily for them, they became the dynasty's tools to set an example. Dark Lord was indeed loyal to the dynasty. He showed no care for it at all. The difficult environment these neutral beyond grade as lived in could be seen clearly from this matter. Han Shao then thought of the superstar cluster civilizations and understood. The targets the dynasty had chosen were probably those who were hired by the superstar cluster alliance. Using the attack on Hila as an excuse, the dynasty clearly decided to intimidate the others and cut away the Superstar Cluster Alliance's feathers. At the same time, they might hope to imitate the tragedy of the Pinnacles to reduce the number of beyond grade as using the incident as an excuse. Han Shao shook his head, changed the topic and said, "I interrogated him earlier and got the identity of who's behind this." "Who?" The communication between the two of them was not private. Traveler heard it too. His expression changed instantly as he stared at Han Shao nervously, afraid he would spit out the Star Arc civilization. However, he saw Han Shao give him a look. Traveler instantly understood and hastily interrupted him. "Sorokin. He hired me to attack Black Star Palace to divert Black Star's attention and provide indirect assistance to the Federation and the Church." "Him? Isn't he just a pure businessman?" Claudia frowned and was a little surprised. He glanced at Han Shao and said, "Do you think that's believable?" "I think it's quite believable. Traveler is just a neutral mercenary. He wouldn't attack me out of nowhere." Han Shao smiled. The Star Arc civilization was indeed related. but Han Shao had signaled Traveler to hide his identity and blame everything on Sorokin. This way, the dynasty's hatred would not be diverted and would all go to Sorokin. Anyway, Sorokin was actually involved, so there would definitely be proof. Although the great mechanic Han was a soon-to-be shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group, he would not help Sorokin just for the sake of dividends. Furthermore, he only just knew that he was secretly plotting against him. Hence, he wanted to borrow the Crimson Dynasty's power to cause some trouble for Sorokin, at least make the upper echelons be cautious about that guy. I'll tell the ruler. However, I'll still have to take Traveler back for further interrogation, Claudia said. Han Shao nodded, turned, and patted Aim's thigh, signaling her to raise her leg. Then, he took out the spacetime amber and sealed Traveler up. While doing this, Han Shao pointed at the fleet not far away that was trying to stay unnoticed. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, are they your troops? Hearing this, Claudia was stunned for a moment. I thought they were your men. He noticed that this fleet was the fleet he had just met earlier as soon as he arrived. Seeing that Han Shao was together with this fleet, he had thought they were on the same side and that he misunderstood earlier, so he did not pay much attention. However, from Han Zhao's perspective, he only gave the coordinates to Dark Lord, and this fleet arrived right before Dark Lord. Hence, he thought this fleet belonged to him. Both of them had thought this fleet belonged to the other person. Only then did they realize it was a third party. Having realized that, Claudia opened the public channel and yelled, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" From the way he looked at it, having met them twice, the only explanation was that they were following him. At this time, inside the command room of the fleet, Law and Fei were both going mad. Initially, they had locked onto Black Star and were just about to attack. However, to their absolute surprise, the first peak beyond Grade A they marked on their radar moved at the last second and arrived in the secondary dimension. This sudden situation messed up their plan. The two of them hastily told the fleet to stop and did not dare fire. Seeing that Black Star was on the same side as the other peak beyond Grade A, the two of them realized how tough the situation was. If they attacked, things would become much more difficult, and there would be a lot of uncertainties. They only wanted to attack when Han Shao was alone, so they wanted to make an excuse and retreat to find another opportunity. Hearing Claudia's question, Law had no choice but to use the excuse he gave when they first met. "Your Excellency beyond Grade A, we didn't expect to meet you again. We only came here to explore because we detected special energy here, but we never thought it would be you again. We'll leave now." Then Law was just about to tell the fleet to turn around and leave, but this time, Claudia stopped them and said with a cold tone, "Never mind one time, but this is the second time and you're still using the same excuse. Do you think I'll believe you?" Claudia did not believe in coincidences. He had already suspected their identity earlier, but back then, his focus had been on the mission, and he did not want to get involved in meaningless trouble. Now, however, Traveler was already dealt with, so he did not plan to let this mysterious fleet go again. "It really is a coincidence. We're just a civilian exploration team." Law had no choice but to continue faking it. "Then it'll be easy. Stop your ships and let us search them. If there really isn't a problem, I'll let you leave," Claudia said with a deep voice. Hearing this, Law and Fei exchanged looks and communicated with each other telepathically. "What should we do now? They won't let us go easily. Are we really going to let them into our ships? You know that's impossible." "Then it looks like we have no choice." The two of them were both in an extremely bad mood. They completely did not want to attack in this kind of situation. However, they had already exposed themselves, and there was no way they could let them board their ships. Law clenched his teeth and slammed the table. "Fire!" After Claudia proposed to board and investigate, this mysterious fleet suddenly stopped responding. After waiting for a few seconds, seeing that they were still silent, Claudia said with an even more serious tone, "This is your last warning. If you do not reply within 10 seconds, I will crush you." Han Shao was watching Claudia communicate with this mysterious fleet. He thought that they had come for Dark Lord, so he just watched on. Hearing Claudia's warning, Han Shao thought about it and said, "No need to attack. I can hack into those spaceships and control them, search through their database, and find out who they are." Claudia pondered for 2 seconds, nodded, and said, All right, then I'll trouble you too. Before his sentence finished, a sudden change occurred. The few battleships suddenly fired without any warnings. Cone-shaped solid bullets shot out and headed to the few of them, dragging long paths of flame behind. Solid bullets? Although the regular weapons at his level had already become dark energy and psionic energy blasters, Han Shao did not underestimate solid bullets. This was because since they had the ability to travel between secondary dimensions, the gunpowder inside those solid bullets would definitely not be ordinary. Seeing this, Ames raised her hand and locked all the bullets in midair with her force field. Seeing that the opponents had attacked, Han Shao immediately activated virtual intrusion and attacked the database of these spaceships without hesitation. Fruobnovel.com. However, the instant Han Zhao's data needle penetrated the spaceship's artificial intelligence, an invisible force flowed into his brain through the quantum network connection. Boom! A powerful shock exploded in his mind. His memory palace suddenly collapsed. Countless sheets of paper representing memories turned into tornadoes and spun violently. From Han Zhao's perspective, countless memory fragments flashed past his mind, and he could not maintain his usual thoughts. At the same time, a notification popped up on the interface. You have been hacked by memory formatting virus, quantum network type. Your class is detected to be virtual mechanic. Memory formatting virus, quantum network type has 200% damage on you. This is... Shocked, Han Shao felt like the world was spinning. This virus had entered his quantum soul. It was no ordinary debuff. It had messed up his mind on the virtual level, as if an ill-mannered kid had come into his house and flipped around all of his neatly arranged stuff. Han Shao had no choice but to focus on resisting it. Seeing his situation, Claudi's eyes became serious. Dark energy gathered as he launched an attack. However, the next moment the tons of dimensional exile bullet that were fixed in midair by Ames exploded, releasing expanding chaotic space streams, and devoured Claudi's attack, transferring it to God knew where. Not only that, but those chaotic space streams were also tearing the space wall of this land of dead silence, creating more holes. Seeing this, Ames immediately targeted her force field at those spaceships. However, the next moment, Faye acted from within the main ship. A fog-like protective shield expanded with her in the center and guarded the fleet, blocking Ames' force field, clashing with Ames' strength. Ames was unable to instantly destroy the spaceships. The next moment, a special disc-shaped device extended from the head of the main ship that was prepared since long ago. It looked like some kind of radar to enhance a certain waveform, suddenly shook and released a ring of shockwave. Buzz! The shockwave passed through Claudi, Han Shao, and Ames. The three of them suddenly became stiff. The energy they could manipulate any way they wanted usually suddenly started to riot, making controlling their own body much more difficult. It was as if every single cell in their body was fighting against their mind. You have been affected by high-level life form energy disorder shockwave, beyond grade A frequency type. Your total level is detected to be LV.320. High-level life form energy disorder shockwave, beyond grade A frequency type, has a 320% effect on you. It worked. We don't have much time. Lowell raised his arm, and his sleeves slid down, exposing an arm guard-style metal device on his wrist. This was a special device made to capture primal Esper ability entities. He then pointed it at the mysterious energy host. Kacha! As if it had suddenly gained a ton of energy, primal chaos mysterious energy suddenly expanded and destroyed the mysterious energy host from within, instantly escaping. However, before it could move, an invisible force grabbed onto its body, and it flew uncontrollably toward the fleet. On the other side, the spaceships were also doing something. The second wave of dimensional exile bullets was shot toward the three of them. Claudi barely used his Esper ability to form a shield around his body. However, the chaotic space stream devoured Claudi entirely together with his shield, and he disappeared. At this crucial moment, Han Shao barely suppressed the virus in his mind, tried his best, and grabbed Ames' arm. He activated void travel and got out of the range of the dimensional exile bullets. The next moment, he raised his hand and released a restraining force field, grabbing onto primal chaos mysterious energy's body. Who? primal chaos mysterious energy was like a piece of cloth being pulled from two opposite directions. Law's tone became hasty. Black Star is recovering. We can't linger any longer or we'll certainly die. Take as much as possible. Then, his hand sign changed as he activated another function of the device on his wrist, slashing off a small part of the primal chaos mysterious energy's body. Like being absorbed by a black hole, this portion of energy flowed into Law's arm guard. Quickly, go! After this, the fleet shot one-dimensional exile bullet that exploded as soon as it left the barrel. The chaotic space stream devoured the fleet, and it disappeared without a trace. Only after close to a minute did Ames slowly start to regain control of her body. She took a deep breath and said with a shocked tone, "What were those attacks?" "They are all special technology invented through primal Esper ability entities, without exterior interference." Han Shao had already cleared out most of the virus and rearranged his memory palace. He was looking grave. From the very start, all this fleet used was technology, yet the three of them were forced into an extremely passive state. Han Shao had a very heavy impression of this special technology, as it had appeared in his previous life. Be it the memory formatting virus, dimensional exile bullet, or the high-level life-form energy disorder shockwave, they were all invented through studying different primal Esper ability entities. They had many different uses. Among them, the dimensional exile bullet had no effects in the main universe, since the space structure of the main universe was completely different from the secondary dimensions. However, in the secondary dimensions, this was powerful technology that could be used in many ways, including splitting up the battlefield, escaping, and damaging secondary dimensions. The memory formatting virus was a technological product that affected one's mind. It came from primal Esper ability entities and was improved to be used through the quantum network. It was specially targeted at virtual intrusions and took effect when Han Shao was taken by surprise. The high-level life-form energy disorder shockwave mainly targeted strong individuals. The higher the target's energy rank, the more effective it would be. It was basically using an enemy's own energy against them. However, Beyond Grade as had very high adaptability, so the effect of the high-level life-form energy disorder shockwave would decrease every time it was used on the same target, as the cells in their bodies had adapted to its effects. The enemies were focused on studying primal Esper ability entities, so their containment ability was more advanced. Through stimulating primal chaos mysterious energy, the mysterious energy host was broken, and they were able to snatch part of the primal chaos mysterious energy's energy. No matter how strong supers were, they were still life forms. Since they were life forms, there were ways to deal with them. No one could be considered invincible. Although the technology of the three universal civilizations differed, they all had targeted technology for high-level life forms. For example, the 10,000 Deity Scepter was one of them. Even the peak Beyond Grade Emilizaus could not take many hits from it. As advanced civilizations developed further, there would only be more technology of that level. In a direct battle, be it Han Shao or Dark Lord, they would be able to easily shatter this fleet. However, the enemy were prepared for this while Han Shao and Dark Lord were not. Through all kinds of targeted attacks and technology, they had taken them by surprise. Even Claudia fell for it and was exiled into the chaotic space streams. It was unknown when he would return. However, being able to restrain the movements of the three of them at once was the most they could do. They did not have enough means of attack to hurt the three of them. These people's target isn't Claudia. They're here for me. Han Shao contained the primal chaos mysterious energy again. He had a tight frown on his face. Ames caught what Han Shao meant in between the lines and asked curiously, "You know who they are?" "I do indeed." Han Shao narrowed his eyes. "This is a group of people who shouldn't have appeared in this era." Chapter 1077 Holy Accord and Primordial Ones. 1077 Holy Accord and Primordial Ones. "Not in this era?" Ames said with a weird expression. "Why do you say that?" Han Shao paused and did not answer this question. He changed the topic and said softly, "This is a secret organization focused on studying and inventing Esper ability technology. They're also a mysterious arms dealer. Their products occasionally appear on the black market, and now they've set their eyes on the primal chaos mysterious energy." Han Shao could not give a lot of information to Ames, so he only briefly explained it while being shocked inside. In his previous life, the first time this organization appeared publicly was during the World Tree Civilization War. As members of the explored universe, they joined the war and fought against the World Tree Civilization's invasion, using their technology in the war. However, it was only version 4.0 Flickering World, now many versions before the World Tree storyline. These people should not have appeared in this era, hence his shock. The name of this organization was Holy Accord. It was extremely mysterious even in the very late versions in his previous life. Most of the people who knew about this organization were the offspring of Beyond Grade as, other than this Esper ability technology, there were also many renowned Beyond Grade as in the history who were already confirmed dead who joined the World Tree War together with the Holy Accord. It was as if they had revived and come back to the universe. There were even extremely famous primordial ones among them. This organization, which had a new type of technology, and those high-level combatants became powerful reinforcements to the losing side back then, causing a lot of damage to the World Tree Civilization. The revival of these Beyond Grade as was a humongous boost to everyone's morale. However, the reason for their revival was still an enigma to the players. The advanced civilizations locked the information down, so the players had no way of finding out anything about it. Therefore, even Han Xiao did not know the truth behind it. However, although the Holy Accord organization's first appearance was during the World Tree War, it was not the same for the primordial ones. During as early as the Calamity of the Supers version, there was already a batch of primordial ones who had awakened and become the triggers of the Calamity of the Supers. Back then, the explanation these primordial ones gave to the outside world was that they faked their death during the exploration era and had been sleeping in advanced life-sustaining cabins ever since in order to avoid the bloody exploration era warfare and not die for nothing. They hoped to awaken in the future and conquer the universe in the new era. However, something seemed to have gone wrong. The place they were sleeping in was also devoured by the flames of war. Their life-sustaining cabins floated in the universe and landed on a desolate island. At the same time, the life-sustaining cabins malfunctioned, causing them to not be able to awaken at their intended time. Hence, they had no choice but to spend countless years in that sleeping state. Although the specially made life-sustaining cabins could slow down the degradation of their body and soul, they were still slowly heading toward their demise. Coincidentally, when they were close to their end, a research team happened to dig them out and reactivated their life-sustaining cabins. Only then did they awaken from their long sleep. After that, they spent a very long time recovering back to their peak performance. At that time, the only thing the outside world was sure of was the revival of these primordial ones. As for the flaws this explanation had, such as how could Beyond Grade as be restrained by these tiny life-sustaining cabins? Since there were no ways to prove if that was true, the public had no choice but to believe them. In conclusion, in the later versions in Han Zhao's previous life, there were two batches of different primordial ones who awakened at different timings. Once during the Calamity of the Supers, once during the World Tree War. The first batch of primordial ones who awakened in the Calamity of the Supers version did not seem to be related to the Holy Accord organization. However, whether they really had nothing to do with the Holy Accord organization or not, the players in his previous life had no way of knowing. Hence, Han Xiao did not know the connection between them. If these two events were related, the first batch of primordial ones who awakened during the Calamity of the Supers probably lied. They might not have returned from life-sustaining cabins. The Holy Accord organization. Han Xiao pondered over their intentions. It was clear that this organization had existed for a while but had never interfered with the outside world. Now they had suddenly attacked him. This meant that the primal chaos mysterious energy was extremely important to the Holy Accord organization, so much so that it was worth attacking someone who stood at the peak of the universe. According to the characteristics of the Holy Accord organization, could they be planning to invent some dark new technology with the primal chaos mysterious energy? If that was the case, the Holy Accord organization might have done something similar in his previous life. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Assuming this was true, the Holy Accord organization might have worked with ES God in his previous life by splitting up other primal Esper ability entities in exchange for the resources in ES God's hands, including the primal chaos mysterious energy. This meant that some of those super high-risk Esper abilities ES God possessed in the later versions might have been provided by the Holy Accord organization. It would not have mattered if Han Xiao did not know, But since he knew that the Holy Accord already existed at this time, he could not help but become deeply interested in them. The Holy Accord organization fled right after attacking, thinking they would not expose their identity. They couldn't have guessed that I knew their identity all along. Han Shao raised his brows and was in a much better mood. Compared to this huge discovery, suffering a small loss was nothing. The dynasty's Claudi was taken away by the chaotic space stream. Will he be okay? Ames asked curiously. Don't worry, he's just lost. With his strength and the universal treasures in his hands, he will be able to escape very soon. Han Shao did not worry about Dark Lord. No matter where Claudi ended up, he would be at the top of the food chain in that secondary dimension. However, since the chaotic space streams could not be tracked, he had no way of fishing Claudi out. This was also the reason the Holy Accord organization used the dimensional exile bullet to send themselves into the chaotic space streams. Since the virtual intrusion had been interrupted by the virus, Han Shao could not leave any markings in their spaceships. However, he would be more alert next time and clear the virus before it infected him. This kind of trap would not be very useful then. Han Shao looked at the containment device of the primal chaos mysterious energy. This guy was extremely mad and kept bashing the inside wall of the container while screaming in agony. Ah! It hurts so much. Seeing this, Han Shao pitied him. In his previous life, it was also torn apart by others. He had thought that since God had been dealt with, the same thing would not happen to the primal chaos mysterious energy again. Surprisingly, it happened all the same, as if he was fated to be torn apart. Furthermore, he might have been treated even worse. After all, in his previous life, God simply used his abilities and never tortured him or anything. The Holy Accord organization, however, would definitely study him, which meant that the primal chaos mysterious energy would feel all kinds of pain from that part of his body that was taken away. Han Shao pitied him even more and asked, "By the way, how did it feel earlier? Were you unable to control your body?" "That's right. I don't know what method they used. They stimulated my core and caused me to lose control of my body before using an irresistible force to drag me over." Han Shao then asked, "Can you feel the location of that part of your body?" "Of course." Before the primal chaos mysterious energy finished, as if he was suddenly shocked, his entire body shrunk as he yelled, "Ah, my senses are blocked." Han Shao raised his brows but was not surprised. After all, they were professionals in studying the primal esper ability entities. There was no way they would leave such an obvious clue to let others chase after them. Ha ha ha! The holy light particle was rolling on the ground laughing. Karma! The day has finally come. Filled with sorrow and hatred, the primal chaos mysterious energy said, Black Star, you have to help me get my body back." Han Zhao's mouth contorted slightly. Why does it feel like I took away Evan's screen time? At this time, as usual, a notification popped up on the interface. You have triggered the mission, the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energies request for help. Mission introduction. A mysterious organization has taken away part of the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energies core energy from you. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy hopes you can help him take it back. Mission requirements. Retrieve the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energies missing core energy. Reward, 15 billion EXP, 1 random reward, plus 60 Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy favorability, plus 1 Holy Light Particle favorability. Primal Esper Ability Entity Affinity Talent. Primal Esper Ability Entity Affinity. It's easier for Primal Esper Ability entities to accept you. Remark. This mission might cause unknown consequences. Please accept with caution. A mission as expected. Han Shao started pondering. The rewards of this mission were nothing extraordinary, but dealing with the Holy Accord organization seemed to be an opportunity to complete Primal Esper Ability Collector. If he had to find Primal Esper Ability entities without owners, it would take God knew how long to find for. Now, however, he had met the Holy Accord organization, which professionally studied Esper ability technology, so they definitely had some inventory. If he could snatch it, this milestone would be completed easily. Han Shao made his decision and responded. All right then, I give you my word. However, they won't be so easy to find. It's fine as long as you're willing to help me. The primal chaos mysterious energy was overjoyed. Black Star was not his master and only saw him as a tool, so he had no right to ask for his help. Even without a part of his body, he would still be useful. Therefore, he had actually been quite afraid Han Shao would not agree to help him. Han Shao comforted the primal chaos mysterious energy for a while. Then, he took out a spare mysterious energy host and stuffed it in, not giving it much time to recover from its psychological wounds. This time, Ames looked around at the raging chaotic space streams around, frowned, and said, "The chaotic space streams these people released caused heavy damage to the land of dead silence. If left alone, this secondary dimension might shatter before Hila comes in the future." Han Shao looked around as well. The already broken space wall of the land of dead silence had even more holes in it. This secondary dimension was related to Hila, so the two of them could not leave it to shatter. Han Shao summoned lots of space-related devices to stabilize the dimension. The thickness of the space wall depended on the core energy of the secondary dimension. Only with enough energy would the space wall regenerate itself and continue to expand. The only thing Han Shao could do now was guide the chaotic space streams that the dimensional exile bullets created out and reduce the pollution. This was a tough progress. The two of them spent quite some in the land of dead silence before Han Shao finally got rid of the chaotic space streams inside. At this time, the two of them suddenly realized that the revive tokens they were wearing became hotter at an extremely quick pace. At the same time, a golden light suddenly appeared on a shattered black island far away. Han Shao looked over and was slightly shocked. An orange-gold silhouette suddenly appeared from the black desert. It looked like a spirit and had the appearance of a human female. Its clothes were exquisite. It looked charming, pretty, and rather young, but the look in its eyes gave a vibe that it was very old. It was looking at Han Shao and Ames. Seeing this, the two of them were both slightly surprised. They had already scanned this entire secondary dimension when they arrived, and they were certain they did not sense any life form. Now, however, a strange silhouette had appeared out of thin air. It was clear it had avoided their detection. Han Shao was still on alert after the attack of the Holy Accord organization earlier. He was prepared to fight. At this time, the revive token on the two of them shockingly started to float. This silhouetted pointed at the two revive tokens and sent a telepathic message. "Tell me, what is the relationship between the two of you and the creator of these two coins?" Inside the chaotic space streams, the Holy Accord organization's fleet was floating. Inside the command room, Law held the containment device up and observed the primal chaos mysterious energy fragment. Unsatisfied, he sighed. Black Star's regenerative ability is too strong. These products given to us by the organization have very limited effects on him. Without enough time, this tiny bit of primal chaos mysterious energy is all we could get. Be glad. At least the minimum requirements are met and the synthetic materials are all gathered. If we were too greedy and did not retreat instantly, our spaceship might have been taken by Black Star, Faye said softly. Although they had achieved the minimum goal of this mission, the two of them knew how close they were to being obliterated. They felt tremendous fear toward Han Shao. This attack was a success, but it has made him cautious too. The next time we meet him, we won't be able to achieve what we did today. Furthermore, he'll most likely report the technology we displayed to the dynasty, which will bring some risks to the organization. Law was worried. Faye, however, was more optimistic. Luckily, the mission was completed. It doesn't matter if Black Star is cautious now. We won't have to deal with him in the future again. There won't be a next time. You're right. After chatting for a while, Law put the containment device away. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "By the way, I seem to recall that the information about the primal chaos mysterious energy shows that it's the holy light particle's archenemy and that their energies conflict with each other. Maybe we can invent a special sensor through this characteristic. It has to find the holy light particle." You're right. The holy light particle has been missing for many years. God knows where it's hiding. There are no clues about it at all. It's also an important synthetic material, so the organization will probably heed your suggestion and target the holy light particle next. Chapter 1078, Underworld and Heritage. 1078, Underworld and Heritage. Inside the land of dead silence, The two of them looked at the orange-gold spirit that suddenly appeared. Han Shao held onto the revive token, felt its vibration, and asked curiously, "What are you?" "I'm the consciousness entity of the underworld. Simply put, I'm the butler of this secondary dimension. You can call me by my name Onisalu." Dimensional consciousness entity. I thought that even if a near-shattered secondary dimension had a consciousness entity, it would have already perished. Han Shao was surprised. A dimensional consciousness could only be born in extremely few secondary dimensions. Having one was equivalent to the secondary dimension turning from a lifeless dimension to a type of life form. For example, the evil convergence. Dimensional consciousness entities were at an even higher level. It meant that the secondary dimension had ignited the sparks of intelligence. In comparison, the evil convergence was merely a beast. Dimensional consciousness entities could control all the energy in the secondary dimension. In the eyes of some, they were basically like gods. Some religions even made sculptures in the image of dimensional consciousness entities and worshipped them as gods, which was one of the mainstream religions in the main universe. No wonder they could not sense its existence. Despite this secondary dimension being close to perishing, it was still its territory. The dimensional consciousness entity was this dimension itself. If it was not willing to appear, no one would be able to sense it. Then what is the underworld? Han Shao had a rough guess. As expected, this dimensional consciousness entity that called itself Onisalu looked down at the black island below it and calmly said, "As you can see, this secondary dimension that's heading toward its end is the underworld." Han Shao understood. The land of dead silence was what that Void Duke Kirkman called it. It seemed that the underworld was the formal name of this secondary dimension. He raised the revive token in his hands and said, "You should have noticed us long ago since you responded to the energy inside this coin. Why have you only appeared now?" "I just wanted to be certain of your intentions." Onisalu's telepathic message was very gentle. As soon as Han Shao and Ames entered the underworld, Onisalu had noticed them. She had been silently observing them. When the two of them helped her fix the environment earlier, only then did she confirm that they had no hostile intentions, so she decided to appear. Onisalu also had to judge whether these two guys were friends or foes with the creator of these two revive tokens. This was extremely important to her. Han Shao wanted to continue asking questions, but was interrupted by Onisalu. "I know you have a lot of questions, but I've answered enough of your questions. Before you tell me your relationship with the creator of these two coins, I won't answer any more questions." Hearing this, Han Shao stayed silent and started calculating the pros and cons. The Hila sisters being related to this secondary dimension was strange. To begin with, now that this dimension had a consciousness entity, it was an even more sensitive matter. This was because, according to Hila, this dimension was the obstruction between her link with Aurora and had always been silently absorbing the energy they were transferring. Therefore, this consciousness entity's goal was unknown, and he did not know if he should tell the truth. However, since there was a dimensional consciousness entity, she would certainly know all the background stories, which meant that Hila would not have to investigate it herself. The only problem was, they had to be sure that she was not lying. As Han Shao was pondering, Ames, who was initially just listening, suddenly spoke. "She's my student." Onisalu turned to look at her and said, "Can you prove it?" Ames looked at Han Shao and gave him an eye signal. "Oh well, since you've already told her, I don't have to think about it anymore." Han Shao shook his head with resignation and displayed part of Hila's information with virtual technology. "It really is the power of the dead." Onisalu looked like she was relieved. She smiled and said, "She should have an older or younger blood-related sister who has the vital energy Esper ability." "That's right." Han Zhao's eyes sparkled, and he nodded. Onisalu gave the two of them a deep look, placed her palms against each other, and said with a suddenly very serious tone, "I have a request. I hope you guys can bring them here as early as possible. The underworld needs new inheritors." "Inheritors?" Han Shao and Ames exchanged looks of confusion. "What does that mean? Tell me everything you know, and I'll relay it to them. But if you don't, I'll have no choice but to suspect what your goals are and stop them from coming here," Han Shao said with a deep voice. The term inheritors sounded good, but the great mechanic Han was wary this might be a trap, and he would end up putting Hila in danger, so he had to know everything. Since I've decided to show up, I never planned to keep secrets from you guys. Through telepathy, Onisulu shared some of her memories like a grandma telling the story of when she was young. It all started as early as the exploration era. In the Long War, the first batch of Beyond Grade as was born. History calls them the primordial ones. Among the primordial ones, there were a pair of sisters whose Esper abilities synergized with each other perfectly, but they were not related by blood. They were the controller of death Nerkes and the mother of all things Eros. Using their abilities, they created this underworld dimension. In the beginning, the underworld dimension was nothing but a prison used to lock up the dead souls Nerkes had collected, as well as the followers of Eros. However, as the abilities of its two creators kept growing, the underworld dimension obtained a new function. It became a world to the dead life forms where their consciousness could live forever. Since you're a mechanic, in your terms, you can understand it as turning the memories and minds of those whose body died into data and uploading it into the virtual world, achieving a form of eternal life. The underworld dimension is like the server. It stores the souls of countless life forms. Many powerful individuals in the exploration era chose to sleep in the underworld. Because of that, Nerkes and Eros created me to manage the underworld as the Gravekeeper. The two extremely talented founders didn't stop there. Nerkes' ability made souls not disappear in the underworld, and Eros used her ability to create temporary body containers, which allowed those souls to regain life. Then, using the special energy formed by fusing their energy together, they could make the targets have the strength they had when they were alive, till the vital energy acting as their fuel finished. Furthermore, even if their body container died again, their souls could still return to the underworld. Using this ability, the two of them created an extremely powerful army. To them, the underworld dimension was also an enormous army camp. Hearing Onisulu's explanation, Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Damn, so this is basically Edo Tensei. What kind of luck is this? Aurora had once mentioned that the Hila sisters' abilities were rather similar to two of the primordial ones, so Han Zhao had done some research. He knew that the mother of all things was not as weak as Aurora. She had a ton of followers and had some kind of summoning ability. This was the first time Han Zhao had heard about the details of their abilities. Basically, the souls of countless strong individuals were stored in the underworld. Through some kind of revival energy fused from vital energy and death energy, they could carry out Edo Tensei and turn them into an enormous army. According to what the dimensional consciousness entity said, it seemed like the Hila sisters could become the inheritors of the underworld. Did this not mean that the two of them could take the inheritance of two primordial ones? Fortune falling from the sky. Phoebnovel.com. Spending a lot of time with Phaidon indeed led to good things. While he was being pleasantly surprised, Onisulu's tone became sorrowful. Sadly, after the two founders died, the underworld death energy had lost its energy supply and started to gradually wither. All the souls fell asleep, including me. How did they die? Han Zhao was curious. The cause of death of the two of them was not recorded. It only said they disappeared. A ton of conspiracy theories appeared in his mind, but Onisulu's response gave him a big surprise. They committed suicide. Han Zhao was stunned. What? Why? Onisulu sighed. They kept developing their abilities, and one day, they had a sudden realization. They had been calling themselves the controllers of life and death all this time, but they had never experienced true death and new life. In their eyes, this was the only path that could develop their Esper abilities to a higher territory. Hence, they decided to walk into demise to search for the true meaning of life and death. Before their death, they told me not to grieve, that destruction is only the beginning of new life and that this is where they belonged. On that day, I watched them leave their bodies behind and end their own lives with my own eyes. Han Zhao was puzzled. Excuse me, what is there to search for when you're already dead? Could it be that these two were extremists and never thought of this at all? Maybe only those with this kind of mindset could be the first batch of great individuals to break the limit of beyond grade as. Maybe this was what it meant to be the primordial ones. As if she understood what Han Zhao's expression meant, Onisulu shook her head and said softly, I know what you're wondering. Before their consciousness completely perished, there was a short moment where they were alive, dead, and in between. At that moment, I received the last message they had left me. They said they'd found the true meaning of life and death. And what's that? Han Shao was intrigued again. Heritage. Onisulu's tone was soft and gentle. They said that heritage is the true definition of eternity, forming full circles in the enormous system of life forms. Han Shao was a little bit speechless. Doesn't everyone know that? You guys killed yourselves just to figure that out? You probably died for nothing. However, although he really wanted to say that, he knew that knowing something was one thing and experiencing it was another completely different thing. On many occasions, the key to a higher territory was that kind of sudden flash of insight. This was especially true the stronger the person was. Their deaths did not go to waste, Onisulu said. They'll pass down this deepest understanding to the next generation. Han Shao was shocked. With disbelief, he said, Are Hila and Aurora really the reincarnations of those two primordial ones? Ames looked surprised hearing this too. However, Onisulu shook her head. Reincarnations? Not at all. They died completely. Their souls perished, and their bodies were also dissolved by me to supply energy to the dimension. Other than this underworld, they left nothing. They put all of their experience in their Esper abilities. The Esper abilities are what's inherited. I still don't understand. Ames was lost. After they died, they left the seeds of the vital energy Esper ability and the death energy Esper ability. Onisulu explained patiently. These are neither physical nor energy-formed objects but of a higher dimensional data form. I don't know why that happened, but I know that if I had kept those seeds, no one in the entire universe would have awoken those two Esper abilities ever. Therefore, to complete the dying wish of the two founders and to save myself, I sent these seeds back to the main universe. I knew that one day in the future, they would blossom on two new lives. Onisulu paused, smiled, and said, Do you guys really think it's a coincidence that there is only one pair of blood-related sisters with vital energy Esper ability and death energy Esper ability in the entire universe? Having heard of such a secret, the great mechanic Han felt like his fragile heart was shocked. This meant that Hila and Aurora had no direct connections with those two primordial ones at all. They were only chosen by the dataform Esper ability seeds and became the vital energy Esper ability and death energy Esper ability owners of this generation. The two primordial ones fused their understanding into the dataform Esper ability seeds so that those who were chosen by them would slowly receive the information and experience within. This was basically indirectly increasing the talents of their inheritors. No wonder it was so easy for Hila to acquire new abilities and talents. Data form. Han Shao could not help but have even more speculations. He still remembers that during one of his racial evolutions, there was a multidimensional shadow option that seemed to be related to data forms. Before he could think further, Onisulu spoke again softly. That's all I know. After the two founders died, the underworld started to gradually wither and could no longer keep itself sealed from the outside world. Its size started to shrink, its space walls started to break, and souls fell asleep one after another. I had no choice but to store them all in the dimension core to prevent them from perishing. However, I've become weaker and weaker. I fell asleep as well. When the underworld shatters completely, these souls will disappear. The energy source of the underworld is the energy of the vital energy Esper ability and the death energy Esper ability. Not long ago, I finally obtained some of it when I subconsciously absorbed the energy from the sisters of this generation, which barely woke me from my long sleep. Only then did I stop absorbing their energy. Han Shao thought about it. Not long ago. It should be when Hila and Aurora were studying their life link. No wonder the energy they transferred was absorbed. That makes sense. This means that the underworld dimension is actually the medium of the life link between them. This time, Onisulu shook her head and said calmly, The bodies of the two primordial ones helped me to last a very long time, but that depleted long ago. The underworld needs stable, long-term energy suppliers. Please bring them here as soon as possible. I don't know how much longer I can last. As soon as she said that, Han Shao received a notification in the interface. You have triggered the Mission Inheritors of the Underworld. Mission Introduction. The Underworld is the heritage of the previous owners of the Vital Energy Esper ability and the Death Energy Esper ability. The dimensional consciousness entity Onisulu has realized that she is getting weaker every day. She hopes that Hila and Aurora can become the new inheritors. Mission requirements. Help Hila and Aurora inherit the Underworld dimension. Reward, 50 million EXP, plus 20 Onisulu favorability, 1 character summon card. Bonus mission requirement. Help the Underworld return to its peak state. Bonus reward, plus 40 Onisulu favorability. Mark of the Underworld. Chapter 1079, Rich Reward. Chapter 1079, Rich Reward. A mission. Han Shao glanced at the interface and had a rough idea. According to the basic rewards, he knew that helping Hila to take over the Underworld dimension would probably not be difficult. The only tough part was the bonus requirement. God only knew how much energy it would take for the Underworld to reach its original state, but even draining Hila dry would probably not be enough. However, since it was an inheritance from the predecessors, there was no reason to reject it. Mark of the Underworld was quite tempting for Han Shao. Its effect granted him the right to control the secondary dimension to a certain extent, similar to the Mark of Evil Convergence which Traveler had. At the same time, it would also increase his strength to some extent. Furthermore, he could also drain the soul of the enemies he killed into the Underworld. This was equivalent to basically getting part of Hila's power as a part-time soul collector. Along with the favorability reward from this mission, it seemed that this mission was saying that he did Onisulu a great favor, so she was willing to let him use her body. When he thought of it this way, it seemed quite exciting. Han Shao searched his memories. In his previous life, Hila did not display any ability related to the Underworld dimension, so the Underworld had probably perished before she discovered it. After all, the main reason Hila discovered the Underworld came from when she tried creating a life link with Aurora. Without the energy the Underworld absorbed when they transferred energy to each other, Onisulu would not have awakened. In his previous life, however, Aurora was long gone, and Hila was alone. Without Aurora, she most likely never discovered the Underworld dimension and missed out on the inheritance. At the same time, even if Hila did obtain the Underworld dimension without Aurora, they would not be able to summon or Edo Tensei anyone. In conclusion, the Germinal organization leader was truly a great man. All kinds of thoughts flashed past Han Zhao's mind. In the end, he nodded at Onisulu and said, "All right, I'll bring them here very soon to meet you. I'm counting on you." Onisulu smiled. Then, she disappeared and hid away. She had already said everything she needed to, and with very limited energy that she had no way of recovering, she did not want to waste any of it. Han Shao and Ames were the only ones left. He turned around to look at her and saw that she was pondering. It was clear that she was shocked and had yet to recover. This was not without its reasons. Initially, the two of them only wanted to come and take a look at the place for Hila. Never did they expect to run into this chain of incidents. First, they met Traveler and beat him into a pulp, then were attacked back an unknown fleet. Claudia went missing, the primal chaos mysterious energy became disabled, and in the end, they met the Underworld's dimensional consciousness entity and discovered this shocking secret. There was too much information to process. It was said that every lucky guy seemed to run into trouble most easily. Why did he never notice that Ames was talented in this area? However, overall, Han Shao was more pleasantly surprised than shocked. He had captured the Holy Light Particle, triggered a few new missions, and obtained some secret information. The rewards of this trip were quite rich. Although part of the primal chaos mysterious energy had been snatched away, it could still use its powers. When he put it this way, it did not seem like he had lost anything at all. As for the primal chaos mysterious energy's agony, Han Shao was actually not really concerned. As a great man once said, everyone had different reasons to feel sorrowful or joyous, not to mention the difference between people and Esper ability entities. Dealing with the Holy Accord would take a lot of planning. The main mission now was to help Hila inherit the Underworld. Having thought of that, Han Shao patted Ames' shoulders and said, "Stop daydreaming. It's time to leave." Ames regained focus and chuckled with joy. I never thought Hila and Aurora would meet something like this. I'm proud of my students. Yes, yes, yes. Your students are amazing. Han Shao interrupted her. Having met something like this, we'll have to cut our schedule short. I'll have the primal chaos mysterious energy take you back to Blackstar Palace to bring Hila here. What do you say? Of course, it's a great idea. Ames smiled. freewebnovel.cm. Han Shao nodded and ordered the mysterious energy host to grab Ames. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. The primal chaos mysterious energy's ability to cross between secondary dimensions was much more convenient compared to mechanical devices. It would not take long for them to return. He was the only one there. After some thinking, he took out his communicator and called the Dynasty's secondary dimension frontline station. This time, he contacted the Dynasty's person in charge who was stationed there. After some time, the communication went through, and Gyuzer's face appeared before his eyes. The moment Han Shao saw this face, he was stunned for a second. Zhang Fei? Yoho, I was mistaken. That sure startled me. This is way too similar to Zhang Fei's face. This time, Gyuzer's loud voice sounded with an impatient tone. Black Star, we suddenly lost the location of Dark Lord. Where did he go? We were attacked by a mysterious fleet. He was exiled into the chaotic space streams. Han Shao explained the process briefly with emphasis on the technology of the Holy Accord. These weaklings actually troubled him? Claudia is really getting rusty. Gyuzer murmured with dissatisfaction. It happens, it happens. Han Shao dry coughed, trying to change to the topic. Gyuzer caressed his beard and mumbled, however, their technology is indeed unique. If taken by surprise, I might end up the same way too. Hey, Black Star, do you know their identity? Nope. However, if you guys want to investigate them, I suggest you start with the records of the birth of the primal Esper ability entities. This organization undoubtedly has more than one primal Esper ability. Other than that, there's nothing else I know. Han Shao had very limited knowledge about the Holy Accord organization in this era. Therefore, simply mentioning its name might not only be not very effective but also bring him more trouble. Understood. I'll relay your information up. They dare to attack the Dynasty's man. We will certainly dig them out and teach them a lesson, Gyuzer said with a deep voice. Han Shao nodded. Getting the Dynasty to chase after the Holy Accord would at least cause them some trouble. With the power of advanced civilizations, they might really be able to notice something. Gyuzer complained for a while to vent his anger before he finally calmed down. He sized Han Shao up and could not help but give him a passionate invitation. Black Star, I have always wanted to meet you. Come to my place if you have the time. We'll have to know more about each other. There'll be chances in the future. Han Shao agreed with a smile while being quite contented in his heart. The fact that a powerful Beyond Grade A actively came to him meant that his networking skills were finally reaching their peak. The great mechanic Han knew who Gyuzer was. He was a direct Beyond Grade A of the Dynasty who was stationed in the secondary dimension. Before this, he had never come into contact with him, but in his memories, this guy seemed quite strong. Sadly, he died too early in his previous life before the World Tree version. Speaking of which, the secondary dimensions were one of the battlefronts during the World Tree War, and the battles there were just as bloody as in the main universe. The research labs and the outposts of the three universal civilizations were almost all destroyed. Compared to the stable spacetime of the main universe, the strange and unpredictable secondary dimensions seemed more dangerous to many. They then chatted for a while longer. The conversation was quite pleasant, and they both gave each other a good impression. When Han Shao hung up the call, the space beside him rippled again. The mysterious energy host had brought Ames and Hila back. He turned and said, Yo, you've come. Why didn't you bring your sister? There's no need to bring Aurora to such a dangerous place. If her ability is needed, I'll just tell her to transfer it to me remotely, Hila explained. She then looked around at the underworld dimension with curiosity and doubt. You guys really didn't trick me together, right? Is this secondary dimension the inheritance of the primordial ones? Let her explain it to you herself. Han Shao snapped his fingers. Onisalu appeared again. She first gave Han Shao a smile that seemed to mean she was very satisfied with how efficient he was before pulling Hila aside to speak to her. Seeing this, Han Shao told Hila, "All right, go chat with her. Ames and I shall leave for now. I'll leave a mechanical army here. Notify me if anything changes. Anyway, you have the king mechanical suit. Tell me if you're in danger and I'll just teleport you back." Hila turned to look at him but hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, go have fun." Han Shao smiled at him. He told the mysterious energy host to take the two of them away. He was not worried about Hila's safety. After all, she was a beyond grade A+, his army was with her. She had more than enough strength to protect herself in the secondary dimensions. Looking at the direction the two of them disappeared in, complicated emotions appeared in Hila's eyes. There was joy and disappointment. Of course, she was surprised to come across the opportunity of becoming stronger through the inheritance of the primordial ones. However, when she thought of the fact that the promise Black Star had made to travel with her alone in the secondary dimensions might be disposed because of it, she was somewhat disappointed. Although she never spoke of it, she actually really wanted to go out with Black Star. The void dimension. With a flash of red light, the two of them appeared in Kirkman's territory in an instant. As the official business regarding the holy light particle and the underworld dimension was complete, Han Shao planned to complete the milestone mission, Void Conqueror. Therefore, remembering his promise to Kirkman, he rushed back. However, when the two of them looked around, they were stunned. The void crystal floating city that was originally filled with void creatures was now empty. The void army that was stationed there had vanished. That's strange. Where did they go? Field training? Ames looked around. Let's ask a void creature about it. Han Shao led Ames to Kirkman's palace. As expected, there were indeed some void creatures with no combat capability who were left behind. They had seen their boss invite these two guests here, so they approached them. "Where did Kirkman go?" Han Shao asked directly. "Master has taken the army out to war. Didn't I tell him to wait until we returned? He couldn't even wait for such a short time." Han Shao wondered. The void henchman said with resignation, "Kirkman did not start the war. We were invaded by another void duke. Kirkman was forced to take the fight. Give me the coordinates of the battlefield then." Han Shao narrowed his eyes and said softly, "It seems like we've come right on time." At the same time, in a certain area of the void dimension, two enormous void armies were fighting. In the middle of the battlefield, the two void dukes of the two sides were dueling. One rode a young void dragon, holding an enormous void crystal shield and a black long sword. The other rode a void worm and held a greenish-copper short spear in all of its 20 or so arms. Every clash of their weapons sent out a blue-purple void energy shockwave. A huge area around them was empty. No one dared interfere with the duel between two void dukes. The one who used a sword was Kirkman, who had a slightly lower hand in the fight. His control of void energy was not as good as the opponent, and his energy was not as strong. He was defending himself more than attacking. The enemy he was facing was indeed his archenemy, as well as Han Zhao's mission target, Void Duke Bagdora. Since they were both void creatures and had high resistance to void energy, long-range attacks had very limited effects. Therefore, when fighting against one of their own, most void creatures preferred close-range battles. Clank! More than 10 short spears slashed down simultaneously. Kirkman hastily raised his shield to block them. The clash sent out several rings of shockwaves as they competed in power. "Can you feel my improved strength? You're no longer a match for me." Bagdora laughed. "You killed another Void Duke." Kirkman was both shocked and enraged. At their level, every slight increase in strength was very important. Their strength would only suddenly grow when they devoured someone at the same level as them or higher. In all these years, none of them was clearly stronger than the other. Now, however, Bagdora was clearly stronger. The only explanation was that he had devoured the core of another Void Duke. Hee. A newborn Void Duke just happened to pass by my territory. I turned him into my energy. This is fate. And fate dictates that I'll defeat you. Damn it. Kirkman was jealous. Why don't I ever get this lucky? Bagdora's short spears left afterimages behind. He seemed to be growing impatient. Kirkman was already a very nutritious meal in his eyes, and he could not wait to eat him up. "If I eat you, I'll be able to become one of the strongest dukes. There's no use resisting. Become my food. Kirkman could not hold much longer. His army was also showing signs of losing. He knew that his defeat was certain as this went on, so he yelled furiously, "Don't go over your head. I still have reinforcements." "So what? You think you can scare me away?" Bagdora laughed out loud as he cut away a small part of Kirkman's body without mercy. "I'll eat your so-called reinforcements too. I'll take it as your gift to me." At this time, Han Shao just so happened to arrive at the edge of the battlefield through hyperdrive. Hearing this, he turned to look at this Void Duke, and his brows twitched a little. He released a public telepathic message that instantly covered the entire battlefield. "You want to try it? Chapter 1080. Are you here to steal my harvest? 1080. Are you here to steal my harvest?" Along with Han Shao, the beyond grade A energy he had appeared too. He became an energy source that had an extremely dangerous presence, which instantly attracted the attention of all the void creatures around. "Ha! My help is here." Strength appeared in Kirkman's body all of a sudden. While Bagdora was still shocked, he slashed his sword down Bagdora's arms, instantly cutting away many of his energy-made arms. Bagdora hastily retreated away from Kirkman, regenerated his arms, then looked at Han Shao with a grave expression. The confidence he had earlier was nowhere to be found. Beyond grade as of the main universe were not easy to mess with. This was common knowledge in the secondary dimensions. He did not expect Kirkman to have a connection with a stranger beyond grade A. "Who are you? I'm warning you. Don't interfere with the matters of the void dimension. I'm Master Kasui's subordinate." Bagdora immediately brought up a big name. Among the names he knew from the main universe, Kasui's name was the most impactful. "He's not. He's just trying to scare you." Kirkman exposed his lie without mercy. "Humph, don't trust him. Kirkman is a liar. He's definitely just using you." "You're the liar." Kirkman was enraged. "No, you." Even in this situation, the two of them did not stop arguing. Han Shao, however, had no plan to join the argument. Electric sparks appeared in his eyes as countless machines swarmed out. Then, an enormous net formed by mechanical force grabbed all the machines and pulled them toward him, quickly assembling. This huge move caused all the void creatures on the battlefield to stop fighting and look over. A mechanical deity formed very quickly. Since the opponent was just a void duke, he did not summon a lot of machines. Therefore, this mechanical deity was not too large, only about 10,000 meters tall. The most conspicuous part of it was the enormous metal cape on its back. It was not soft like cloth but was completely mechanical. It looked extremely delicate and complex. It was the Emperor's cape, which Han Shao had sent into battle for the first time. Mechanical deity. Bagdora was knowledgeable enough to know what this was. His panic was clearly expressed from his fluctuating mind frequency. If he had a face, his fear would have clearly shown on it. Without saying anything, Bagdora immediately turned around attempting to escape. He disappeared in an instant and entered void hyperdrive. However, Kirkman was prepared for this. Being a void duke as well, he had all kinds of ways to prevent Bagdora from escaping. He swung his long sword sideways and slapped the space before him. Dense void energy exploded, sending out shockwave-like ripples. The space of this void dimension was easily sealed. The next moment, Bagdora appeared again as he was forced out from hyperdrive by Kirkman. Bagdora was frustrated. However, before he could try anything else again, Han Shao controlled his mechanical deity and charged toward him. He was not planning to just watch on the side. Seeing this, Bagdora did not even try to escape anymore. He quickly sent out long-ranged attacks with void energy at the mechanical deity, hoping to stop Han Shao from getting closer. Without slowing down, the mechanical deity grabbed a corner of the Emperor's cape and pulled it to its front. Buzz! An energy shield appeared on the surface of the cape. It was extremely thick and strong. Countless void energy attacks landed on it, only to create tiny little ripples, unable to slow down the mechanical deity at all. At the same time, the Emperor's cape also increased the mobility and speed of the machinery deity by a large extent. At the edges of the cape, the space could be seen bent, which drastically increased the machinery deity's speed. "Don't come any closer." Shocked, Bagdora wanted to back away, but Kirkman stopped him from doing so. Unable to flee, he could only watch as the mechanical deity moved closer. "Take this." Han Shao raised the mechanical deity's arm and punched forward. Highly condensed psionic energy fused with all kinds of electromagnetic and shockwave force fields formed a light blue energy shield shrouding the mechanical deity's fist. It was extremely destructive. Boom! Bagdora's defense did not have much effect. His enormous energy-formed body was flattened and pressed onto the mechanical deity's fist. His greenish-copper short spears were all shattered into atoms, and his void worm died right on the spot, not leaving even ashes behind. Some time ago, Han Shao had obtained Machinery Control Master through the few Beyond Grade A captives, which drastically increased the strength of armor-type equipment when used by him. Furthermore, his melee range combat capability was also enhanced tremendously. The power of this punch was way too much for a Void Duke like Bagdora. He was heavily injured instantly. Void creatures had their own level system and were not included in the combat capability measurement standard of the main universe, so there was no clear comparison. However, at Han Zhao's level, he could easily estimate it. With the advantage of fighting in its own territory, the Void Dukes could fight back and forth with ordinary Beyond Grade as for dozens of rounds, but that was all. Only the strongest Dukes and Void Lords, Void Ancients, could compete with real Beyond Grade as for peak Beyond Grade as their power exceeded the upper strength limit of Void creatures. Basically, Bagdora was about as strong as his apostle weapons, which were between LV-260 and LV-280, basically almost Beyond Grade as they would easily crush Calamity grades but would be thrashed by Beyond Grade as. With such a large difference in strength, the only reason Bagdora was not completely obliterated was thanks to the special physique of Void Dukes. His various resistances were extremely high. Bagdora's flattened body stayed still for an instant on the mechanical deity's fist before shooting out the next moment like a rocket, creating an empty path on the battlefield. The mechanical deity remained on the same spot. It extended two fingers and aimed at Bagdora, who was flying further and further away. Its fingertips turned sharp and became a barrel. Blinding light appeared from within. Evil Perish Cannon. Han Shao gave it a ridiculous name for fun. Show! An energy beam shot out from the fingertips of the mechanical deity and caught up to Bagdora instantly, penetrating his body. Bagdora's body suddenly became stiff. He started to evaporate from within like snow on a hot day, gradually melting. Very soon, only a gray sphere was left floating. This was what was left of Bagdora, the core essence of a Void Duke. "This guy is finally dead." Kirkman was overjoyed. Through hyperdrive, he jumped over and grabbed Bagdora's core. Feeling the lingering frustration emotion in it, he could not hold back his laughter. As their master died, Bagdora's army fell into disarray. Most of the Void creatures tried to flee in different directions and were chased. The rest stayed and surrendered. The situation became one-sided. Seeing this, Han Shao deactivated the mechanical deity and tutade like he wanted more. This Void Duke was too weak. I didn't even enjoy it enough. This time, Kirkman held onto Bagdora's core and returned to Han Shao. His tone was filled with joy. "Haha, I knew I was right to trust you. To think you killed Bagdora so easily. You must be someone very well known in the main universe." Not really, not really." Han Shao gave a humble response. "According to our agreement, half of the core is yours. We're friends from now on. If you need help in battle, just call me. This is my energy mark. You can contact me if anything happens." Han Shao received energy from Kirkman, which turned into a mark on his arm. He already had a ton of enchantment tattoos on his body and looked like a gangster, so having one more was no big deal. Han Shao looked at the interface. The mission was shown to be completed, and the reward was given. He obtained 12 billion EXP and one Kirkman's character summon card, and Kirkman's faction's favorability reached respect. The character summon card's ability was Voidlock, which was a quite useful controlling ability and could be used 5 times. Compared to the low difficulty, this was quite a rich reward. However, only Beyond Grade as like Han Shao would be able to deal with this mission so easily, so it made sense. The milestone mission for Void Conqueror started too. His progress was at 1/8 for the Void Duke forces he destroyed and a 25% for the Void faction favorability he had achieved. He should be able to activate this milestone very soon. This time, Han Shao smiled and said, "Any interest in expanding your territory? Oh, do you plan to continue helping me?" Kirkman paused, not pleased but surprised, and started hesitating. The way he looked at it, what Black Star meant was that he wanted to make him his subordinate like Kirkman. The reason that Kirkman did not join Kasui was that he did not want to work for others, and now he was troubled. Han Shao understood what he was thinking from his hesitation. He thought about it and said, "Don't worry, I have no plan to learn from Kasui. Since you're willing to fight for me, making your forces stronger is basically indirectly helping myself." The Void Dimension was Kasui's territory. If he came here to grow his forces, he would undoubtedly offend this Void movie lord. Therefore, Han Shao planned to help some Void Dukes in the form of hiring them as mercenaries. As long as they agreed to be his spare tires. Helpers, he would help them to take over the forces of other Void Dukes. This way, he could both complete his milestone mission and obtain more troops at the same time. That sounds good. Kirkman was relieved. Having seen Han Zhao's strength earlier, he knew that he was no match. If Han Shao decided to force him, he would not be able to resist at all. So he felt that Black Star had no need to lie to him. After communicating a little longer, Kirkman went to the side to enjoy the essence of Bagdora. Ames, who only watched beside Han Shao, suddenly shook her head and said, "You don't ever forget about increasing your forces? Do you? I'm used to it. After all, I'm a good faction leader." Then, Han Shao gave Ames a look with unspeakable meanings. "What kind of look is that?" Ames's brows raised slightly. "I'm appreciating your beauty. Humph? Cheeky." Over the next few days, Han Shao took Ames to travel in the Void Dimension back, looking for new partners to work with and merging the forces of Void Dukes one after another. With his peak beyond grade A strength, the progress of the Void Conqueror milestone was very quick. Such frequent movements also attracted more attention from the boss of the Void Dimension. When the news spread to Kasui's territory, the Void Dukes under his command reported it to him. Somewhere in the flickering world, Kasui frowned and narrowed his eyes. Looking at the kneeled Void Messenger in front of him, he felt alarmed. Black Star went to the Void Dimension and is now helping the Void Dukes there to take over the forces of their enemies? Could it be that Black Star had set his eyes on the forces of the Void Dimension and wanted to take over Void creatures to form an organization like him? From the way he looked at it, since Black Star had the blood of Void creatures and was at the peak beyond grade A level, when his God's trait transformation reached a certain extent, it was very likely Black Star might develop new abilities related to the Void. Kasui was actually not interested in what Han Shao was doing in the Void Dimension. As the Void Dimension was large enough and had more than enough energy, having one more person to share it with was completely harmless and would not affect him at all. Han Shao would not be considered as a competitor. However, he had a big problem with others putting their fingers on his Void army. The Void Dimension was his headquarters, and all the Void creatures were his own in his eyes. Black Star's actions made Kasui a little unhappy. "Never mind if you came to my farm to dig away some soil, but taking away my harvest is crossing the line. The entire universe knows that the Void Dimension is my home. How can you just come to my home and cause trouble like this? Black Star, have you ignored my existence?" Kasui thought about it and slowly said, "Go back and relay my decision to those Void Dukes. Tell them to get into contact with Black Star and obtain information about what his goal is. Also do the same with the other Void Dukes he helped." The messenger received the order, shook his body, and returned to the Void Dimension, disappearing without a trace. With Kasui's position, calling Han Shao directly was the most convenient. However, that would mean that there was no room for any excuse or discussion. Hence, he hoped to take a gentler approach and ask about Han Zhao's goal through a middleman. The so-called Beyond Grade A Association was about to be formed, and he did not want to mess with Black Star, who was leading it. Speaking of which, Manison seems very active recently and has been digging up his old connections. Looks like he really wants to be the one in charge. Kasui looked interested. Kasui had no plan to do the same. He had never cared too much about the Beyond Grade A association to begin with. He only saw that Beyond Grade as being in groups would become a trend in the future, so he wanted to obtain a senior position. As for the position of the president, he would not take it even if it was given to him for free. Sitting in that position meant being at the front of all issues. Anyone in that position would be heavily monitored by the advanced civilizations. Some of the peak Beyond Grade as had the same thoughts as him. Very few tried to become the president. Including Manison and Black Star, there were only 4 of them. The association can only have one president, who also cannot be a direct member of the 3 universal civilizations, or it would go against its goal. I wonder what plans Black Star has. Although he's not as senior, as the star of the flickering world and the key initiator of this project, his chances don't seem low. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.